Chapter 2634 You Don't Qualify. The road of cultivation could not be accomplished overnight. Wang Xiao managed to complete this journey in a great leap, which far surpassed the leap what his natural ability could achieve. He cast a divine body that was comparable to divine arms. It was not difficult to imagine that Wang Xiao must have paid a great price for it. Even so, Futian's divine body was not to be underestimated. Even if Wang Xiao was as powerful as he was now, Futian had no qualm facing his attacks head-on again and again, as palm strikes and fist blows continued to collide. Those cultivators watching the battlefield saw that these two had collided numerous times in just a short period. Every time they collided, there was a violent outburst of sound, and an astonishing storm was forming. At this time, the vast space was filled with a suffocating pressure, as if the space was about to collapse. Especially in the center of the battlefield, that aura of destruction was even more frightening. The symbol of Wan. Cultivators from the Buddhist sect watched Futian's attacks closely and saw that this palm strike was derived from the symbol of Wan. Every attack contained the monstrous power of Buddhism, which suppressed all evil demons. What was more terrifying was that this symbol of Wan seemed to have undergone a transformation through Futian, who had incorporated his abilities within. When the palm strikes blasted out, the sound of Buddha lingered like the Buddhist mantras of truth, which further enhanced its boundless prowess of Buddhism. In addition, with every release of the symbol of Wan, they could feel a terrifying chill that was enough to freeze this space, their spiritual souls, and invade Wang Xiao's body. Look! That space seems to be on the verge of being frozen and solidified. If it weren't for the golden divine flames contained in Wang Xiao's divine body, he probably would have been shut down by now, some cultivators marveled as they watched what took place on the battlefield. Futian had indeed grown stronger. Though the collisions between the two did not spread to a wide radius on account that these two had controlled their power with immaculate precision, everyone watching could feel the true prowess behind their attacks. The one who looked the worst was the city lord of Tianyan. He knew very well the terrifying power Wang Xiao possessed in close-quarter combat, so much so that even he was reluctant to engage him directly. But still, Wang Xiao was suppressed completely. At this time, another violent, loud bang was heard, and Wang Xiao's body was repelled by this attack. His eye never left Futian, who was ahead. Although he was suppressed, his body was now indestructible and invincible. His body and spiritual soul had been transformed so that even if they were invaded by the power of the great path contained in Futian's palm strike, he remained unharmed. This was the reason why he dared to fight with Futian without the imperial arms, and the city lord of Tianyan did not stop him. Now Wang Xiao was in existence that could not be killed. Boom! A terrifying storm erupted from Wang Xiao, and a terrifying vision appeared behind him. It was a divine matrix, born from the divine wheel of the great path, which refined the way between heaven and earth. This divine matrix directly merged into Wang Xiao's body, and in an instant, his body transformed into a matrix, refining this corner of the world. His entire body was filled with unparalleled power. He clenched both of his fists and continued to stare at Futian's figure just ahead. Buzz! A powerful and menacing wave of the great path swept out as Wang Xiao stepped into the void. He disappeared right from where he was. He turned into terrific lightning that blasted towards Futian. When both of his fists blasted out, a series of horrific shock waves were unleashed that seemed to shatter the bodies and spiritual souls of anyone around it. Its supreme force only accentuated Wang Xiao's status. He descended to the earth like a deity that could not be denied. But at almost the same moment, Futian made his move as well. The surrounding world turned into the domain of Buddhism. Behind him, a humongous image of Buddha appeared, which resonated with all the surrounding Buddhas. At the same time, a great palm strike slammed down as the giant Buddha in the sky above Futian also blasted out a boundless symbol of Wan. The symbol of Wan, once unleashed, covered the sky and the sun completely. When it slammed forward, there appeared a space that seemed to be hidden within. Wang Xiao felt that he had somehow fallen into that space inside the symbol of Wan. In this world, all he could see were endless runes in the shape of the symbol, and every one of these runes had now turned into a most aggressive attack. Clang! With a loud sound, both of Wang Zhao's fists dealt heavy attacks, which smashed countless symbols of Wan. However, that one massive and boundless symbol of Wan descended directly in front of Wang Zhao. His fist slammed onto it, but he was unable to shatter it. Instead, he was the one being blasted down below. Everyone looked up into the sky, and their hearts trembled. Wang Zhao seemed to be mired in this, as he was suppressed and slammed down. Back off! All these cultivators couldn't move fast enough as they vacated the space below the battlefield one after another. Boom! A great sound came out that was enough to shake the sky. The symbol of Wan blasted on the ground, and the ground opened up with infinite cracks. These cracks continued to spread outward into the distance. When this terrifying attack dissipated, a gigantic symbol of Wan was etched on the ground. From inside, a figure walked out, and it was Wang Zhao. He continued to levitate into the air until he came to the place opposite Yi Futian. His eyes were icy, and his breath was shallow, but he was not seriously injured. With such violent attacks upon his body, he emerged without any damage. What kind of body is this? Yi Futian couldn't help but wonder. Indeed, Wang Zhao was different. He must have experienced something truly extraordinary, or else this state would not be possible. Even Dong Wang Diyuan, if she were to be hit by the attack of the symbol of Wan, could not possibly bear it quite as well as Wang Zhao. The divine body I cast is indestructible and invincible, Wang Zhao said as he fixed his eyes on Yi Futian. His tone was cold as his eyes emitted golden flames. He possessed such an immortal divine body and was bound to walk over Yi Futian's dead body sooner or later. Between heaven and earth, the Buddhas resonated, and the Buddhist mantra of the Great Path resounded through the void. Yi Futian stared back at Wang Zhao and unleashed yet another palm strike. Suddenly, all the symbols of Wan slammed down to the space below again. Bang! An overbearing Buddhist seal smashed down without any hesitation, and once again, blasted Wang Zhao to the ground. The Buddhist seal created yet another giant crater on the ground. When all the cultivators saw how the battle had evolved, they felt quite disturbed as well. Yi Futian's attack was too aggressive and domineering. Wang Zhao may be a natural-born talent who had transformed with the divine body, but he was crushed by Yi Futian all the same. He was not his equal at all. However, this divine body was terrifying enough in itself. Even those extremely tyrannical attacks from Yi Futian could not demolish him. It was indeed a divine body of immortality. Wang Zhao! The city lord of Tianyan had a terrible look on his face as he witnessed what had transpired. Had Yi Futian grown this powerful already? His attack was overbearing to the point of crushing Wang Zhao's attacks. At this point Yi Futian frowned as well. He stared at Wang Zhao below and wondered, could he really not kill him? What exactly did Wang Zhao experience? At this time, heaven and earth changed drastically, as a terrifying domain of the Great Path appeared. The city lord of Tianyan appeared somewhere to imprison this area inside the Great Path domain. It seemed that he did not want Yi Futian to leave. He was not the only one. In fact, many cultivators were standing in all directions, and these were giants from everywhere. Many of them harbored a great hostility towards him, and wanted to detain him more than anything. Wang Zhao, take the imperial arms and end him now, said the city lord of Tianyan. He knew that Wang Zhao had a mental block where Yi Futian was concerned, so he hoped that Wang Zhao would kill Yi Futian himself. His original intention was for Wang Zhao to kill Yi Futian and lay all his demons to rest. This way, hopefully, Wang Zhao's mental barrier could be removed, and he could then step over Yi Futian's dead body as he marched on the path to become a great emperor. But he discovered that even after Wang Zhao's transformation, he was still no match to Yi Futian. Wang Zhao regarded Yi Futian as his mortal enemy, but in Yi Futian's eyes, Wang Zhao didn't even exist. The repeated blows would perhaps become a nightmare from which Wang Zhao could never wake. Now, he just wanted Wang Zhao to use the imperial arms and kill Yi Futian right here in order to nip any potential future troubles. Take the imperial arms and end Yi Futian? Wang Zhao looked at the figure in the sky above. This was not what he wanted. However, With his strength, it seemed that the cultivator in front of him would be a forever hurdle that he could never step over. Even after being baptized by a great emperor, the result was still the same. How could it be? He made every effort and paid a huge price, but the outcome remained the same, and nothing had really changed. He just couldn't defeat Yi Futian. So, he was destined not to be able to defeat Yi Futian with his power except to rely on the imperial arms? Wang Xiao just couldn't let that slide. If he couldn't get rid of Yi Futian, how could he get rid of the barrier inside his mind, and how would he even begin to step onto the road of becoming a great emperor? If he couldn't be truly invincible in the world and have the monopoly of the title the Unraveled, what would qualify him to become a great emperor? Yi Futian looked at Wang Xiao below. He knew that it was not likely for him to kill Wang Xiao. The surrounding area was lined with cultivators, and Yi Futian couldn't be more clear on what they were thinking. He surveyed the area below and said indifferently, "Even if you had achieved this physical body by a special method, your essence has not changed. You will not surpass me in this lifetime. Every day that I lived and breathed is a day that you will be underneath me. As long as I am around, you'll never come out on top. The so-called Unraveled is but a joke. You are not qualified to be on your way to become the great emperor. Kill him," the city lord of Tianyan said loudly when they saw that Yi Futian was still waging psychological warfare on Wang Zhao's fragile state of mind. He just wanted Wang Xiao to use the imperial arms and kill Yi Futian once and for all. At this moment, a terrifying aura came from the distance, causing everyone to look yonder. They frowned slightly. It seemed that someone from the other side had arrived. Chapter 2635. What's the choice? Above the firmament, dark clouds that came from a distance away filled the sky. Although everyone could feel the terrifying aura in the distance, it was still quite far away. It was only because of the great cultivation that this aura could be perceived. "Invade," said a voice that came from afar, and the cultivators frowned when they heard it. These people had an impeccable sense of timing. "Prepare for war." Many cultivators moved forward, heading to the front of the battlefield. At the same time, the cultivators in the Divine Prefecture began to arrange a supreme grand matrix. Instantly, the light from the matrix shot into the sky with a terrifying aura. Xinyan Buddha Lord. A peak cultivator from the Divine Prefecture looked at the divine eyes and saw that Xinyan Buddha Lord had opened his third eye to scrutinize the other side. He then proceeded to comment, "They do not seem to be here to start a war. The great army did not follow them." The man nodded, and cultivators from all sides dispersed, spreading in the void, taking up different positions. The atmosphere of the great pass shrouded even the areas that were quite remote. The cultivators in the distance did not get any closer as terrifying dark clouds continued to gather this way. However, above the firmament, the divine light bloomed with an extreme brilliance that shrouded the boundless void. It blocked the invading dark clouds on one side, which formed a divide above the firmament. Although the cultivators on the side of the Divine Prefecture were scattered, Yi Futian was still among them. The domain of the Great Path from the city lord of Tianyan had covered the area where he and Wang Xiao were in. However, their attention, at this moment, was on the area in the distance. Did the Devil World choose this point in time to go to war? "Devil World, come forward and receive Palace Lord Yi." A voice came from a distance away that resounded throughout the camp that represented the Divine Prefecture. Everyone in the army from the Divine Prefecture could hear him loud and clear. "You guys are not very nice. So many top figures are ganging up on one person." The man who spoke was the Dark Saint Hua Yunting of the Dark Court. His voice was not overly loud, but it was strong and powerful. "Yi Futian, on this trip, have you now truly witnessed the hypocrisy of the Divine Prefecture, the world of Buddhism, and the human realm?" Amochinga, the evil sage of the empty divine realm, also piped up. Both he and Hua Yunting had met Yi Futian before, at the alchemy contest in Tianyan City. These three realms of the Divine Prefecture claim to be righteous, which is a ridiculous notion. Words of jeer were heard from the other side successively, as the atmosphere of terror continued to permeate, slowly drifted to this side. It seemed that they were here to take Yi Futian away. Among those from the Dark Court, there was someone who was covered up in a cloak, This, no doubt, was Yi Qingyao. However, she did not speak but kept her cloak on, looking extremely mysterious. But the eyes under the cloak seemed to drift toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian joined the side of the devil world which invaded the divine land. I fear that in the future, he will lead cultivators from the original realm to kill on the lands of the divine prefecture. Let's take this opportunity to eradicate him and put an end to him right here, the city lord of Tianyan proclaimed loudly. The actions of the three major realms of the devil world seemed to further confirm that Yi Futian was already in alliance with them. Under the circumstance, how could the city lord of Tianyan forfeit this excellent opportunity to get rid of Yi Futian and kill him here? Wang Xiao, do it! Do it for the divine prefecture and get rid of Yi Futian. This is the right thing to do, he exhorted. In this case, killing Yi Futian was good for the divine prefecture. As long as Yi Futian was dead, no one could dispute the charge of him colluding with the devil world. Kill me? Yi Futian looked quite sarcastic when he heard these shameless words coming from the city lord of Tianyan. He replied with much contempt, Even if we are in the domain of the Great Path, do you think that he will be able to kill me with the imperial arms and that his power is enough? All of you that are on the outside, who among you want to join in? Are you all planning on being buried with these fools? Considering his cultivation level today, if Wang Xiao wanted to kill him, he definitely needed to use the imperial arms, and not just with the ordinary power that he could muster. Wang Xiao must be able to explode with an incredibly terrifying force in order to kill Yi Futian. However, if this level of power were to erupt, Yi Futian was sure he would not be the only one who dies. Many of you who are present today have had grievances with me in the past. Now I'm giving you a chance, but no one wants to take it. Instead, you want to kill me with the imperial arms. In addition, you have added ridiculous and imaginary charges on my account as a way to seek personal vengeance. This is just ludicrous. Yi Futian continued sarcastically. It seems that Tianyan City has been nothing better to do lately. Hearing Yi Futian's words, the city lord of Tianyan wanted to kill him more than ever. Murderous intent grew ever more fierce in his heart. At the same time, Wang Xiao raised his head to stare at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's continued existence was indeed a great threat to Tianyan City. Buzz! A terrifying aura effused as a monstrous shockwave swept out. Where Wang Xiao was standing, imperial glory was shining and surrounding him. The sky tremoring appeared in his hand, aggressive to the extreme. Just from him holding it in his hand, one could feel its unparalleled power. Undulations upon undulations of shockwaves swept in Yi Futian's direction. Yi Futian was showered in an extremely dazzling golden brilliance. His entire body dazzled as if he was clad in armor. Runes of the Great Path circled him as a divine shadow appeared, with him in the center. These terrifying shockwaves blasted on Yi Futian, but he stood there steadily. Even if Wang Zhao's cultivation had transformed, and the power that was erupting with the imperial arms made him more powerful than ever, still, it was only the power from the imperial arms. How could he ever dream of possibly affecting Yi Futian? Clearly, Wang Xiao knew how terrifying was Yi Futian's physical body. He had already cast a divine body of his own, but he still couldn't gain the slightest advantage in direct confrontation with Yi Futian. Hi's opponent also possessed a divine body that was akin to divine arms, overwhelming and forceful. A terrifying aura came out of Wang Xiao's hands. With the sky tremoring in hand, he focused his attention solely on Yi Futian. With a step of his feet, he went for Yi Futian with extremely fast speed. He wanted to get close enough for the attack so he could attack Yi Futian with more accuracy, thus limiting the damage to the outside world as much as possible. At the same time, when Wang Xiao made his move, the top cultivators from the devil world also moved as well. The Reaper, who was shrouded in the black cloak, was the fastest of them all as she stepped directly into this space. The moment she descended, the whole world turned into a domain of death. All living things was drying up and withered quickly, replaced instead by the aura of death. In the area below the divine prefecture, the great army was deploying a grand matrix of defensive. They did not participate in the conflict but focused on passive defense. They were not qualified to participate in war at this level. Stop her! Several top cultivators from the Divine Prefecture moved forward. But besides Yi Qin Yao, several very tyrannical existences materialized. Among them, Huai Yunting the Dark Saint was also there. His eyes scanned the area in front of him, and a black storm of destruction formed between heaven and earth. The Dark Saint, like the demon sage of the devil world, was someone who stood at the very top. In the chaotic war hundreds of years ago, all the major worlds had lost many cultivators, and a large number of top figures had fallen and were forgotten in the long river of history. The major worlds also suffered considerable losses even as they began to cultivate another generation of cultivators. However, the likes of the demon sage and the dark saint were powerful existences that had lived for many years. They had survived the great wars in the past because they were standing at the peak of the imperial level forces. Their strength was clearly beyond ordinary imagination. The rest of the cultivators also moved forward and became entangled in this confrontation. As for the three major groups from the devil world, they obviously knew that Yi Futian did not form any alliance with them. However, since the Divine Prefecture threatened Yi Futian and wanted to force him to choose a side, they didn't mind taking advantage of the situation that could cause a total and complete break between Yi Futian and the Divine Prefecture. This way, Ziwei's segmentum would have to get involved in the war. Naturally, they were just fine with that outcome. On the battlefield where Yi Futian was, Wan Xiao held the sky tremoring and headed towards Yi Futian. The sky tremoring slammed down and blasted right on Yi Futian's body. However, Yi Futian disappeared right away, just as that terrifying shockwave swept forward. Having missed its intended target, that force slammed into the Great Path domain, causing a muffled groan from the city lord of Tianyan. What you were thinking was no more than idiotic dreams. Behind Wan Xiao, a voice was heard, and it was Yi Futian. With Buddha's celerity at his disposal, he didn't really want to confront Wan Xiao head-on. But was it possible for Wan Xiao to do the same? To kill him, there was only one way. In this area that was covered in the domain, different levels of attacks were not possible, and the attack must be powerful enough to destroy everything. To be able to kill him, ordinary attacks were far from sufficient. Then, the attack must be strong enough to wipe out everything around the target. At least, the city lord of Tianyan would be buried with him. Boom! An aura of mighty destruction swept out, and a terrifying vision between heaven and earth appeared behind Wang Xiao. An otherworldly phantom appeared. It was like Tianyan the Great himself had descended into the world. He held the sky tremoring in one hand. He appeared more dominant and overbearing than ever. He regarded Yi Futian with tremendous contempt. It was as if the great emperor had been resurrected. Terrifying shockwaves swept out, pressing towards Yi Futian. The sky tremoring gathered as traces of terrifying and destructive divine light enveloped Yi Futian's body, locking onto him. Yi Futian stood on the edge of the Great Path domain, surrounded by divine light. He simply allowed those terrifying shockwaves to impact his divine body. He stood there absolutely still. His eyes stared at Wang Xiao, not showing the slightest hint of fear. He was curious to see if Wang Xiao dared to deal a fatal blow on him. Wang Xiao, kill him! The city lord of Tianyan was heard loud and clear, but Yi Futian's figure changed positions constantly. He reappeared in the same position as the city lord of Tianyan, in the sky above, behind Wang Xiao. Would Wang Xiao kill him? Do it! I will use the imperial arms for protection, the city lord of Tianyan urged loudly. Even under this kind of condition, he was still inciting Wang Xiao to make a fatal strike. Boom! Destructive lightning exploded as the sky tremoring moved forward. A mighty apocalyptic power of destruction seemed to swoop in Yi Futian's direction. Chapter 2636. As you wish. Wang Xiao actually attacked. Many eyes were focused on this sight, and saw that godlike phantom behind Wang Xiao brought down the sky tremoring as it burst forward. The strike covered the entire area, and there was nowhere to avoid it. However, as long as Yi Futian was given the slightest chance, he could escape. At this moment, many people stopped fighting, and their eyes were fixed on the exchanges that took place on the battlefield where Wang Xiao and Yi Futian were. If Wang Xiao took the divine arms and attacked regardless of the consequences, then not only would he kill Yi Futian, but he would destroy everything in this area. The sky tremoring fell, and the shock waves of destruction swept forth. There were no corners where these waves did not reach. The storm of destruction drowned out everything, including Yi Futian. At the same time, its aftershocks moved towards that terrifying Great Path domain. However, at the moment when the attack of the sky tremoring landed, the city lord of Tianyan City moved away, attempting to sidestep the attack with his powerful skills. However, he seemed to be a tad bit slower. The moment he withdrew the domain and tried to leave, the terrifying shockwaves from the sky tremoring arrived, sweeping over everything. But at this moment, in the direction where Yi Futian was, everyone saw many doors of space overlapping on top of each other, shattered by the mad aftershocks. But even before all the doors of space were pulverized, the Great Path domain had already disappeared. Boom! The destructive attacks of the sky tremoring fell, and in the boundless space ahead, the destructive power of the shock had destroyed many cultivators. Many cultivators from the divine prefecture below were killed on the spot and perished. This was because Wang Xiao had exercised tremendous restraint and did not exert all of his power. Otherwise, everyone would have died. On the battlefield, everyone released their most powerful force to resist the storm. As the storm of destruction swept past them, there were a lot fewer people remaining on the battlefield, as many were killed by their own people. But where was Yi Futian? Did he perish? The top figures from the divine prefecture were shrouded in the divine light of the Great Path. The picture of what they saw just now was still fresh in their minds. With those countless and overlapping spatial gates, it was possible that Yi Futian escaped. Finally, the storm subsided as everything returned to normal. Cough. A sound attracted everyone's attention. As they looked in the direction where the city lord of Tianyan was located, the city lord of Tianyan coughed and spat out some blood. Obviously, he had been wounded by the blow. He was the closest to the battlefield as he was arranging the Great Path domain. Although he didn't refute until the last possible moment, he was still a little too late. The shockwaves of destruction had managed to wound him, after all. The breaths from the other cultivators were also kind of shallow. Wang Xiao himself was now extremely powerful by himself. Coupled with the power erupted from the imperial arms, its combined prowess was unimaginable. "He's dead." At this moment, a voice spoke, and the person who was speaking was Xian Buddha-Lord. His eyes were fixed in a certain direction, somewhere in the void. His divine eyes detected something, a figure with white hair. This figure appeared directly in the sky above Wang Xiao in a flash. Who else could it be other than Yi Futian? His gaze swept towards Wang Xiao and the city lord of Tianyan. He said, "I have already reminded you that if you want to kill me, you have to use everything you have. But don't exert all your power, trying to preserve yourselves at this critical moment. How can you expect to achieve anything?" His words were dripping with sarcasm. Naturally, he meant to mock Wang Xiao and the city lord of Tianyan. Especially the city lord of Tianyan. Just now, he had sworn up and down to kill Yi Futian no matter what and urged Wang Xiao to take immediate action, no matter the cost. He even said that Wang Xiao should do it regardless of anyone else. But in the end, at the last minute, he did not dare to fight all out, and withdrew the Great Path domain himself. The city lord of Tianyan looked sullen. Just now, it was indeed the best opportunity to kill Yi Futian, but this rare opportunity was squandered. However, as long as the cultivators of the divine prefecture were willing to join in, it was still possible. "You colluded with the devil world to invade the divine prefecture. Even if you escape, do you really think you can survive?" The city lord of Tianyan spoke with menace. His tone was cold to the core. Finally, Yi Futian grew tired of having to explain himself constantly. If they wanted to find him guilty, there was literally no lack of crimes to be added to his account. The others wanted to make the collision with the devil world a reality, so it didn't matter whether he had such intention or not. "Fine," Yi Futian spat, which stunned the city lord of Tianyan. Did he just say, "Fine"? "Today, I was just passing through and wanted to check out the situation on the battlefield, that is all. Unfortunately, I'm being charged with some imaginary crimes, detained, and attacked for no reason. Yi Futian looked at the city lord of Tianyan and continued. Since you keep repeating the same thing, then let it be as you wish. Having said that, he raised his head to look at all the cultivators in the vast space and continued. You must have seen everything that took place just now. The city lord of Tianyan is relentless in trying to get me killed, as he continued to incite the others by smearing my name. In that case, I hope none of you will be foolish enough to interfere this grudge between me and Tianyan City. He then looked towards the cultivators from the Devil World and the other two realms and said, The Lord of Tianyan City insists that I have colluded with you. In that case, I will no longer hold back. I am going to slay Wang Xiao here and now. What say you lend me a helping hand? Since the city lord of Tianyan had insisted that he colluded with the Devil World, the empty divine realm, and the Dark World, Yi Futian had no choice but to oblige the city lord of Tianyan and show him what such an alliance would actually look like. More importantly, this collusion was formed for the express purpose of killing Wang Xiao. Very well, Bi Qiniao, who wore the dark cloak, said on behalf of the Dark World first. I am willing to help Palace Lord Yi. Huayunting the Dark Saint said. No problem. The cultivators from all three sides had agreed to Yi Futian's proposal to join forces and kill Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao, aided by the imperial arms, had killed many of them. His power was greatly feared. Only existences that were almost at the level of deity were able to deter him, even somewhat. For a long time, they had been thinking of ways to get rid of Wang Xiao. Now Yi Futian proposed for them to join hands in getting rid of Wang Xiao. How could they refuse such an excellent opportunity? Their original intention in coming here was to incite a total breakup between Yi Futian and the Divine Prefecture. Now that Yi Futian took the initiative, it was far better than they had anticipated. If Yi Futian were to lead the principalities in the original realm to attack the Divine Prefecture, wouldn't it be a very interesting outcome? Upon hearing Yi Futian, the city lord of Tianyan became very gloomy. Yi Futian, in collusion with the cultivators from the Devil World, wanted to kill Wang Xiao, who was the heir of Tianyan City. At this moment, Yi Futian looked down at the city lord of Tianyan, whose expression was somber, and said, Now all is just as you wished. Are you satisfied now? Satisfied? The city lord of Tianyan was unhappy, to say the least. They wanted to join forces to kill Wang Xiao? You want to kill him, but can you kill him? The city lord of Tianyan sneered coldly. Yi Futian wanted to join forces with the Devil World to kill Wang Xiao. Could they do it? Even without the imperial arms, Wang Xiao's body was an immortal body. Yi Futian's violent attacks did not cause much damage to Wang Xiao. How would he kill him now? Yi Futian looked at the city lord Tianyan. Still so arrogant. He couldn't kill Wang Xiao? Wang Xiao was not invincible on the battlefield. Otherwise, the war would have been over long ago. If someone could control Wang Xiao, who was holding the imperial arms, could he really not be killed? Chapter 2637, Unparalleled Method. Above the firmament, a terrible storm of death appeared. The crowd saw a figure floating in midair. It was the Reaper from the Dark Court. Her body floated above as her cloak moved with the wind. The whole world turned into the color of darkness as the clouds of death hovered over the boundless space. The area covered by the clouds was vast, and the entire battlefield seemed to be entirely shrouded. Above the firmament, the face of death seemed to have appeared, and the sight was unspeakably terrifying. For a time, the whole world turned into darkness, and all the auras that flowed within were eroded by the will of death. Even the air they breathed seemed to be polluted by the breath of death. Many of them couldn't help but stare at the cloaked figure in the void. She seemed to represent the god of death, who was the spokesperson of death in this world. Everything was about to wither and decay. Even the defensive matrix below was being eroded by the force of death and gradually became blackened. Wang Xiao raised his head to look yonder. The sky tremoring in his hand was filled with terrifying imperial might. In any of the previous battles, if the Reaper were to come forward, his imperial arms would be the mightiest deterrent. Spread out, said Wang Xiao. Immediately, many cultivators moved away from Yi Qiniao. Everyone moved to different positions, covering an extensive area, and they were not alone. Even the cultivators from the opposing alliance were also dispersed, not standing with Yi Qingyao. Instead, they had each chosen principality from the divine prefecture to stick to. This way, the imperial arms could not attack all of them at will. However, next to Yi Qingyao, there were two other great cultivators, both from the Dark Court and the empty Divine Realm, who were responsible for ensuring Yi Qingyao's safety. The auras from both of them were super terrifying, and they were no youngsters. Even with a brief glance, one could tell they were existences from an older generation, who had lived for many years. The cultivator from empty Divine Realm suddenly moved his thought, and wisps of fluctuation rippled through the space. In the surrounding area, many spatial doors now manifested. At the same time, somewhere very far away, corresponding spatial doors also appeared. This utilization of space was extremely awesome. The entire space domain was filled with a suffocating coercion of the Great Path. Everyone present was a top cultivator. Before, they had not had such a large-scale confrontation. They didn't expect the appearance of Yi Futian would trigger such a major collision resulting in a total showdown. Buzz! Yi Futian disappeared from where he was, completely without a trace. Xian Buddha Lord looked in the sky above with terrifying eyes. Yi Futian changed his position constantly, but under the divine eyes, there seemed nowhere for Yi Futian to hide, for he was always there in Xinyan's sight. However, Xian Buddha Lord could see that Yi Futian was constantly changing up his positions. Even if the divine eyes could lock onto his whereabouts, it was impossible to keep up with him physically. Each of the 6 Buddhist superpowers had its own advantage, and the divine eyes could not keep up with Buddha's celerity. Of all the superpowers, the Buddha's celerity was the most powerful. "He is constantly moving," said Xian Buddha Lord. The city lord of Tianyan stood behind Wang Xiao, and he had been watching Yi Futian as well, as a powerful aura effused from him. Clearly, he knew that today's Yi Futian could not be underestimated. His combat effectiveness was already at the top level and must be treated with the greatest caution. In the other position, another terrifying aura manifested. Standing in the sky above Wang Xiao, a demonic cultivator with a horrific aura stood there. He was middle-aged in appearance, and his eyes were pitch black. He stood there like an unparalleled demon king. Seeing his appearance, the city lord of Tianyan didn't look pleased. This man was a demonic figure who had lived for thousands of years. Long before today, he had already been a powerful figure in the devil world whose hands were stained with blood. He was the head of the 3 great demon sages of the devil world, the highest commander under the devil emperor, who ruled over the great army of the devil world. He was a peer of the devil emperor, who was eventually recruited by the devil emperor himself. This premier demon sage had a very simple name, Yan Gi. In Yan Gi's hand, there was a blood-red halberd. This divine halberd was quite a bit longer than the ordinary halberds. A bloody divine light lingered as a bloody divine aurora puffed from it. It was an extremely terrifying sight. It was as if a bloody divine tribulation was upon them. These divine arms were semi-imperial, which was also made by a great emperor with extremely frightening power. The only difference was that it did not contain the will of the great emperor, so it was not considered a true imperial arm. It was a divine arm left behind on the ancient battlefield in the devil world. Previously on the battlefield, Yan Gi used these imperial arms to confront Wang Xiao head-on, and he proved that he could go toe-to-toe with Wang Xiao. A horrific aura permeated from it. Even the city lord of Tianyan was taken aback by this force, and he knew that even he was no match to Yan Gi. He stood there like a god from heaven who could not be denied. Wang Xiao looked solemn as well. This time, the pressure he was facing was greater than ever. These people were actually cooperating with Yi Futian in a joint effort to hunt him down. At this time, a figure appeared in the sky in front of Wang Xiao. Yi Futian had seen this man before. It was Fang Ru from the Divine Prefecture, a near-deity existence. However, even him, when facing the premier demon sage of the devil world with imperial arms in hand, his expression was quite grave. He had experienced firsthand the terrifying combat power of this premier demon sage Yan Gi. With the imperial arms in hand, even he was hard-pressed to contend with him head-on. I'll hold him up so you can deal with the Reaper. Fang Ru released his great path domain and shrouded Yan Gi within. Both were near deity existences, and both stood at the very top on this battlefield. Very well, Wang Shao nodded. A supremely terrifying aura permeated from the imperial arms in his hand. Undulations upon undulations of shockwaves went toward Yi Qingyao, only to see rounds and rounds of spatial light screens appearing in front of Yi Qingyao that turned into a force of defense. Bang! Wang Shao stepped into the void and continued forward. Then, his sky tremoring blasted forward as if the god in heaven had descended into the world and brought down the imperial arms to attack. An apocalyptic force swept out as billions of shockwaves rolled forward, flattening all existence. Before, when Wang Shao took the imperial arms to slaughter, one strike from it was enough to affect an entire continent. Its power was immeasurable. But here was the main battlefield of the Divine Prefecture, and Wang Shao did not dare to attack so boldly, so he restrained himself a bit. However, those billions of shockwaves were terrifying to the extreme and continued to head higher into the sky. Everything before him was about to be wiped out and turned into dust. Others were not within the range of these shockwaves, as they were at the rear of the attack. Even so, they could still feel that horrific power. In front of Yi Qingyao, those spatial light screens were pulverized and destroyed. But almost at the same time, Yi Qingyao and the others stepped into a spatial door and vanished. Just as they disappeared, the spatial door they had just entered was shattered. Everything was gone as the great path collapsed, and all the paths no longer existed. There was a reason why Wang Shao was praised by the city lord of Tianyan as the unraveled under the great emperors, and it was by virtue of his excellent command over genuine imperial arms. But at this moment, Wang Shao suddenly detected a dangerous aura. He turned around and raised his hand to blast out the sky tremoring. However, a figure was gone in a flash, just as the sky tremoring swung out. Bang! With a loud bang, the domain immediately around the city lord of Tianyan was destroyed, and he was knocked into flying out by the sky tremoring. He left out a muffled groan. This blow did not hit Yi Futian as intended but landed on the city lord of Tianyan instead. Be careful, city lord! A voice came out just as the city lord of Tianyan raised his hand to the sky and blasted into the sky above with unparalleled power and dominance. As the helmsman of the ancient god clan, the city lord of Tianyan possessed incredible power. Bang! A loud noise came out, and the city lord of Tianyan's palm print shattered and collapsed. A frightening blow blasted down and slammed his body downward, but the murderous intent had not yet subsided. However, at this time, someone else appeared in front of the city lord of Tianyan. The gigantic palm print blasted into the sky, and it was a giant palm print of Buddhism. However, when the giant palm print blasted into an empty space, that figure had already vanished. And Wang Shao, once again, sensed the danger descending. The sky tremoring blasted forward, and this time, Wang Shao did not dare to use so much force. Buzz! The sky tremoring failed again without hitting anyone. Arrange the boundary! The city lord of Tianyan shouted, and the expression on his face was extremely terrible. Yi Futian was using his superpower to avoid a total confrontation. He was invisible and untraceable. And as he had no chance to escape, Yi Futian was taking any opportunity to attack, leaving them in a mess of confusion and in a passive state. Xinyan, this is a personal matter between me and them. If you intervene, then you, too, will be my enemy. Yi Futian spoke loud and clear. You involved yourself in private vendetta in this battle. You do not represent the Buddhist sect, you only represent yourself. Yi Futian, naturally, would not want to make enemies with the Buddhist sect. After all, Buddhism had done him the favor of passing down valuable methods to him. Insolent creature! Xian Buddha Lord raised his head and looked into the void. His divine eyes still tried to lock onto Yi Futian's position, but Yi Futian didn't stay in one position for long. He was constantly moving and appearing in different locations precisely to avoid his detection. Would this youngster, who once cultivated Buddhism, become a scourge to them? Once upon a time, it was he who killed Saint Xinchan. The same goes for the rest of you. Whoever blocks my way to kill anyone from Tianyan City and involves themselves in personal matters between me and Tianyan City will become my enemy. Yi Futian continued. The city lord and Tianyan and Wang Xiao had repeatedly tried to kill him. Now, he must settle with Tianyan City once and for all. Chapter 2638 Together. Insolent creature! Many cultivators looked at Yi Futian and thought his statement was too bold and arrogant. Whoever helped the people of Tianyan City would be acting against him nevertheless. Yi Futian's current combat effectiveness had indeed reached peak level, which was incredibly frightening. Aided by Buddha's celerity, he was practically in a position of invincibility. Wang Xiao, with imperial arms, had absolute unparalleled combat power. But while the imperial arms may be useful against other people on this battlefield, Yi Futian was another story altogether. Wang Xiao dared not act recklessly because his attacks easily affected the others, while Yi Futian evaded them with ease. Boom! A tremendously violent aura permeated Wang Zhao's body as the Great Path protected him. Undulations of terrifying fluctuations of the Great Path spread out from him, washing over everything. At the same time, his body levitated into the air, heading higher into the sky, wanting to escape from the battlefield, which restricted him. He couldn't stay here any longer. Here, he could not fully exert the superiority of the imperial arms or its advantage. Wang Xiao was extremely fast, moving in the direction of the great army from the Devil World. Obviously, he wanted to restart the battle on the continent where the coalition forces from the Devil World were stationed. This way, if he were to explode with the full force of the imperial arms, it would only be the cultivators of the Devil World who were destroyed. Before this, either side had completely let loose in the fighting, or else more people would have died on both sides. But now, with the Reaper upon them, cultivators from all three realms of the Devil World were fighting and killing on the battlefield of the Divine Prefecture with no care. Wang Xiao wanted to make the others pay for their reckless slaughter. Of course, there was another important reason. In fact, the city lord of Tianyan had instructed Wang Xiao specifically not to be too ruthless on the battlefield in order to avoid a total impasse. After all, they were not yet an imperial-level principality, nor were they directly under the rule of Dongwang the Great. If they killed with too much abandon, they would face future backlash. Furthermore, he knew the reality at the upper level of the world. The several great emperors who were now in control might be reluctant to allow the existence of two great emperors who were completely on the united front, which would disrupt the balance of the world. In the future, if Wang Xiao became a great emperor himself, he would most definitely break away from the Divine Prefecture and establish himself somewhere else instead of being ruled under Dongwang the Great. Emperor Yi Qing's death was a lesson from the past and a warning. Meanwhile, Yi Futian was still somewhere in the void, unpredictable and untraceable. It seemed as if his existence could not be detected. Nonetheless, Xingyan Buddha Lord continued to attempt to locate Yi Futian and lock onto his position. He found that Yi Futian did not leave to chase Wang Xiao but remained in this area. He didn't leave, Xingyan Buddha Lord said to the others. Suddenly, he looked down at the city lord of Tianyan and said, "Be careful." Boom! An astonishing swordlight of destruction fell down and aimed right at the city lord of Tianyan. But at this moment, there was the sound of Buddha lingering, resounding through heaven and earth, surrounding the city lord of Tianyan. A gigantic Buddha appeared, and as the horrible swordlight fell, the figure of Buddha collapsed. Yi Futian lowered his head to glance at the land under the sky and saw that the city lord of Tianyan had sustained some injuries. By taking advantage of his speed, it should have been a great opportunity to kill the city lord of Tianyan, but at the last minute, Tongchan Buddha Lord's intervention disrupted everything. Naturally, Tongchan did not do so out of the kindness of his heart, nor was it compassion that drove him. The reason why he helped the city lord of Tianyan may only be because Yi Futian and the city lord of Tianyan were enemies and that the two were on absolute opposing sides. Yi Futian disappeared and left. "Much thanks to you, Buddha Lord," the city lord of Tianyan said to Tongchan Buddha Lord. Although he felt that he was strong enough on his own to face Yi Futian's attack, Tongchan's help was still a form of kindness to him. "No need for the city lord to thank me," This child had cultivated the 6 superpowers of Buddhism, and it was somewhat difficult to deal with. Buddhism has a certain responsibility to resolve the trouble this time around, Tongchan Buddha Lord said, surrounded by the light of Buddha. It seemed as if he was a truly compassionate being and that Yi Futian was a sinner that the Buddhist sect was responsible for, resulting in the collective guilt he expressed on behalf of the Buddhist sect. Wang Xiao continued moving forward, but at this moment, he suddenly sensed something dangerous. His brows furrowed tightly, and his face had a terrible look on it. Behind him, a phantom of a heavenly deity appeared as the shocking power of sky tremoring expanded outward. Even if he was being ambushed, he was sure he could block the sneak attack. The sky tremoring was held tightly in his hand, and a terrifying aura effused from the hammer itself. At this moment, a figure appeared behind him. In the void, a terrifying and massive palm print suddenly struck, directly passing through the shockwaves to get to him. At this point in time, Wan Xiao turned around and smashed the hammer down all in one go. It was as if he had been anticipating this exact scenario. The Imperial might flattened everything, and everywhere it passed through seemed to be destroyed as they collapsed. The scene was horrific to behold. Numerous shockwaves swept out and erased everything in front of him. However, Yi Futian still could not be seen anywhere. It seemed that what had attacked Wang Xiao just now was literally something that didn't exist. Suddenly, many phantoms of Yi Futian appeared all around Wang Xiao. Each figure was surrounded by the light of Buddha as if each one of them had reincarnated as a Buddha. The sound of Buddha reverberated between heaven and earth with traces of horrific Buddhist seals blasting down toward Wang Xiao in the area below. "Break it for me!" The sky tremoring in Wang Xiao's hands smashed hard toward the void, and the storm of destruction swept through once again. This time, all the phantoms in every direction were wiped out and destroyed, turning into nothingness. Clearly it was still useless to do so. Wang Xiao, as aided by the imperial arms, was extremely powerful and had far surpassed the level of the second tribulation plane. Even someone at the near-deity existence was still unable to compete head-on with him. If it weren't for Yi Futian's incomparable method, he couldn't face Wang Xiao with the imperial arms, let alone hunt him down. After having destroyed these many phantoms, Wang Xiao continued forward. Although Yi Futian was incomparable in his movement, he could not get close to Wang Xiao. More importantly, he had to make sure at all times that he was not being hit by Wang Xiao's imperial arms. When Wang Xiao was moving forward, despite Yi Futian's figure continuously appearing in front of him, Wang Xiao did not stop for a moment. The sky tremoring attacked again and again, but it failed to find its target again and again. Each blast dealt frightening destruction. If anyone were to stay in this area, they would be immolated by the momentum. Yi Futian couldn't find a way to get close right away, but Wang Xiao was in the same boat. At this time, he was full of hostility, and all he wanted to do was destroy everything. He decided to start his fatal sweep somewhere. Finally, they came to the continent where the great army of the Devil World was stationed. At this moment, Wang Xiao had nothing to fear anymore. He stood above the void. The shadow of the Emperor appeared, as billions of shockwaves spread outward, reaching for the distance. That massive and mighty phantom of God in heaven raised the heaven-shaking divine hammer, facing the continent where the cultivators from Devil World had congregated. As soon as this sky tremoring unleashed, the great army of the Devil World would be wiped out. If so, Tianyan City would have made enemies with all 3 major realms. However, now that all 3 major realms had joined forces with Yi Futian to take his life, how could he afford to be anything but? Since it was destined that he was unable to defeat Yi Futian head-on, then he would slaughter these people to break the stalemate. At this moment, a door of space appeared, and a figure appeared in front of Wang Xiao, blocking his way. It was Emochinga, the evil sage from Empty Divine Realm. Wang Xiao glanced at him. As the evil sage of the Empty Divine Realm, Emochinga's strength was incredible. He was one of the most powerful existences in the Empty Divine Realm. But even so, Wang Xiao couldn't care less. With the sky tremoring in his hand, he was not afraid of anyone. Even if it was the premier demon sage Yen Gi, he was still up for the fight. Buzz! A horrible imperial might permeated the sky tremoring in his hand. Emochinga saw this, and his palms slammed forward. Immediately, numerous doors of spaces seemed to go on without end as they overlapped each other and continued forward, heading straight towards Wang Xiao. The sky tremoring in Wang Xiao's hand moved in front of him and smashed down hard. Terrifying shockwaves rushed into the doors of space. But all anyone could see was that the attack had been distorted as the shockwaves were deflected. Instead, they swept towards other directions along the doors of space without hitting Emochinga. An incomparably powerful aura spread out from Emochinga, shrouding this infinite space. Even Yi Futian, who was in the distance, was also covered within, just like Wang Xiao. Domain world! Yi Futian exclaimed when he beheld the sight. Everything in the world was changing, as if they were no longer in the original space they were in before but came to a totally different space. Emochinga's strength was incredible and touched upon that near-deity domain. With this level of existence, his offensive power may not be as top-notch as Wang Xiao, who carried the imperial arms with him. However, his use of domains and his comprehension regarding the path was something with which Wang Xiao could not hope to compare. If you want to slay someone in the second tribulation plane who was aided by the imperial arms all by yourself, it's quite impossible, said Emochinga. I will lend you a hand. Whether you can kill him or not depends on your strength. Obviously, Yi Futian understood that. He did not think he could kill Wang Xiao, who possessed the imperial arms, by himself. He needed someone to distract Wang Xiao for him so that he had the chance to deal the fatal blow. The three major realms of the devil world were cooperating with him in the launch of this battle, and Wang Xiao was their ultimate target. At the moment on the battlefield, the situation couldn't be more obvious. All the cultivators were occupied, except Wang Xiao and Emochinga. Without Yi Futian, Emochinga might be in an unfavorable position. No matter what domain he reached, he still did not have the same kind of massive destructive power that Wang Xiao was capable of. However, now with the addition of Yi Futian, there were some variables in play. Although Yi Futian could not stop Wang Xiao, his Buddha's celerity could evade Wang Xiao forever and tangle him up endlessly. Now, with Emochinga, the evil sage, no one could know what that battle would actually look like. Very good! Yi Futian nodded, not refusing his offer. Even the two of you, what can you do? Wang Xiao responded with coldness. Would two powerful cultivators enough to kill him? Just because they wanted to? Chapter 2639, Severed Arm. A complete imperial arm that possessed the will of the great emperor was already a rarity in this world, but even more rare was a person who was in complete control of it. At present, besides Dongwang the Great, Wang Xiao seemed to be the only person in the divine prefecture who was in possession of complete imperial arms and could control it. This is because the Wang clan of Tianyan City was the heir of Tianyan the Great, and Tianyan the Great was the great emperor in armoring. He had not completely disappeared, which was why this opportunity fell on Wang Xiao. Because of this, the city lord of Tianyan spared nothing in training up Wang Xiao to push him to the uppermost position because he had high hopes for him. Emochinga, the evil sage of empty divine realm, was an expert in powerful space great path, who had already attained the realm of near deity. Only after taking that step was he willing to come here to confront Wang Xiao like this. Anyone else who was not so good at the ability of space great path would not dare to do so. After all, under the prowess of any frontal attack, among the devil world, the empty divine realm, and the dark world, only the premier demon sage, Yan Yi alone was able to face Wang Xiao with the imperial arms. However, Fang Ru was no schmuck. As an existence of near deity from the divine prefecture, he was able to keep Yan Yi occupied. At this moment, this vast space seemed distorted, as the entire space was shuttling and moving somewhere, and it was the same around Wang Xiao. He knew that Emochinga was taking him away from the battlefield here. The space he was in right now was Emochinga's Great Path domain, and not the space they were in originally. However, Wang Xiao didn't mind it. By staying away from this area, he could use the imperial arms to attack without reservation. The sky tremoring in his hand released waves upon waves of astonishing fluctuations that spread towards the surrounding heaven and earth. It covered all the areas, and nothing was left out from any of the 6 sides. Previously on the battlefield, he had not dared to attack with his full strength. But right now, there were no such concerns. "Let me see if you are fast and the attack of the sky tremoring is wider," Wang Xiao challenged. Under the attack of the sky tremoring, an unknown vast radius was covered within, which penetrated the boundless space. He was curious to see just how those two intended to hide from that. The Imperial Phantom appeared as the divine might overwhelmed this space. Wang Xiao seemed to have integrated with the god in heaven as he raised the sky tremoring, unleashing extremely terrifying shockwaves upon shockwaves. They seemed infinite and endless. His body whirled around slightly as the divine hammer was sent out in the rotation. The attack this time was not targeted in any one direction but aimed at all directions, forming a spherical shockwave that started rolling towards all positions. A dull thud came out of the space, and even cracks began to appear and create a terrifying scene. It was as if the space was terribly unstable, collapsing as it was being destroyed and shattered. In two different positions, a similar scene repeated itself. Amochinga and Futian backed up at the same time, and doors of space appeared behind them. Each door of space was far from the other. And after passing through the doors, again and again, they managed to retreat to somewhere far away. But even so, the shockwave of destruction pursued them, and wherever it passed, all life perished. Occasionally, some random cultivators were touched by the shockwaves. They happened to pass through the void, unaware. Their bodies were immediately shattered and vaporized. They didn't even know how they had met their end. In the area below, there was a continent of the Divine Prefecture. When the attack came down, countless cultivators on the continent were wiped out. The whole continent shuddered violently and was broken open by the shock. In a flash, numerous cultivators perished just like that. This was because the distance was extremely far away, and the offensive power had weakened a little. Otherwise, the result might have been much worse. Futian had already retreated to a remote area. He glanced at the continent below and saw that tragic outcome. There was a disturbance in his heart. The destructive power of the Imperial arms was too terrifying. One attack from Wang Xiao had resulted in numerous casualties. Moreover, Amochinga the evil sage probably had already thought of it a long time ago, but why would he care? The continent under attack was the Divine Prefecture, and those who were killed were cultivators from the Divine Prefecture, killed by Wang Xiao no less. He must have felt it had nothing to do with him. Where Wang Xiao was, he stood there without moving. Those horrific fluctuations had already dissipated, but he didn't know what happened to Amochinga and Futian. Was such a massive attack enough to overpower both of them? Could they have escaped it? Ha! At this moment, Wang Zhao's brows were knit tightly together. He felt the onslaught of danger, and he couldn't help but clench the sky tremoring in his hand. He couldn't detect either of them, neither could he lock onto them with his divine consciousness. Regardless of his awesome offensive power, his opponents were unpredictable, and they were equally untraceable. This was an incredibly uncomfortable feeling. It was impossible for him to keep attacking non-stop with the Imperial arms. This kind of large-scale attack was not just exhausting to him, but if he couldn't actually hit any of them, then continued attacks would just be an exercise in futility. The others could always come back after he wore himself out. Evil Sage of the Empty Divine Realm and the Palace Lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace. Two top figures of the world but acting in a cowardly manner? Wang Xiao said coldly. Put away the Imperial arms, and you can pick either one of us at your pleasure. A voice replied. It was Amochinga. Leveraging the Imperial arms was the real cheat. How terrifying was the increase of combat effectiveness with the aid of complete Imperial arms. Without the Imperial arms, Wang Xiao, at most, could only be considered as a peak cultivator on the battlefield, but not a peak-level giant. However, with the Imperial arms by his side, he lorded above all. Amochinga is here, Wang Xiao secretly noted to himself. He spoke first because he wanted to fish them out. Now, he was certain that Amochinga was in the surrounding area, hiding somewhere in the space. Futian, on the other hand, was nowhere to be found. Buzz! At this moment, Wang Xiao felt that the area he was in had solidified, and everything was on the verge of coming to a complete still. The terrifying divine light of space shrouded his entire body. At the same time, the unparalleled divine glory of space rained down from the firmament as every ray of divine light in the space turned into a sharp blade that could kill everything. It came straight down at him. Just ahead of him, Emochinga's figure appeared, and behind him, doors of space appeared once again. Before they had even collided, he was already planning his way out. After all, Wan Shao had the imperial arms, so he better have a way to retreat, just in case. Seeing the endless divine glory descending, the sky tremoring in Wang Zhao's hand blasted into the void, and a storm of destruction suddenly washed over everything. It shattered the sealed space and destroyed everything in front of them. But almost at the same instant, Emochinga's finger pointed forward. The finger continued to magnify in Wang Zhao's eyes. It seemed as if it was a strike from the heavenly gods. Before the attack had even landed, he could feel its incredibly destructive power. "You are asking for it," Wang Shao secretly remarked. Emochinga dared to attack close to him, and this attack was not some elusive attack made up of smoke and mirrors but a bona fide attack. If that was the case, Emochinga must withstand his counterattack. Even if he had arranged a way out, he was taking a tremendous risk. Without any hesitation, the sky tremoring blasted forward towards that finger, as Wang Shao dared not take Emochinga's attack lightly. The hammer fell and turned into a stormy shockwave that flattened everything before him. If Emochinga was as bold as this, then let him pay the price. "Kill!" The sky tremoring lashed out with a supreme and overbearing power to attack, intending to kill with one blow. The instant his attack fell, he suddenly sensed an extremely dangerous aura behind him. But at this moment, Wang Shao couldn't care less. A thought flashed through his mind. His immortal divine body was enough to hold off Futian's attacks, not to mention the increased defense from the imperial arms. The divine glory of the great emperor was protecting him, and it was impossible for Futian to kill him. Wang Shao needed to get rid of one of them, and then deal with the other. This blow would be a great opportunity to kill Emochinga. Just as he thought, when the sky tremoring fell, that finger shattered and pulverized. In a head-on collision, Emochinga could not be outperformed by Wang Shao. The terrific shockwaves swept past in a flash, and everything was gone. Emochinga's body turned into an afterimage and withdrew. It was as if he had been knocked back into that door of space. When he passed through a door of space, it was washed over by the shockwave and promptly destroyed in the next instant. One after the other, those doors of space lit up all at the same time, then extinguished at the same time. The sight was extremely breathtaking. In that instant, it seemed that everything had disappeared into nothing and returned to quietude. If Emochinga had been hit by the imperial arms when he passed through each door of space, the strength of it would have seriously injured him if not kill him outright. Boom! At this moment, Wang Shao shuddered involuntarily as a terrifying divine sword came for him from behind, destroying his defensive power. It managed to impact the divine body, and countless ruinous lights from the runes lit up to submerge that divine body. Divine swords fell down all at once, covering the sky and the sun so that even the phantom of the great emperor was drowned by that divine sword. Those terrifying divine swords pierced Wang Zhao's back, head, arms, legs, and waist. There was no part of him that was spared. Ah! A hoarse roar sounded, and Wang Shao fell. But his arm holding the sky tremoring lit up with a most brilliant light. But almost at the same instant, Wang Shao was entirely submerged and buried as the divine sound of the great path lingered in his ears, shattering his converging consciousness. At the same time, the divine power of Yin invaded, and everything was quieted and stilled. Wang Shao had no chance to rest at all, having been blasted by a series of attacks time and time again. They were not only aimed toward Wang Zhao's physical body but also his spiritual soul and consciousness. Under the icy seal of the divine power of Yin, all the powers of the great path were inevitably weakened as they were corroded by the power of Yin. If they were not sufficient, they would directly turn into dust. Wang Zhao's divine body was like a divine arm that was not corroded but frozen. Furthermore, the power of the invading power of Yin weakened his defenses. A brilliant divine light illuminated as another brilliant sword light slashed down, cutting through the space. A loud noise boomed. Wang Zhao's arm, which was holding the sky tremoring, was chopped off. The severed arm fell towards the space below, but the divine light on the sky tremoring was still as brilliant as ever. Powerful fluctuations diffused from the sky tremoring as if it was still trying to establish a connection with Wang Zhao. However, the space altered as the stars shifted. Futian took Wang Zhao, and both disappeared. He knew that these imperial arms belonged to Tianyan City and had a will of its own. It was not so easy to handle. If he wanted to kill Wang Zhao, he must first cut off his connection with the imperial arms. Just when Futian was leaving, Emochinga appeared. He was staring at that severed arm and the imperial arms, and there were traces of blood on his body. His breath was shallow, indicating that he had been injured. It was Futian who had spoken to him via voice transmission just now, asking for a chance to attack, and Emochinga chose to believe him. Futian, he had done it. Chapter 2640, The Death of Wang Zhao. Futian brought Wang Zhao's body into another space. Right now, Wang Zhao no longer had his divine arm with him, so he was no match for Futian at all. He couldn't resist Futian's attack and was frozen by the power of Yin. In the sky, even though Wang Zhao was frozen, his eyes remained wide open. However, his thoughts slowed down. He stared at Futian with a gaze of despair. Had he failed to kill Futian? Before this, Wang Zhao focused all his attention on attacking Emochinga, intending to kill him first before targeting Futian. Wang Zhao took Futian's attack head-on. He thought that he would withstand Futian's strike since he had forged an indestructible divine body. Unfortunately, Wang Zhao's judgment was clearly wrong. He underestimated Futian's ability. Due to his carelessness, his arm was chopped off by Futian. He lost his imperial arm along with his arm. Currently, there was still a weak will connecting him and the imperial arm. In the distance, a menacing divine light permeated the space. From where Emochinga was, he intended to confine the imperial arm with his power of the great path of space. However, the imperial arm tore his spatial power apart and traversed across space directly. In fact, Emochinga was hit by the powerful shockwaves created when the imperial arm discharged. He could only watch as the imperial arm left him. Futian naturally sensed the menacing aura emanated by the incoming imperial arm. He did not expect that, even in his current frozen state, Wang Zhao could actually still keep in contact with his imperial arm. Rumble. Futian blasted yet another terrifying palm strike towards Wang Zhao. The latter, who was already feeble due to the previous attacks, could not possibly withstand such a palm strike. The scariest part was that Futian was still attacking. Countless blades of light gathered in space. One by one, divine swords materialized and covered the entire region as Futian's gaze was fixed on Wang Zhao. Was Wang Zhao indestructible? Today, Futian would see for himself whether the unrivaled would perish in his hands. "Kill!" uttered Futian. The swords plummeted as soon as he gave the command. Terrifying divine swords stabbed into Wang Zhao's body. The swords penetrated his body and continued slicing downwards. Boom! Loud explosions could be heard. Wang Zhao's body was pierced and directly pushed underground. His body was completely torn to shreds. Even then, Futian still had no intention of letting him go. One by one, divine swords slashed down and destroyed his spiritual soul. Wang Zhao had a connection with his imperial arm. Futian did want to give Wang Zhao a chance to survive. He wanted to ensure that Wang Zhao was thoroughly dead. Wang Zhao was the unrivaled of Tianyan City. If he did not wield an imperial arm, he was no match for Futian. Be it back then or now, killing him would be a piece of cake if he did not have the imperial arm with him. Divine light flowed around Futian's body. He lowered his head to look at the disappearing figure. Wang Zhao's spiritual soul had been reduced to dust. In the past, Wang Zhao invaded the Ziwei segmentum with the aid of his imperial arm. Countless cultivators perished in his hands. Just now, he also killed many cultivators from the divine prefecture as he fought. Now, Yi Futian had finally avenged the dead. Wang Xiao, the heir of Tianyan City and the successor of Tianyan the Great, had been killed. A terrifying aura permeated the sky. It came from Sky Tremor, the imperial arm. A shocking aura rippled in the space. The aura was the might of the imperial arm itself. Yi Futian swept a glance at it. The will of the great emperor lived in the imperial arm, therefore, Yi Futian had no intention of seizing it for his own use. It was too risky. He would most likely be killed by the imperial arm before he could seize control of it. Another figure approached Yi Futian. The person was Emochinga. He was stunned for a moment when he saw the scene here. Then, he glanced at Yi Futian. Wang Xiao had indeed been killed. Yi Futian had successfully slaughtered Wang Xiao. He delivered his promise. Yi Futian paid the price by enduring a strike, then he killed Wang Xiao and ended the battle. Even though Wang Xiao is dead, we will most likely not be able to bring this imperial arm with us. Emochinga commented as he looked at the floating imperial arm, which was dazzling with imperial glory. Yi Futian nodded in agreement. He did not expect to snatch it anyway. His gaze shifted towards Emochinga as he said, "Senior, thank you for helping me. Without your intervention just now, I wouldn't have had the chance to kill Wang Xiao today." Yi Futian had some grudges with the evil emperor realm, but he and Emochinga could be considered having worked together in the battle just now. Both of them should receive credit for Wang Zhao's death. "You don't have to be so polite. He was my enemy anyway. Besides, you are the one who delivered the fatal blow to him," Emochinga said nonchalantly. "Now that Wang Xiao is dead, the alliances in the Divine Prefecture will surely label you as their enemy. You might as well take the chance to join our side. You should lead the forces in the Ziwei Segmentum to invade the Divine Prefecture too. In the future, we can occupy the Divine Prefecture together." Tianyan City did all this while actually pushing Yi Futian to the evil emperor's side. Even if Yi Futian chose to remain neutral, he already had deep grudges with many forces in the Divine Prefecture. Moreover, in this battle which involved both parties, Yi Futian killed Wang Xiao, the strongest cultivator from the other party. What would the alliances of the Divine Prefecture think about his action? There was no turning back for Yi Futian now. "For now, I still do not wish to be involved in the war. I killed Wang Xiao solely because I had a personal grudge against him in Tianyan City," Yi Futian responded. Even though he managed to slaughter Wang Xiao, he was still very aware of his current situation. He was not qualified to be involved in this war. What outcome would arise for a non-emperor level force to be involved in an emperor level war? The former would undoubtedly be seeking their own deaths. Emochinga glanced at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was very aware of his situation. "I am afraid that you won't get to choose," said Emochinga nonchalantly. He then turned around and left the place. He did not even glance again at the imperial arm which remained there. It was the same for Yi Futian. He turned and left, disappearing from the place. Right then, on the battlefield of the Divine Prefecture, at the moment of Wang Zhao's death, the lord of Tianyan City roared out angrily. His face was frighteningly pale. "Wang Xiao!" he cried out as he looked far into the distance. His heart was trembling. Wang Xiao was dead! He stood there with a look of despair in his eyes. How was this possible? How could Wang Xiao, who was wielding an imperial arm, have died? He was the unrivaled, the heir was chosen by the ancestor. Several years ago, the ancestor was still passing on his teachings to him and reforging his physique. He even merged his consciousness with Wang Zhao's own consciousness. Tianyan the Great existed within Wang Zhao's body. How could Wang Xiao die under such circumstances? How could he have died? "Wang Xiao has fallen," exclaimed the crowd internally. Around the battlefield, many cultivators were looking in this direction. From the lord of Tianyan City's reaction, they knew that Wang Xiao had been killed. This news was undoubtedly astonishing. Wang Xiao wielded the imperial arm Sky Tremor and was peerless. The threat he posed was too frightening, and no one could stop him. Countless people had fallen to his imperial arm. Only Yan Gi could take his attack head-on. However, An existence such as him wielding an imperial arm had actually been slain. One could imagine how shocked the various cultivators were. Had Yi Futian killed Wang Xiao? Right then, two silhouettes appeared in the sky. One of them was Mo Qingge. The other was Yi Futian. Mo Qingge and Yi Futian had arrived, and Wang Xiao had perished in battle. Had the victor been decided in this battle? However, Mo Qingge and Yi Futian did not know that, after they left, the extremely dazzling and terrifying imperial arm fell to the earth and stabbed into the ground. Fresh blood flowed over the ground and surged into it. Chapter 2641 Rebirth. In the silent space, golden flame and blood tainted the land. Fresh blood continued to gush into sky tremor in the ground and merged with it. The flowing blood actually shimmered with a life aura. It wrapped around sky tremor. Then the flesh, which had been disintegrated, reformed and took the shape of a human. The silhouette of a human appeared. A storm stirred up in the surroundings. The aura of the great path circulated and merged into the human form. Gradually, the illusory figure materialized, and a person was formed. The person had a handsome face. His looks resembled Wang Xiao's. However, there seemed to be something different about him. The gaze of this person was more piercing than that of Wang Xiao. He seemed to be looking down on everything. It was as though Wang Xiao had come back to life. A terrifying aura flowed around his body. Shocking storms of the great path appeared around him and surged into his body frenziedly. With a flash, he shot up to the high heavens. Astonishing storms stirred up in the vast space. The entire sky was covered in storms. The wind howled, and the clouds churned. Everything was gushing into his body. Huff! Wang Xiao took a deep breath. He then revealed a smile. His smiling face was completely different from the dispirited Wang Xiao before this. The old Wang Xiao had always felt frustrated since he couldn't defeat Yi Futian. Even though he tried hard to suppress his emotions, it still showed on his face. However, one could no longer detect that bitterness in the sparkling eyes of this current Wang Xiao. His gaze gave off a domineering vibe. He gazed into the distance as he wondered, what should he do next? It seemed like he needed to think carefully about it. Wang Xiao, he uttered. He was a fool. That's not right, he added. Then, he twitched his lips mockingly. He was now Wang Xiao. When he thought of this, he adjusted his overbearing aura to the level of Wang Xiao's aura before this. After that, with a dash, he charged in the direction where the battlefield was. The cultivators on the battlefield were unaware of all that had happened. When the lord of Tianyan City saw Yi Futian and Mo Qingge returning, he glared at them with bloodshot eyes. Had the two of them joined forces to kill Wang Xiao? Wang Xiao shouldered the fate of Tianyan City. A long time ago, he received the recognition of Tianyan the Great and inherited the latter's teachings. During the armorer competition, the city lord did his best to promote Wang Xiao before everyone. He invited everyone to come and join the feast. Wang Xiao indeed gained his fame during the event. After that, because of Yi Futian, Wang Xiao was greatly traumatized. A few years ago, Tianyan the Great trained him with a special technique, intending to make him a new emperor. In fact, to assist Wang Xiao to achieve the emperor level, Tianyan the Great ceased existing in other forms and instead merged with the former. Tianyan City risked all they had for the sake of Wang Xiao's success. In this chaotic era, the Wang family of Tianyan City was determined to give rise to the birth of a great emperor. With the help of Tianyan the Great, they had a high chance of succeeding in their mission. But now, Wang Xiao was killed. Wang Zhao's death was significant. It symbolized the discontinuation of the teachings of Tianyan the Great. Everything that Tianyan the Great had bestowed on Wang Xiao would be gone with the wind along with his death. What did it mean for the Wang family? It meant that from now on, the Wang family of Tianyan City would no longer be one of the ancient god clans since the teachings of the great emperor had died along with Wang Xiao. For Wang Xiao, the Wang family had risked their status as an ancient god clan. How could he die just like that? Wang Xiao has been killed. You are the next, declared Yi Futian as stared at the lord of Tianyan City. His expression was cold. Both the city lord and Wang Xiao were determined to eliminate him. Now, he had finally killed Wang Xiao. If the lord of Tianyan City could not rely on imperial arms, he was not even a threat to Yi Futian. Yi Futian would not be defeated with the help of celerity. A terrifying aura burst forth from the lord of Tianyan City. The divine flame burned frenziedly and covered this part of the sky. The flame set the sky ablaze. Rumble. Powerful sword will float in the heavens and the earth. Divine swords materialized in the sky. Each and every sword was carved with golden runes and emanated a terrorizing aura. They sliced the space. When the tips of the swords were pointed downwards, the space was on the verge of being cut up into pieces. Kill! The divine swords plummeted as soon as Yi Futian commanded them to. All of them charged towards the lord of Tianyan City. Rumble. A terrifying aura appeared behind the lord of Tianyan City as the region transformed into the heaven-tempering divine domain. Golden spears appeared and traversed across space, colliding with the divine swords. Both attacks were equally domineering. The city lord was the master of Tianyan City and the commander of an ancient god clan. He had been assuming a supporting role and was outshined by Wang Xiao, who wielded the imperial arm, but in reality, his combat ability was stronger than that of Wang Xiao. He was one of the figures who truly stood at the peak of the divine prefecture. Yi Futian stood in the high heavens and looked down on the lord of Tianyan City. He extended his palm forward and pressed down. The sun was instantly veiled by a divine sword. A gigantic divine sword loaded with overbearing god's might was coalesced. Along with its appearance was the rumbling sound of thunder. The attack of the city lord did not stand a chance before this divine sword. The gigantic divine sword was like the king of all swords. It resonated with the sky, causing a destructive storm to start brewing. The sword was filled with intense killing intent. Yi Futian pointed his finger downward. The sword thrust downwards in a flash, disregarding the long distance. Bang! A dazzling divine light sparkled, and the divine sword charged towards the lord of Tianyan City. However, it was crushed and turned to dust. Yi Futian's attack was forcefully blocked by another attack. At the same time, Yi Futian sensed danger, and he disappeared from his original spot instantly. In the area where the lord of Tianyan City was, the terrifying attack continued to shoot up to the high heavens after destroying Yi Futian's divine sword. It turned into a beam of destructive light. The space was permeated with the aura of an emperor. Another figure appeared in front of the lord of Tianyan City. He was none other than Wang Xiao. "Wang Xiao!" exclaimed the city lord. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the figure before him. Wang Xiao had returned with the imperial arm. Wang Xiao was actually still alive, and he came back here. How was this possible? The city lord was linked to Wang Xiao. Prior to this, he clearly sensed that Wang Xiao was dead. It was impossible for the city lord to sense this wrongly. Wang Xiao had been killed. However, right now, he indeed appeared alive and well before everyone. Cultivators, especially high-level cultivators like Wang Xiao, indeed had very tenacious vitality. However, could someone still come back to life after their spiritual soul had been destroyed? Even the lord of Tianyan City could not believe what he saw. Yet Wang Xiao truly existed in the flesh before them. Yi Futian once again appeared in space. With a bizarre expression, he stared at Wang Xiao, who was wielding the imperial arm. Just now, Yi Futian had purposely added on a few attacks to ensure that Wang Xiao was truly dead. Both his flesh and his spiritual soul were destroyed to the point beyond repair. But how could he still be alive now? The will of the ancestor is with me. On top of that, I have an indestructible body, to begin with. This time, I have to thank the ancestor for guiding me to overcome my fear of death to find a way out of that impasse. Wang Xiao said, the lord of Tianyan City. A glint of light flashed in the eyes of the city lord. So, Wang Xiao managed to survive because he overcame his fear of death and found a way out of the impasse. The city lord believed Wang Xiao's words right away. After all, Wang Xiao was standing alive and well right in front of him now. Moreover, the will of Tianyan the Great was indeed with Wang Xiao. It was normal to assume that the power of the ancestor had aided him in rebirth. Both Emochinga and Yi Futian knitted their brows together tightly. Their gazes were fixed on Wang Xiao. Had the power of the ancestor helped Wang Xiao to come back to life? Both of them clearly sensed that there was something different about Wang Xiao's temperament. Yi Futian's gaze turned sharp. The light of Buddha flowed around him. His gaze was seemingly able to see through Wang Xiao as he stared at the latter. Sensing his gaze, Wang Xiao swept a glance at Yi Futian. Wang Xiao's eyes were terrifying. His gaze pierced through Yi Futian's eyes, causing him to feel acute pain. He was not Wang Xiao. A voice rang in Yi Futian's mind. He kept a calm expression. Even though he was shocked, he did not show his emotion. Wang Xiao had died and had not come back to life. This Wang Xiao before their eyes was not the same person as before. If this Wang Xiao was not the real Wang Xiao, who was he? Yi Futian thought of a possibility. Immediately his face turned pale as his heart quivered. Wang Xiao inherited the teachings and the will of Tianyan the Great. The weapon he used to wield was that of Tianyan the Great too. Everything he had was given to him by the great emperor. Even Wang Xiao's divine body, which Yi Futian assumed that he had paid a great price in order to forge, was most likely something he achieved with the help of Tianyan the Great. Back during the armorer competition, the city lord revealed Wang Xiao's talent in front of everyone and elected him as the successor of Tianyan City. However, in reality, Wang Xiao had always been the candidate chosen by Tianyan the Great himself. Therefore, who would this current Wang Xiao be? The answer was as clear as day. This person was Tianyan the Great himself. Yi Futian was shocked and perturbed. Tianyan the Great was reborn in the current world with the flesh of Wang Xiao. In fact, he might have been plotting this since the day he chose Wang Xiao as his successor. He nourished himself with Wang Xiao's body and gradually snatched away everything that belonged to the latter. Wang Xiao was but a tool that Tianyan the Great used to pave his way to rebirth. Yi Futian stared straight ahead and kept a poker face. He did not tell anyone about his speculation. If this current Wang Xiao was truly Tianyan the Great, he would undoubtedly be much more frightening than before. He would most likely be able to kill Yi Futian. However, he had not done so. Clearly, he also did not wish to expose his true identity. Tianyan the Great had only been reborn in the flesh. He had yet to recover his abilities as a great emperor. Therefore, he wanted to hide his identity by pretending to be Wang Xiao for now. Chapter 2642, Precaution. In the vast space, battles everywhere stopped. In the battle, the members of the Divine Prefecture came to deal with Yi Futian. After that, Yi Futian wanted to kill Wang Xiao, hence the chaotic battle ensued. Prior to this, Yi Futian had already killed Wang Xiao. However, Wang Xiao seemed to have an immortal body and had come back to life. Suddenly, the vast space fell silent momentarily. Yi Futian stared at Wang Xiao without saying anything. Wang Xiao also stared back at him. Both of them had different thoughts in their minds. Yi Futian was somewhat hesitant, not daring to expose Wang Xiao's identity. He was being wary. The person before him was no longer the Wang Xiao he knew before. He was also not the Wang Xiao that the Lord of Tianyan City knew. He was the reincarnation of a great emperor that had descended upon the world. He was an emperor. Even though the great emperor borrowed Wang Xiao's body, the imperial arm was forged by him. How terrifying would he be in battle wielding an imperial arm? Wang Xiao could not kill Yi Futian while wielding an imperial arm. However, Tianyan the Great would undoubtedly be able to. Hence, he did not dare to expose Tianyan the Great's identity. He did not know what consequences it would bring if he did so. Therefore, he naturally would not bet his life on it. On the other hand, Tianyan the Great was similarly wary of Yi Futian. On this point, the two of them were in tacit agreement. After all, he was a great emperor from the distant past. If he was reborn into this era, how would the other great emperors think? At least for now, him borrowing a body to be reborn meant that Tianyan the Great was not at his peak. He did not dare to claim that he would survive in the hands of the current great emperors. The person who was most confused was Emochinga. Many thoughts also surfaced in his mind. Had Wang Xiao truly forged an immortal body by borrowing the power of Tianyan the Great? Could he be killed? It might be so. Yi Futian looked at Emochinga. Emochinga had hunted Wang Xiao together with him. They had joined forces to take him down and had personally witnessed his death. They were the only two people who knew how Wang Xiao had died. After his body was destroyed, Yi Futian had also destroyed his spiritual soul. Wang Xiao should already have perished and dissipated into nothingness. Even though Emochinga had not killed Wang Xiao, he was still a witness. Could Emochinga figure the truth out? Yi Futian was not sure about this. Buzz. In Wang Xiao's hand, sky tremor unleashed powerful shockwaves that swept towards where Yi Futian stood. Wang Xiao took a step forward and said, "Many thanks for creating a new divine body for me. However, I, Wang Xiao, have an immortal divine body. I am the unrivaled. Even if you want to kill me, can you pull it off?" As he challenged Yi Futian, more and more terrifying shockwaves gushed towards the latter. Sky tremor also moved forward. Yi Futian observed Wang Xiao carefully. The current Wang Xiao seemed to be mimicking the way the real Wang Xiao spoke. Even his words sounded familiar. He did so in order not to arouse suspicion. He wanted everyone to believe that he was still the old Wang Xiao, but with a renewed divine body that was immortal. His action had indeed gained the trust of the others around. After hearing his words, even the Lord of Tianyan City dispelled any doubts he had. It didn't matter how Wang Xiao was resuscitated. More importantly, the great emperor had indeed aided him in forging a perfect divine body that was indestructible. Not only was Wang Xiao's flesh imperishable, but his spiritual soul was also everlasting. Wang Xiao was the unrivaled. He was destined to be extraordinary. He would surely become the next great emperor and lead the members of Tianyan City into a new era. Yi Futian activated celerity and directly disappeared from his original spot with a flash, preventing Wang Xiao from attacking him. Wang Xiao stared as he disappeared and refrained from attacking him with sky tremor. After all, they were still in the divine prefecture. It was not suitable for him to kill Yi Futian here with the imperial arm. Wang Xiao did not go after Yi Futian. Neither did he demonstrate any stronger abilities. He was Wang Xiao now. At least for now, he could not unleash more powerful abilities other than what he had previously displayed. Otherwise, he would be drawing suspicion onto himself. Yi Futian's figure appeared in the area where the cultivators of the Devil World and the Dark Court were. Near him was Death God Yi Qinyao. Yi Futian said, "Let's retreat." "Retreat?" asked Yi Qinyao, somewhat dissatisfied. Just a while ago, these people had wanted to settle a score with Yi Futian. They were all her enemies. She wanted all of them dead. Wang Xiao had not been completely killed off either. How could they just retreat? Emochinga's figure also retreated to their side. He looked at Yi Futian and then complied with what the latter said. Emochinga said, "That will be all for today." Yan Gi from the Devil World retreated here too. The cultivators from both forces returned to their respective locations. They ceased fighting and prepared to retreat. If Wang Xiao truly had an immortal divine body, there was indeed no need to continue battling. They couldn't kill him, and the imperial arm he wielded was also extremely powerful. "Retreat," Yan Gi commanded. The various cultivators retreated. The cultivators of the divine prefecture did not pursue them, instead merely watching them as they left. Wang Xiao similarly did not attack. Setting aside the fact that he wanted to keep his ability hidden, even if he didn't need to hide it, he could not just go on a massacre. If he killed too many people now, he would make enemies before he reclaimed his title as the great emperor. It would be troublesome. Although it was not in his nature to do so, he had already waited so many years for this day. He did not mind waiting for a little while longer. Now, stability was his priority. The cultivators of the Devil World retreated. Yi Futian also left with them. The Lord of Tianyan City stared in the direction that Yi Futian left. He said, "This is irrefutable proof that Yi Futian colluded with the forces of the Devil World and formed an alliance with them. He might prove a nuisance in the future. Is the Imperial Palace considering dealing with the Ziwei Segmentum?" The battle that occurred before this caused him to have lingering fears. Wang Xiao had died once, and Yi Futian, who had returned, wanted to kill him again. The city lord's combat ability would not necessarily be inferior to Yi Futian. However, in terms of agility, he was no match for the latter. If they were to fight alone, he would be worn out and Yi Futian would be at an absolute advantage. This threat needed to be eliminated as soon as possible to prevent trouble in the future that could threaten Tianyan City. The previous battle has already confirmed all this. What more needs to be said? Someone answered. Among the lineup of the Divine Prefecture, Fang Ru was the strongest member. When he heard the words of the Lord of Tianyan City, he naturally understood the other party's intentions. However, it was still within reason. Fang Ru replied, I will report this to the Imperial Palace and let His Highness know about this. He will decide whether anything is to be done to the Ziwei segmentum. He had witnessed today's incident very clearly. Although there was reason to suspect that Yi Futian had allied with the Devil World, he had always stressed that this matter was between him and Tianyan City. Obviously, Yi Futian did not wish to be swept into this conflict and be forced to choose a side. As for him leaving with the members of the Devil World, that was utter nonsense. Many people from the Divine Prefecture wished to kill him. If he did not leave with the cultivators of the Devil World, would he even be able to leave at all? He couldn't stay here anyway. Only the great Emperor could decide on this matter. All right, said the Lord of Tianyan City as he nodded his head. Since Fang Ru had already said so, he did not need to continue. On the other side, Yi Futian's group left the battlefield. It is somewhat unfortunate that Wang Xiao is still alive, a cultivator commented. On the battlefield, Wang Xiao's combat ability while wielding an imperial arm was considered at the top of the pyramid. Only Yan Gi could withstand him head-on. If Yan Gi killed Wang Xiao, Yan Gi would be unmatched. Fang Ru could only stall the former, not withstand him. Moreover, they had the Death God with them. Together, the Death God and Yan Gi could massacre everyone unchallenged. Many people glanced at Yi Futian. It seemed that this top figure of the original realm also had times when he failed. He claimed to have slain Wang Xiao. However, in the end, he did not manage to succeed in doing so. Of course, they understood that this was not Yi Futian's fault. The current Wang Xiao was too resilient. However, how could they have known that the true Wang Xiao had already been killed by Yi Futian? Yi Futian did not bother to explain. Even if Wang Xiao were not here, he would keep the secret. He did not dare to reveal it. He was worried that once he revealed the secret, Tianyan the Great would have no more scruples and would rampage and massacre everyone. However, we have gained Palace Lord Yi as an aide. We still hold the advantage, another cultivator said, as though Yi Futian was already on their side. Yi Futian raised his eyebrows slightly as he contemplated on some matters. Yi Futian, a voice called out right then. Yi Futian shifted his gaze and looked towards the speaker. Standing beside him, the person gave him a vague sense of pressure. Very few people could make him feel this away now. The person who had appeared was the strongest figure on their side. It was the top demon sage of the Devil World, Yan Gi. Demon Sage, greeted Yi Futian as he nodded his head slightly. Yan Gi said, I have also heard of the incident in the Devil World. After that battle, Dong Wang Diyuan left this place. To be able to fight the only daughter of Dong Wang the Great to a draw, you might have a chance of pursuing the path of the Emperor. He seemed to hold Yi Futian in high regard. The cultivators of the Devil World admired ability. Yan Gi had heard that Yi Futian was very powerful before this. Now, he had witnessed it himself. Although Yi Futian did not manage to kill Wang Xiao, he still proved how powerful he was. Demon Sage, you speak too highly of me, replied Yi Futian. The members of the Divine Prefecture wish to kill you. Now you and the Ziwei segmentum most likely do not have many options. Even if you do not attack them, they will certainly attack you. Yan Gi said. Would you consider forging an alliance and attacking the Divine Prefecture together? Yi Futian and Yu Xing had always been on very good terms. It was inevitable that they would become allies in the future. Yi Futian said. Demon Sage, although many people from the Divine Prefecture want to kill me, they are only a small number after all. The Ziwei segmentum is not yet powerful enough to be able to fight against Emperor-level forces. Demon Sage, I hope you won't mind. Besides that, I still have other pressing matters to attend to. I will make a move first. Everyone, many thanks for lending me your aid, Futian said as he saluted with his fists. He was planning to make a trip back to the village. Now, Wang Xiao was Tianyan the Great. He had to take some precautions. All right, replied Yan Gi, not forcing it. He continued, Be on your way. Many thanks, responded Futian as he saluted with his fists again. He then looked at Yi Qingyao and nodded his head at her. He then left immediately, leaving in a hurry. Chapter 2643, Reappearance. In Four Corner Village on Four Corner Continent in the Shangqing domain. Futian once again appeared in the village to see Master. If he had encountered cultivators below the level of a great emperor, he naturally would not disturb Master. However, an ancient great emperor had now appeared. He felt troubled by this, so he could only come and pay Master a visit. In the courtyard in the village, Futian came to seek Master's counsel. The latter's ethereal figure appeared before him, and quietly listened as Futian explained his predicament. There was no change at all to Master's face. For him, who had transcended worldly matters, it seemed that all this came as no surprise. At least he was not surprised by what had transpired. Master explained, For Tianyan the Great to be reborn by borrowing Wang Zhao's body, he needed to first merge with the latter's body and spiritual soul, so your guess should be correct. Tianyan the Great chose Wang Xiao as his successor, but he might have had this goal in mind from the very beginning. He lured them step by step and forged a divine body over several years. Wang Zhao's body and spiritual soul should be thoroughly merged with Tianyan the Great. However, the latter had always kept his agenda hidden. Even if you had not been involved, Wang Xiao would be consumed sooner or later and become a vessel for Tianyan the Great to be reborn into this world. Hence, it can be said that it was not you who drew him out, but rather you merely accelerated the process. That should be it, replied Futian as he nodded. However, if it weren't for me, Wang Xiao might not have walked this path. Tianyan the Great would have needed to face more obstacles to achieve his goal. Futian continued. Nevertheless, now that he is reborn into the world and is now wielding his previous imperial arm if he wishes to attack the Ziwei Segmentum, I fear that I won't be able to stand against him even with the will of great Emperor Ziwei. He was somewhat worried about this. Hence, he had come to discuss things with Master. After all, Master was also previously a great emperor. Master analyzed. First of all, that will not happen so soon. As you said, he is cautious of the current great emperors of the world, so he does not dare to expose himself. Second, if he wishes to completely merge with Wang Zhao's figure, he will still need some time. The current him is not Tianyan the Great from his heyday. I believe he still needs to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. Moreover, none of the ancient god clans are as simple as you think, even those that you have attacked. Futian quietly listened. Shiqiao had warned him about this before as well. The ancient god clans weren't as simple as he thought they were. Tianyan the Great being reborn into the world was further proof of this. Great emperors in the ancient god clans existed in different forms. All of them truly existed in this world and had another chance to be reborn. They were not merely wills. Otherwise, there would not be a case like Wang Zhao's. That meant that similar situations could happen in the other ancient god clans. Great emperors existed in special forms in the ancient god clans and have always passed down their teachings. Master continued. Besides that, the Ziwei Segmentum won't be so easily destroyed. Haven't you fought back Wang Xiao before? The situation this time is somewhat different. Wang Xiao is no longer himself, said Futian. Responded Master, as he nodded his head slightly. Do not overthink things. I will keep an eye on the Ziwei Segmentum. Many thanks, Master, said Futian as he got up and bowed to him. Master nodded his head slightly and accepted his bow. He then gestured to Futian to sit down. Every time I face a problem, I end up coming to trouble you, lamented Futian as he shook his head with a bitter smile. As he said this, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Master had actually done so much for him, yet he could not do anything for the former. He felt ashamed. It is of no consequence. For us to have met, it was fated to be. We will follow wherever destiny leads us, said Master with a smile. Be on your way. All right, replied Futian as he nodded his head and bowed once again. He then left the place and returned to the Ziwei segmentum. After Futian left, Master gazed into the distance. An ethereal aura still emanated from his figure, yet his eyes were wavering. The original realm had undergone a drastic change, and Tianyan the Great was reborn again into the world. The era was about to change. This era would become an iconic one for future generations. He wondered how events would play out. After Futian returned to the Ziwei segmentum, he once again went into seclusion to cultivate. Tianyan the Great's rebirth made him feel pressured. Wang Xiao was no threat to him, and he also did not fear the ancient god clans. However, he had to be cautious of Tianyan the Great. As Futian was cultivating, some incidents occurred in the original realm that disrupted his cultivation. Old Ma came looking for him. What has happened? Asked Futian. Old Ma reported. Recently a group of mysterious cultivators have appeared in the original realm. They sought out available relics and relied on them to cultivate. Occasionally, they even resorted to plundering the relics. Now they have invaded territories that we control. Not long ago, they invaded the previous base of the Futian clan. No one could stop them. However, the other party also acted within reason. They did not kill, and their goal was only to plunder cultivation resources. It seems like they did not wish to make enemies of us. It was also because of this that he could report this to Futian in a rather calm manner. If the other party had committed murder, things would be different. Mysterious cultivators? Futian frowned slightly. He had encountered cultivators from all 6 realms. No one would act in such a manner. If they were his enemies, they would not have held back. If so, which force outside the top forces of the 6 realms dared to touch the lands under the Ziwei segmentum? Was the Supreme Elder around? Asked Futian. He was, but he still could not hold them back, replied Old Ma. This caused Futian to reveal a strange look. Lord Qin was already very powerful, and yet he actually could not keep the enemy at bay. I will go take a look, said Futian as he got up. Both of them headed over to the Space Teleportation Grand Matrix in Ziwei Imperial Palace. After a short while, the Teleportation Grand Matrix activated, and brilliant spatial divine light lit up. Both their figures immediately disappeared and reappeared in the previous base of the Futian clan. The base was an ancient relic with a starry sky. Futian headed in one direction at extremely high speeds. He immediately appeared before a mountain that reached towards the sky. This place had an extremely ancient aura and a very powerful will of the Great Path. A faint emperor's might emanated from this place. Up ahead, there were many figures. Lord Qin and Futian's third brother Gu Donglu were all present. They were looking up ahead. There, a group of cultivators had claimed the palace where Gu Donglu and the others were supposed to be. They stood before the divine wall and observed the divine seals on it. The other party consisted of 3 individuals. The person in the middle was rather young. He kept staring at the divine seals while the other 2 stood to his left and right. All 3 of them had powerful auras. They naturally sensed Futian's arrival, but none of them looked at him. It was as though Futian did not exist. Futian looked at the youth. His heart wavered. He recognized the other party, or rather they had met each other once before. Aside from the original realm, there were 7 realms in the world. In the past, he had only come across 6 of them. There was another realm that had long fallen into oblivion and was forgotten by the world. It was the Heavenly Emperor realm. Chapter 2644 The Heavenly Kings of the Heaven Realm. The Heavenly Emperor realm, also known as the Heaven Realm, ruled over the forces of the Heaven Court. They were once very powerful, and the Heavenly Emperor was also once considered the strongest person in the world. However, this all ended following the death of the Heavenly Emperor. After the Heavenly Emperor perished, the Heaven Realm collapsed. Rumor said that the realm was currently a desolate wasteland. It was gradually forgotten by the people of the world and was even overlooked by the lands of the six realms. They seemed not to give it enough attention. The people of the world had especially forgotten about the existence of the heaven realm. Only the members of the top forces still had their eyes on the heaven realm and knew of its existence. Aside from that, after the fall of the heavenly emperor, the members of the heaven realm rarely made an appearance outside of their realm. Even the current leader of the heaven realm was shrouded in mystery. In the cultivation world, there were rumors of the heaven realm. Some said that after the heavenly emperor perished, a new emperor was born in the heaven realm. He did not use the title of heavenly emperor. He never showed himself and cultivated alone in seclusion. It was as though he did not exist. Some voices claimed that there was no emperor in the heaven realm. However, Futian recalled what the devil emperor said to him. Regardless of whether there existed a great emperor in the heaven realm, he seemed to be ignored. Or rather, it should be said that the ones who controlled the world now were the six great emperors. Hence, the people of the world only recognize these six great emperor figures. In terms of emperors, masters should also be considered in existence at the imperial realm. In the ancient god clans, the great emperors also existed in different forms. However, they all seemed to be overlooked by the world. In the world today, the ones who stood at the peak were these six great emperors. Of course, Futian did not know the overall situation. He knew very little about the heaven realm. He had only met the youth before him once at the geo-center of the shadow realm. This was the only reason why he knew of the existence of the latter. "Sir, it doesn't seem appropriate for you to infiltrate a base of Ziwei Imperial Palace," Futian said as he looked at the other party. Only when they heard Futian speaking did the men on both sides of the youth turn around slowly. They cast a glance at Futian. The youth was still facing away from Futian and did not look at the latter. However, his voice could be heard. "Wasn't this previously the base of the Haotian clan?" he asked plainly. "Since your Ziwei Imperial Palace has forcefully made it their base, what's so inappropriate about me appearing here?" Futian had no comeback to this. The reality was indeed such. Everything in the original realm did not have an owner, and was seized by all the forces from one another. This place was also claimed by him from the hands of the Haotian clan. Since the other party could infiltrate this place, what was stopping him? "You have a point," replied Futian as he nodded his head. He stepped forward and walked towards the three cultivators from the heaven realm. The two men beside the youth turned around. Both of them walked over towards Futian, one from the left and one from the right. Their auras were extremely terrifying. When they unleashed their might, Futian realized that they were actually existences at the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Only Emperor-level forces had such lineups. Even though the heaven realm had deteriorated, the ancient heaven court was one of the most powerful forces in the world. It was once glorious without equal. Even now, Futian was not surprised that several cultivators of this level had appeared here. He glanced at the youth who had not moved. The other party was still standing there, and had not even turned around to look at him. The former was constantly staring at the divine wall. With two protectors who were so terrifying, one could imagine the status the other party had in the heaven realm. He was most likely the successor of the realm. In the chaotic era of the original realm, the six realms waged war against each other. Even the heaven realm had emerged to join the fight. The two cultivators who stepped forward also had extraordinary temperaments. The person on the left had his hair tied up. Golden divine halos flowed over his body. The frightening golden divine halos were like a pagoda. At the same time, a powerful destructive light of catastrophe flowed over him. The person to the right had hair up to his shoulders, unrestrained. He had a deep gaze, and Futian could sense a chill emanating from him. Futian waved his hand, and the people behind him immediately retreated backward away from this region. Even if people at Futian's level controlled their strength in battle, the shockwaves from their bouts were still very powerful. Lord Qin gathered the various cultivators together, and protected them behind him to prevent them from being harmed by the aftershocks of the battle. The cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace were all looking ahead. Was their palace lord about to fight both figures at the same time? Nevertheless, they had absolute faith in Futian's ability. Futian was their faith and their totem. Rumble. A terrifying scene suddenly appeared in the space. With a mere thought, the space appeared as though doomsday had arrived. A bone-chilling aura enveloped the vast space. Ice, frost, and a chilly will gathered in the heavens and the earth, causing people to tremble from head to toe. In the distance, cultivators were shivering from the cold. The divine light of the great path appeared on Lord Chen's figure and formed a starlight screen. It enveloped everyone and made them feel better. Such terrifying power of cold and ice. Even their spiritual souls were about to be frozen. Various people secretly thought to themselves. They looked up ahead. Aside from the extreme chill, there was a menacing light of catastrophe that flashed like lightning in the frost-covered space. A rumbling sound could be heard coming from the sky. Buzz. Golden divine halos rained down. In the destructive storm, extremely dazzling divine light shot out. Futian felt the might of these two figures. He frowned slightly. These two were far more powerful than the master of Celestial Worthy Mountain. They were not much weaker than the lord of Tianyan City, the leader of one of the ancient god clans. They had not only survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. At this level, they were considered among the top. The space seemed to be frozen solid. Even spiritual souls were frozen. Everything slowed down. However, the destructive golden lightning that contained terrifying and threatening power did not stop flashing. Right then, a guqin of ice appeared in the hands of the powerful existence on the right. Even the strings of the guqin had a cold shine to them and seemed to be covered with white frost. It gave off an extremely cold vibe. This person was proficient in the way of rhythm. The strings of his guqin vibrated, and the sound of the guqin immediately reverberated in the space. Futian felt a chill down his spine. The sound of guqin was already in harmony with the heavens and the earth. It was extremely cold. It was as though they were dropped into an ice cellar and submerged into the chill. Futian felt his flesh and his spiritual soul freeze. He was severely affected. This ability was terrifying. What was even more frightening was that there was still another powerful figure. Unparalleled golden divine light shone down. A pagoda of divine light appeared above Futian's head. It was a gigantic divine pagoda with 99 stories. As it spun, destructive divine light pressed down and eradicated everything. In an instant, it shot towards Futian. Buzz. Futian's figure flickered, and he attempted to leave this place. However, he saw the gigantic illusion of the divine pagoda appear in the vast space and envelope this part of the sky. Futian was already inside the pagoda. He could not get out. "A dominion!" exclaimed Futian. He looked towards the two cultivators standing across from him. These two were no ordinary figures. If there were cultivators from Emperor-level forces here, they would know that the two men that Futian was facing in battle were two of the 4 heavenly kings of the Heaven Realm. One could imagine how powerful they were. In the Heaven Court, the 4 heavenly kings were under the direct command of the Heavenly Emperor. Only he could order them around. When the members of Ziwei Imperial Palace witnessed such a horrifying scene of destruction, they felt somewhat worried for their palace lord. How could these two cultivators be so powerful? What was the identity of that youth? Buzz. The destructive light of catastrophe charged down towards Futian and struck his body. However, he was protected by flowing divine light. His divine body of the great path was domineering, and the light of catastrophe did not affect him. Moreover, the divine light contained the divine fire of the sun, which helped to expel the cold aura in Futian's body. Futian's gaze was piercing as he looked forward. Ancient Buddhas appeared in his mind. Since the other party intended to shake his will with the melody, their attacks would probably not stop here. Divine light poured down on Futian as more terrifying attacks descended. The 99-story pagoda spun downwards. Contained within it was a golden halo that seemed capable of eradicating all existences. The pagoda engulfed Futian in an instant. Then, it began to shrink as the light of destruction swept towards him frenziedly. This menacing power intended to destroy both the flesh and the spiritual soul of Futian. It was overbearing. Humph! The cultivator who unleashed the pagoda coldly snorted. Immediately, the pagoda overwhelmed this part of the sky. Yi Futian's body was trapped within it as well. Right at this moment, intense rumbling sounds could be heard coming from the pagoda. The sound caused the 99-story pagoda to shake continuously. Shocking sounds of wheezing could be heard coming from the pagoda, as though there was a terrifying power attacking it from the inside. This caused the heavenly king from the heaven realm to frown. He was well aware of how powerful the pagoda, which stemmed from his divine wheel, was. Even if a cultivator on the same plane as him were trapped in it, they would face the fate of being crushed to death. Both their flesh and their spiritual souls would be turned to pulp. He had encountered countless opponents, yet very few could survive this pagoda. Bang! 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 Vigorous rumbling sounds continued as the pagoda shook violently. One could imagine how intense the collisions in the pagoda were. In the pagoda, ancient Buddhas appeared all around Yi Futian. They sent out gigantic palm strikes frenziedly. The palm strikes struck the inner walls of the pagoda. Even though the destructive power that rampaged in it could not destroy Yi Futian's flesh and spiritual soul, it still threatened him. Nevertheless, the power of this attack was far from being able to kill Yi Futian. It was almost time. As Yi Futian thought to himself, he shifted his will, and a divine sword appeared. He pointed his finger in one direction, and the sword charged straight towards it. With a loud bang, cracks appeared on the pagoda. Shatter! Yi Futian sent out yet another sword. As more and more swords stabbed into the walls, cracks propagated in the pagoda, and the slits grew larger. The spinning pagoda continued to unleash destructive light towards Yi Futian, but it could no longer hold its shape. With a loud boom, the pagoda disintegrated into pieces. Yi Futian's figure appeared in the sky as his gaze was fixed on the two heavenly kings. Your abilities are remarkable, Yi Futian commented calmly. No wonder the three of them were so at ease while invading the Ziwei Segmentum's territory. They did so openly and had no intention of retreating. The heaven realm had fallen, but the surviving members of the realm were most likely stronger than even the ancient god clans. The abilities of these two cultivators were akin to that of the top-tier cultivators in the ancient god clans. Besides that, the youth had yet to show his ability up until now. Yi Futian had a vague feeling that this successor of the heaven realm was surely very powerful. Otherwise, the two top figures would not be under his command. Chapter 2645 All Heaven Buddha's Seal. Yi Futian raised his head as his figure flickered, moving higher into the sky. Both great cultivators glanced at him, then followed him. All three cultivators appeared together in the void except for the young man. He continued with what he was doing previously, comprehending and cultivating in front of the divine wall. It seemed as if all that fighting on the outside had nothing to do with him. Clang! Above the firmament, a loud noise was heard. Although they had reached higher in the sky, they were still within the coverage of the domain, and they had not yet got out of it. There was an intrusion of a rhythmic storm that contained an extreme chill. Yi Futian's divine body was constantly struck by ice and frost. At the same time, another round of terrifying pagodas spun down and hovered over Yi Futian. The golden light of destruction overwhelmed that corner of the sky and enveloped Yi Futian's entire body. Still not quitting? Yi Futian raised his hand as he glanced at the space above. His entire body was radiant beyond description as countless divine swords converged together. Terrifying runes were inscribed on those divine swords, sheltering the sky and the sun. Yi Futian raised his hand and pointed to the sky. Suddenly, the divine swords broke through the sky and savaged this entire space. When Yi Futian comprehended this divine method, he had intended to use it as a method to be used to counter Dong Wang Diuan, and this was most apparent in the naming of this swordsmanship. The sword that Dong Wang Diuan was known for was called the Tianqing Divine Sword, and Yi Futian named his swordsmanship Tianzhu. When hundreds and thousands of swords were launched, all the divine swords resonated, aiming at the 99 layers of pagoda. Immediately, the pagoda collapsed and shattered frantically. Terrible explosive sounds came from the sky above while the great path was crumbling, and the golden divine pagoda was pulverized. Futian glanced at the two cultivators as he clasped his hands together. With a thought, the boundless space turned into the great path realm of Buddhism. Above the firmament, Buddhas filled the heavens while chanting the sound of Buddha. Their chanting lingered between heaven and earth that turned into Buddhist mantras, contending with the sound of guqin played by the cultivator who was an expert in rhythm. Futian was illuminated by a golden light, and divine flames enveloped his body. His divine body was impervious to any means, and it seemed that no great path could destabilize him. His actual physical body seemed to have incarnated as a Buddha. He had incredible prowess. The two of you come from the heaven realm, and you must not be some unknown figures there. How shall I address you? Futian asked loudly. The sound of Buddha lingered and resounded through the void. Only then did the cultivators from the Ziwei Imperial Palace realize that these cultivators were from the heaven realm. The heaven realm, according to legend, had long been weakened and had faded into history. Pagoda King of the Heaven Court, the cultivator who controlled the pagoda proclaimed. Melody King of the Heaven Court. The other person responded coldly in like manner, identifying himself readily. Two great heavenly kings. Futian assessed the two men and saw that they were great figures from the Heaven Court, and both were at the top level. No wonder they had such considerable combat strengths. If they were at the level of the mountain master of the celestial worthy mountain, his current prowess could rid someone like that easily enough. Back then, he was a lot less powerful. It turns out that we are in the presence of the heavenly kings. No wonder there is a battle of this scale, Futian said loudly. It's just that this is the territory that belonged to the Ziwei Imperial Palace. As the Palace Lord of the Ziwei Imperial Palace, I must ask the two of you to leave. As soon as he said that, Buddhas populated in the sky above, and the light of Buddha was blazing, illuminating the space of this realm. It was so radiant that every Buddha had released the light of the Great Path, which was blinding to anyone who tried to look at it. This technique is based on the techniques of Buddhism and my comprehension. Its combat effectiveness is superb and unparalleled. You two heavenly kings, be careful, Futian said loudly, looking at these two powerful men. The two great cultivators raised their heads to look at the brilliant figure above the sky. Futian's divine body was bright, shrouded by the light of Buddha, akin to an ancient Buddha cast in gold. A mighty divine might came from outside the heavens and overpowered this space. It was as if this terrifying power of the great path was coming from somewhere else. All these Buddhas appeared to stand high above the sky. They blasted down boundless and massive Buddhist palm strikes at the same time. Each palm strike contained incomparable power as they slammed straight down, aiming at these two heavenly kings. These domineering Buddhist palm strikes seemed to go on without end. The Pagoda King and Melody King both looked serious now. Futian's power was somewhat unexpected. Although they had heard of Futian and his accomplishments before, they had not paid too much attention. He may be someone extraordinary, but they were no ordinary folks either. The four heavenly kings from the heaven court and heaven realm plus another great existence beside them. Although he rarely made appearances in the outside world and had never become part of the world outside in the truest sense, the people in the heaven realm knew just how powerful this future heavenly emperor of theirs was. All the cultivators in the heaven realm believed that in the future, he was bound to be the one tasked with the mission of revitalizing the whole heaven realm. He would become the heavenly emperor one day. The reason why they were seldom seen in the outside world was that they wanted to keep a low profile. In the midst of today's chaotic situation, they finally decided to come to check things out, taking this opportunity to comprehend the power of the ancient emperors at all the major sites of relics. Therefore, even though Futian was the king of the original realm and possessed extraordinary talent, they had never thought much about him before. Even that proud son on the outside world, who had taken the world by surprise, dared to call himself the Unraveled. This was all because their young master had not made his existence known to the rest of the world. Otherwise, as soon as he made his presence known, he would no doubt dominate the peer of his generation, and no one could compete with him. Those so-called genius talents would only serve as his stepping stones. However, at this juncture in the battle, Futian's strength could be clearly perceived, and even they had to pay attention to it. It seemed that his title as premier genius talent of the original realm had some substance, after all. The rhythm storm as created by Melody King was becoming more urgent, as the surrounding world was frozen shut in ice. Those massive Buddhist handprints close to them were covered with white frost. It was as if they were slowed by the impending freeze. At the same time, the storm of music turned into a terrible, sharp blade, causing the collapse of those Buddhist palm strikes. The Pagoda King attacked forcefully, waving his hands in the front. Suddenly, the pagoda suppressed heaven and earth. This time, the pagoda was slashing towards the sky above, exerting all of its forces. A destructive storm slaughtered against the momentum, blocking the force attacking him. The great path roared, and heaven and earth seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The Buddhas above the sky resonated with one another, and the great palm that fell seemed infinite. Even though they continued to collapse and shatter, there were still more of them slamming into the space below, which seemed endless. And with this terrifying attack, the entire domain became extremely heavy. An extreme chill permeated everything. It was the chill that was generated by the palm strike, which froze heaven and earth. The two heavenly kings gradually felt the chill. The power of Een! Melody King frowned. He had felt the chill. He himself was also an expert at the way of ice. He could freeze the body and spiritual soul of the others. However, at this moment, he felt the invasion of this kind of power. Above the firmament, a gigantic Buddha appeared. He came from beyond the sky and traveled towards the ground below. Futian was actually positioned between the hands and chest of the giant Buddha, thus traveling down as well. The All-Heaven Buddha's seal! As soon as Futian's words fell, his palms slammed towards the area below. Suddenly, the giant Buddha was making the same motion as he did. Boundless and massive palm strikes blasted out downwards and covered this corner of the world. It seemed as if everything was buried underneath those great palm strikes. At the same time, all the Buddhas resonated in unison as they blasted out great palm strikes at the same time. It was as if they had formed some connection. They enhanced the attack with even more power and overpowered this corner of the sky completely. This was the All-Heaven Buddha's seal. The great attack had been comprehended by him, and his power was infinite. The cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace watched the scene, their hearts pounding. The giant Buddha descended like the Buddha himself had descended into the world, lording over everything. The power of this attack was unimaginable. Even Lord Chen's heart palpitated when he saw this scene. The attack was so great that he could see the leaps and bounds that Futian had made in his cultivations over the years. If the Millet Emperor were here, he would definitely find this attack familiar. This attack seemed to contain the power from the Gate of World Suppression, which was extremely powerful. The two heavenly kings from the heaven realm looked even more grave as their eyes were fixed on the attack that pressed down upon them. Accompanied by those violent roars, their defenses were collapsing continuously, and they could not hold off that terrifying attack any longer. The divine light of the great path was released frantically as they gathered their greatest strength, attempting to block the All-Heaven Buddha's seal. However, this overbearing attack continued. It seemed as if no power in the world could stop it. A loud booming sound was heard, and the two men were blasted towards the space below. The great path of the void pulverized, and everything was shattered. Bang! Above the ground, two figures were blasted down into the ground. Down there was a boundless and massive palm that raised an entire ancient mountain range to the ground. The earth was shaking violently. It was as if an earthquake had erupted. There were even fissures on the ground. After a long time, the horrible aura finally dissipated. Two figures emerged from the ground. There was dust all over their bodies. Their breath was shallow, and some coughing could be heard. Blood pooled at the corners of their mouths. Clearly, they were both injured. A palm print had wounded the two existences at the heavenly king level in the heaven realm. The Pagoda King and Melody King both looked up at Futian and thought that this man's cultivation was indeed terrifying. He was already standing at the top level of this realm. They had cultivated for many years to become the heavenly kings of the heaven realm, so they had a clear understanding of their own strength. At their realm, they were definitely at the top. However, today, they had been defeated by someone who was their junior. Truly, there was no lack of talented people in each generation, and the new always replaced the old. The era that belonged to the older generation was no more. Before, it was Dongwang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing who had dominated the world back then. Who would the next era belong to? But no matter who, this being in the heaven realm was still an invincible existence that could suppress everything and everyone as it stood right now. The young man drew his gaze back from the divine wall at this time, raising his head slightly. He glanced at Yi Futian. His expression was indifferent, not showing the slightest hint of annoyance. In his eyes there was simply a sense of ultimate confidence. Yi Futian seemed to have felt his gaze as he bowed his head to look below. The eyes of the two connected, and this was the second time they made contact. Last time, Yi Futian was not yet able to contend with his opponent. After all, the other had sneaked into the center of the earth and entered into the center of the shadow storm by himself. After so many years, the two of them had reached the same level. "Let's go!" The young man retracted his gaze after having looked at Yi Futian. It was as if he didn't care about their loss, nor did he have any thoughts of fighting Yi Futian in retaliation. Chapter 2646. The Same Ability. Were they going to leave just like this? Yi Futian looked at them and asked, "You don't plan on continuing to cultivate here? We've seen everything already. There is no need." The other man responded as he stepped into the void, getting ready to leave. Above the firmament, an extremely terrifying coercion hovered in the area just in front of them, directly enshrouding their opponents within. These two heavenly king guardians and the heir of the heavens must have been some of the most enchanting figures in the world. And their status may be equivalent to that of Dongwang Diuan in the Divine Prefecture. Yi Futian was rather curious to see how strong they actually were. Having perceived this power, the other man turned around to face Yi Futian and saw him step forward. The divine might bloomed in full force, and all the Buddhas in the heavens appeared once again as if to repeat the attack that took place just moments ago. All the Buddhas resonated in an unparalleled and overbearing manner. Both the Pagoda King and Melody King looked very solemn as they fixed their eyes on Yi Futian. Meanwhile, the young man was facing forward as an invisible sword intent erupted from him, tearing through the space. All the Buddhas in the heavens raised their hands simultaneously as the sound of Buddha continued to linger, resounding through the void. Another giant Buddha appeared. Its might was pressing down from above, and it was the all-heaven Buddha's seal. The two heavenly kings could not stop this attack before, and there was no telling if the heir of the heaven realm would do any better. Countless giant palm prints fell down, aiming at the opponent. At the same time, with his body as the center, an incomparable sword intent manifested around the other man. Numerous brilliant golden divine swords appeared between heaven and earth, cutting through the void. The divine sword was gathered together by countless runes, like a punishment from heaven. It was extremely horrific. It shot out madly toward those giant palm prints and collided with them. They crashed and shattered. It was a most terrifying scene to behold. There was a strange look in Yi Futian's eyes, accompanied by the palm of all heaven Buddha's seal. He looked at the other, rather shocked. A radiant divine sword converged and collided with the great palm print of the all heaven Buddha's seal. Within that great path domain, all the great paths were now collapsing as a terrifying storm ravaged the space. Palm prints and swordsmanship clashed, turning into currents of destruction, then gradually dissipated. The young man gave one look at Yi Futian and said, "Not bad." After that, he turned to leave. The two heavenly kings also gave a look at Yi Futian, then went with the young man as well. Yi Futian did not pursue them this time but frowned. There was an uncertain look on his face, and a disturbance took hold of his heart. He had seen this young man's attack before. It had been unleashed by Dongwang Diuan. His own swordsmanship, Tianzhu, was inspired by the swordsmanship used by Dongwang Diuan. Heaven-punishing divine sword. Now he found out the heir of the heaven realm possessed the same abilities as Dongwang Diuan, and it was the divine method that must have been passed on to Dongwang Diuan by Dongwang the Great. So, why would the heir of heaven realm inherit the divine method of Dongwang the Great? What was the relationship between the heaven realm and Dongwang the Great? This caused Futian to fall into deep contemplation. Could there be some connection behind all this? If there was some connection, wouldn't that suggest a relationship between Dong Wang the Great and the Heaven Realm? Of course, there was another possibility. If Dong Wang the Great, by chance, had cultivated a method that originated from the Heaven Realm and passed it on to Dong Wang Diyuan, then it could explain why Dong Wang Diyuan and the heir of the Heaven Realm were experts in the Heaven Punishment Divine Sword. After the others left, Lord Qin and Gu Donglu walked next to Futian. Together, they looked at those departing figures in the distance. These men are very powerful, especially that young man who was able to take the blow from the palace lord, Lord Qin commented. Before Futian arrived, he had a brief exchange with them. He was simply unable to face 3 such giants, so he did not force the fight. Were they from Heaven Realm? His strength is no less than mine, Futian replied. The blow he dealt just now was equally matched, and he had a feeling that the other man could be stronger. The young man's strength was not less than Dong Wang Diyuan's. It certainly would not be any less than Futian's. It seems that in these troubled times, more and more magnificent figures will begin to show themselves. This world is very big, and I am afraid that there are top figures whom we have not yet been made aware of, Futian whispered. This man came from the Heaven Realm, and the fact that the heavenly kings acted as his protectors all but confirms his status. The Heaven Realm may be in decline, but in the 7 realms of the world, the heavenly emperor was once a man of might. It is not surprising that there is such an existence, Gu Donglu said next to him. However, this level of existence is rare in the world, and there were very few of them. There is no need for junior brother to belittle yourself. Any cultivator who can fight against you is probably a genius talent who is already standing at the very top of this world. How many mighty figures are there from times immemorial until now? The world has been peaceful for hundreds of years. In the battles that took place hundreds of years ago, many have fallen, but what about those top cultivators who survived? All of them are blessed with long lives, and they will not die of old age. They may be cultivating in the shadows as we speak. Futian continued. I have a feeling that in troubling times, those influential figures will reappear in the world once again. Now that Tianyan the Great had returned to them using Wang Zhao's body. With the heir of the Heaven Realm and heavenly kings who just made their presence known one after the other, this was a sure sign. The top figures of the world would emerge one after another. Before, in that war in the Divine Prefecture, he had seen many powerful people. Even so, junior brother, you will still be at the top. Only in an era when all the stars are shining can you create an unparalleled legend. Naturally, Gu Donglu trusted Futian and believed that he would climb to the top of the world eventually. It's the same with you, third senior brother. We will all reach the top together, Futian replied with a smile. This was the collective wish of the disciples from the cottage. In the future, they would have to take a trip to Donghuang Imperial Palace and discuss with Mr. Du how to change this world of cultivation. Let's go back, Futian said. Although the cultivators from the Heaven Realm were discourteous, they did not hurt anyone, as they exercised great restraint. Otherwise, with the strength of all 3 cultivators from the Heaven Realm, the cultivators stationed here would be easily obliterated. Moreover, they had only comprehended for a bit before leaving on their initiative, without any intention of taking anything with them. They really only just wanted to come here to comprehend the relics of the great emperors and use them for cultivating. They were only here for cultivation. The young man was extremely proud, probably because he wanted to visit the relics of the great emperors. Back then, he had gone deep into the center of the Shadow Realm and felt the power of the Yin firsthand. The time since that event spanned several decades. Over the years, he must have traveled to many places and comprehended many extraordinary relics. Would Heaven Realm be a friend or foe in the future? Or rather, there was no such thing as friend or foe, to begin with. Take the Dark World and the empty Divine Realm, for example. Were they friend or foe? The Divine Prefecture, friend or a foe? Depending on the time, their role would certainly change as well. Between him and a certain principality in the Dark World, there was still some unfinished business. Even the divine prefecture and Yi Futian had not always been enemies either. No one knew what the future held. Yi Futian left to return to the Ziwei imperial palace to cultivate, focusing on continuing to improve his own strength. Only by becoming a great emperor could he possibly be qualified to determine the way of the world. Today, in the eyes of the 6 existing great emperors, he remained someone hardly worthy of their attention. In the divine prefecture, after the battle with Yi Futian, both sides had entered into a truce, and a period of considerable peace ensued. It was said that Dongwang the Great had dispatched envoys to negotiate with the 3 realms of the Devil World. This war had taken place in the North Cliff region of the Divine Prefecture. Thus, the North Cliff region had suffered the most, having lost countless innocent lives. The cultivators of Tianyan City left the battlefield as well and returned to Tianyan City. At this moment, somewhere inside the city lord's office of Tianyan City, Wan Xiao was sitting cross-legged, cultivating in a terrifying divine matrix. Divine flames surrounded his body, tempering it. At this moment, Wan Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, and a terrifying pair of eyes penetrated everything he gazed at in front of him. Over there, a cultivator appeared, and it was none other than the city lord of Tianyan. The city lord of Tianyan felt a sting in his eyes. From Wan Xiao's eyes, he felt a most overbearing look of contempt, which made his heart tremble to no end. "You felt it too?" Wan Xiao asked. He could sense the presence of the other, as he had looked in on him several times already. That, and based on some of their previous conversations, he knew that the other had put 2 and 2 together. "You are not Wan Xiao," the city lord of Tianyan said. His heart was beating wildly. Even a top figure like himself was feeling a little nervous at this moment. He knew Wan Xiao too well. He had raised Wan Xiao, and he was familiar with Wan Xiao's every movement. Even if the other had deliberately put up a show in front of him, he couldn't be fooled. Some things couldn't be disguised, such as that unmistakable haughtiness that seeped right from his core. That was something Wan Xiao did not have. Wan Xiao sat there, staring at the city lord of Tianyan. "You can't guess who I am?" When he spoke, a terrifying imperial might came down and enveloped the great hall so that the city lord of Tianyan felt suffocated. Meanwhile, his heart was beating so hard it almost jumped out of his chest. "Or should I say that you are unhappy because it's me? I dare not." The city lord of Tianyan bowed most respectfully in response. Under that mighty pressure, he had no choice but to prostrate and kneel on the ground, saying, "Greetings to our most high ancestor." His voice trembled slightly. His attitude was respectful and extremely pious. Although he was a bit sad because of Wang Zhao's death, a trace of hatred lingered. After all, that was his beloved grandchild. But soon, another overwhelming emotion was emerging. Their ancestor Tianyan the Great had been reborn and returned to them once again. For Tianyan City, Tianyan the Great was far more important than Wang Xiao. All his high hopes for Wang Xiao were nothing more than for him to become a great emperor one day himself and lead Tianyan City to glory. Now that the great emperor had returned, Tianyan City's former glory would be restored soon enough. Furthermore, everything that Tianyan the Great could give to the family was far beyond what Wang Xiao ever could. One day, when the great emperor had restored his peak strength, perhaps he could even dominate and rule the 7 realms. How could he not be emotional? "Get up," Tianyan the Great remarked nonchalantly. "You are one of us, part of the Wang family. You don't need to grovel like this. To everyone else, I am still Wan Xiao, and you, the city lord of Tianyan." "I understand." The city lord of Tianyan nodded. Tianyan the Great nodded, but the city lord of Tianyan was still standing in place, which prompted him to ask, "Is there something else?" "Sir, regarding Yi Futian and the Ziwei segmentum." Even with the return of the great emperor, he was still thinking of Yi Futian. His hatred for Yi Futian was plain enough. "I will deal with him," Tianyan the Great responded lightly. Currently, it was not convenient for him to venture out. After cultivating for another period of time, he could then announce to the outside that his realm had been elevated and that his strength had greatly improved. At that time, there was nothing to stop the destruction of the Ziwei segmentum. Chapter 2647, Glory of Yore. A tremendous piece of news came from the land of the Divine Prefecture. Donghuang Imperial Palace and the Devil World were in the middle of a peace talk to stop the war. For this reason, the Divine Prefecture was willing to give up the North Cliff region and leave it to the people of the Devil World as a place of cultivation. The Divine Prefecture would forfeit it without further interference, and withdraw their troops. At the same time, the cultivators of the North Cliff region may freely choose to move away or stay. During this process, the people from the Devil World may not do anything to the cultivators in the North Cliff region. Donghuang Imperial Palace had obtained the truce at the expense of ceding one of the 18 regions of the Divine Prefecture, the North Cliff region. This decision had caused a great uproar in the Divine Prefecture, and it was the source of much contention. Already, some people in the Divine Prefecture had begun to question the judgment of Donghuang the Great. Hundreds of years ago, Donghuang the Great came out of nowhere and ruled the land of the Divine Prefecture with his outstanding talent. Now, hundreds of years later, Donghuang the Great had decided to give up the territory of the North Cliff region. Was this really the great emperor that they once knew? Could this mean that, even without Emperor Yiqin, Donghuang the Great was equally cautious about the Devil Emperor? Many other rumors were also circulating on the land of the Divine Prefecture, undermining the authority of Donghuang the Great. Of course, some claimed that the North Cliff region had already been occupied by the 3 major legions of the Devil World. The place had turned into a battlefield, and any more fighting would be pointless. It would only bring more deaths and suffering, perpetuating the great disasters to other continents in the North Cliff region. This was the true reason why Donghuang the Great had to set aside his pride and hand over the North Cliff region, to allow the cultivators in the North Cliff region a chance to extricate themselves. However, no one knew for sure the actual thought process that went through Donghuang the Great's head. It was just that the Divine Prefecture had already lost its right to govern, and now with the North Cliff region fallen into the hands of the Devil World, it seemed that over the years, the Divine Prefecture had made one concession after another. Was this still the same Divine Prefecture that they used to know? Was Donghuang the Great the same great emperor as he once was? Other than that, there was another ponderous news that came out of the Divine Prefecture. Rumor had it that Wang Xiao of Tianyan City was no longer Wang Xiao. This news came out of the North Cliff region, and the evil sage of the empty divine realm was the one who first made such a claim. He had seen Wang Xiao's demise with his own eyes, whose soul and spirit were scattered at his time of death. However, Tianyan City did not make any response regarding this rumor. In light of such shocking news, cultivators from the Divine Prefecture had made subsequent inquiries to Tianyan City. All of them were from top principalities and included people from the ancient god clans. They were most interested in the veracity of this claim. If it weren't Wang Xiao, then who could it be? With the passage of time and the continued silence of Tianyan City, the suspicion grew stronger. Many cultivators from the Divine Prefecture finally decided to set off for Tianyan City to see Wang Xiao and determine the fact for themselves. On a certain day, Wang Xiao finally made a public appearance and announced that he was the reincarnation of Tianyan the Great. For a time, this explosive news caused great commotion in the Divine Prefecture, and the world was in shock. Tianyan the great emperor of armoring in ancient times, had returned. At the time, all the cultivators who were present were stunned, including the top figures. Without exception, they were speechless and unsure as to what to say. This news was too sensational. The great emperor of Tianyan City was reborn through Wang Xiao and had appeared once again in the world. What would this mean to the Divine Prefecture? Would the 6 great emperors in the world pay any attention to it? However, there was not a peep from any of the 6 emperors. Even Donghuang Imperial Palace in the Divine Prefecture was unusually quiet. Although Donghuang the Great dispatched an envoy from the Imperial Palace to Tianyan City to ask, it was so casual that it seemed as if they didn't really grasp the gravity of a great emperor's return. This kind of nonchalance also made countless people wonder just exactly what was Donghuang the Great thinking? If Tianyan the Great had recuperated his peak strength, would he compete with Donghuang the Great for the right to control the Divine Prefecture? The ancient god clans were never under the direct jurisdiction of the Imperial Palace, They were no more than one of the principalities that happened to located in the divine prefecture. Moreover, their heritage far preceded the establishment of Dongwang Imperial Palace, as they had been commanding the lands of the divine prefecture countless years ago as a much older entity than Dongwang the Great himself. No one would expect Tianyan the Great to surrender under the power of Dongwang the Great. This was the great emperor of armoring from the ancient days. If he had returned fully to his former glory, how could he succumb to any others? After that, the human realm also dispatched an emissary to Tianyan City to congratulate the return of Tianyan the Great. The return of a great emperor from ancient times was viewed as a blessing to the cultivation world. It seemed that everything was moving in a positive direction. Tianyan the Great did not make any response whatsoever. He was an old monster who had lived for a great many years. He was someone from the ancient days who was now coming back through reincarnation. This, in itself, was a very sensitive issue. Especially now that they were in a time of chaos, he knew very well that if he got too close to any one side, it might make him a target to other forces. The presence of a great emperor would disrupt the balance of the world. He wanted to wait until his cultivation had been fully restored to its peak level, as it was the only way to preserve the existing balance without affecting those great ruling emperors in the present world. Or, he could wait until the situation became clearer when he was very confident that picking a side would not translate into total obliteration of him or his people. Therefore, Tianyan the Great announced that Yi Futian of Ziwei Imperial Palace was instrumental in the slaughters in Tianyan City, which killed numerous cultivators inside the city. For that, he needed to be brought to justice. In addition, he also announced that Ziwei Imperial Palace was not worthy of occupying a territory, lording over the original realm. Instead, Tianyan City would take over Ziwei Imperial Palace and replace it. After the news came out, the divine prefecture was in mayhem again and was shaken to its core. Tianyan the Great had decided to attack Ziwei Segmentum, not only because of the confrontations that happened with the Ziwei Segmentum, but there were other deeper implications. For example, he could move Tianyan City into Ziwei Segmentum in the future and take over the control of it, thus ruling over all of the original realm. This way, he would neither belong to the divine prefecture nor compete with Dongwang Imperial Palace for control over the divine prefecture. He coveted the original realm. For this reason, many principalities actually responded to his call of arms, including all the ancient god clans, who were supportive of Tianyan the Great. They were willing to follow him to the Ziwei Segmentum to destroy Ziwei and get rid of Yi Futian. As if they had, once again, forgotten what happened once upon a time. After all, this time, it was the return of Tianyan the Great, and Yi Futian would die without question. Finally, the end was upon Ziwei and Yi Futian. People in the divine prefecture were quite sorry to hear this news. Yi Futian's strength was widely witnessed and proven. It was said that he was the one who killed Wang Xiao while Wang Xiao was wielding the imperial arms on the battlefield. Furthermore, he suppressed the city lord of Tianyan, demonstrating how powerful he was. Truly, he could be said to be a world-famous genius talent. Given time, Yi Futian could very well embark on the road to become a great emperor himself. However, the return of an ancient emperor would cut off his path to becoming an emperor, not to mention this ancient emperor meant to do away with Yi Futian. This time, Yi Futian might not be able to escape. Naturally, Yi Futian received the news quickly in Ziwei Imperial Palace. How could such important news concerning him be overlooked? Many had contacted him as soon as they got wind of the words, and Shi Qiao was also there, who informed him right away. As the news spread through Ziwei Imperial Palace, many cultivators felt a sense of hopelessness, like the dark clouds were hovering over their heads again. It had not been an easy journey for Ziwei Segmentum, as they had been through so many catastrophes and disasters, under siege time and time again. Now that a great emperor had been resurrected, his first order of business was to destroy them. This made them feel unjustifiably persecuted. This time, would they be heading to ruins? Who could block the might of a great emperor? Even though Tianyan the Great hadn't fully recuperated all his strength as the great emperor, he was once an ancient emperor who was armed with imperial arms. It was probably impossible to stop him, no matter what. Yi Futian had heard the chatters on the outside and thought that whatever was destined would come sooner rather than later. He had hoped it would be later, but the truth was exposed before schedule. The evil sage, Mochinga, guessed correctly. Now that the identity of Tianyan the Great had been revealed, there was no incentive for him to hide the truth from anyone anymore. So, now he decided to act proactively by seeking the destruction of Ziwei's segmentum in him. As he stepped forward, Yi Futian came to the main hall in Ziwei Imperial Palace, where many cultivators had already gathered. Their attention turned to Yi Futian once they saw him approach. "Palace Lord," Lord Chen called out. "They are on their way here," said Yi Futian. The clan lord of the Shin clan had also joined the army dispatched from Tianyan City. The Shin clan was under his control, so he was very keen on what was happening. No movements from the other side could escape his sight. Although everyone was puzzled, they didn't ask anything further. Yi Futian would have his own way of dealing with things. "I knew already when I was in the North Cliff region that why I chose to leave. After that, I went back to the village to talk to the teacher. The teacher said that he would keep an eye on this side." Yi Futian tried to calm everyone down and continued. "However, I am not very sure of the situation regarding the teacher, and Tianyan the Great has truly been reborn and returned, so the outcome of this battle is unknown. If Tianyan the Great cannot be blocked, all of you should leave immediately through the teleportation Grand Matrix, and give up Ziwei Imperial Palace. We will live and die with Ziwei Imperial Palace," Lord Chen and the others said. "There is no need to do that. Save yourselves." Yi Futian gave a wave with his hand. He didn't like a useless sacrifice. Although it was noble in sentiment, it had no real substance. If the outcome was destined, he hoped to save as many of them as possible. Now, it all depended on whether or not he could stop the onslaught. "Lord Chen, you are the Supreme Elder. You are responsible for making sure this happens." Yi Futian looked at Lord Chen and added, "This is an order." Lord Chen looked at Yi Futian, then nodded and acquiesced. "Yes, Palace Lord." Seeing that everyone's heads were hung, Yi Futian smiled and said, "Don't be so pessimistic. I've experienced this kind of thing many times before, and every time I survived. It's the same this time. I am not so easily taken." He shrugged as he spoke, looking unconcerned and carefree. Many looked at his relaxed pose, but their hearts remained heavy. The opponent this time was more terrifying than any he faced before, the resurrected great emperor of yore. "They have departed already and entered the land of the original realm as we speak. I am heading over there now. Lord Chen, remember my order," Yi Futian said, then his figure flashed and disappeared from where he was. Everyone in the Ziwei Imperial Palace raised their heads to watch that departing figure in the sky, and their hearts were unspeakably heavy. It didn't take long for a brilliant starry light screen to light up in Ziwei Segmentum, which covered the entire expanse of the Segmentum. In the land of the original realm, a mighty army appeared, and its soldiers meant to overpower Ziwei. This time, the one who led the troops was Tianyan the Great himself. Chapter 2648 Return from Despair. The Ziwei Segmentum was once again enveloped by starlight. Yi Futian stood beneath the vast starlight, and seemingly became one with the Ziwei Segmentum. From the outer realms, a mighty army had arrived. They were none other than the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture. Wan Xiao, now Tianyan the Great, appeared in front of the army. He was surrounded by divine light, and his god's might was overbearing. His eyes flashed with golden divine light as he looked down at everything around him. Behind him were cultivators from the few major ancient god clans. All of them were under his command now. This time, they would surely eradicate the Ziwei Segmentum. The cultivators arrived at the outer region of the Ziwei Segmentum. After a few years, they came again. In the past, their armies were defeated here, and they were forced to retreat. Yi Futian shocked everyone in the Divine Prefecture with his ever-growing ability. His status back then had already posed a threat to the ancient god clans. Now, Tianyan the Great had returned. He would take care of their worries. They would plunder everything in the Ziwei Segmentum. Tianyan the Great stopped outside the Segmentum. He lowered his head and looked down. His figure was surrounded by God's might, and he was peerless. He took a step forward, and his figure grew larger, transforming into a 100 zhang tall god. Sky Tremor, which he wielded, similarly grew larger, and it emanated shocking god's might. The power demonstrated by Sky Tremor now was not at all on the same level as that when the real Wang Xiao wielded it before. Tianyan the Great, who had transformed into a god, lowered his head and looked over the Ziwei segmentum. Terrifying flames burned in his gigantic eyes. It was as though two beams of frightening light were directly emitted on the light screen protecting the segmentum. The light screen was on the verge of being penetrated with just his gaze. The cultivators who stood behind Tianyan the Great felt their hearts tremble in fear. The might of an actual emperor was beyond their imagination. No wonder the gap to becoming a great emperor was so tough that countless cultivators failed to break through it. If they did, they would become a god, an immortal existence. Even though the current Tianyan the Great paled into insignificance compared to his former self, he was still a great emperor who managed to return to the world with the flesh of Wang Xiao. His ability was powerful, and it was not something other cultivators could fathom. Even near deity figures were like ants before him. Only real great emperors could suppress him now. In the Ziwei segmentum, Futian also saw the figure of Tianyan the Great. The 100 zhang tall figure of the god was extremely majestic, like a deity whose order was irresistible. He looked down on the segmentum with a gaze of disdain. The divine light emanating from the eyes of Tianyan the Great was enough to kill Futian. This scene caused Futian to feel somewhat helpless. Could the Ziwei segmentum resist the other party? Why do you put yourself through such a futile struggle? I come from the ancient age, and I have no intention of committing a massacre here, Tianyan the Great said plainly. You should remove the seal voluntarily and embrace your death. That will spare everyone in the Ziwei segmentum. His tone was scornful. Tianyan the Great suggested that Futian should give up resisting. The latter should remove the seal and willingly be killed. Clearly, Tianyan the Great had set his mind on killing Futian. He did not lie to the latter either. He was too prideful even to bother deceiving Futian. Futian was but an ant to him. Even with Futian's extraordinary talent, he was but an ant when faced with the great emperor. He did not amount to anything. Futian's emotions were stirred. Tianyan the Great asked him to embrace his death? Such was the mentality of a great emperor. The other great emperors most likely also shared a similar way of thinking. They wouldn't take all the proud sons of heaven seriously. For the great emperors, those talented youths were but ants. However, Futian would never accept his death willingly without trying to resist first. Futian shut his eyes tightly. His body turned ethereal as he transformed into an illusory figure. A terrifying aura permeated the starry sky of the Ziwei segmentum as countless stars lit up at the same time. Futian's illusory figures appeared on every single star. A menacing aura burst forth. In the heavens above, Tianyan the Great, who had transformed into a god, stared at the scene below with a cold expression. He scanned the Ziwei segmentum with a look of disdain as he scoffed. You are but a mayfly attempting to topple a tree. You are seeking your death. As he said this, he raised his sky tremor, and a shocking wave gushed forth. The shock waves materialized into tremoring pulses that swept towards Futian. Tianyan the Great swung sky tremor downwards. The sky beneath his feet shattered, and everything in the way of the attack turned into dust. Myriads of tremoring pulses blasted the protective shield of the Ziwei segmentum. A shocking sound reverberated in space as the entire Ziwei segmentum shook. All the cultivators in the segmentum were appalled. They frantically looked up to the sky. Were they under yet another attack? The cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace also felt their hearts tremble violently. Their bodies were shivering as the ground vibrated. Fortunately, the buildings were very stable. Otherwise, they would have collapsed due to the shock. Palace Lord! The cultivators mumbled as they raised their heads and stared at the sky. With a flash, Hua Jiu charged towards where Futian was. Her eyes glistened with tears. Despite many years having passed and many things having changed, the other party still refused to let Futian off the hook. The great emperor had come with his imperial arm and intended to eradicate all of them. The protective shield around the Z-Way segmentum was shattering. It was as though the sky was collapsing, and everything was on the verge of being reduced to nothingness. The attack of Tianyan the Great could not be stopped at all. This time, Tianyan the Great bestowed genuine despair on the cultivators of the segmentum. "Milady!" shouted Lord Qin. He had promised Yi Futian that he would escort Hua Jieyu away from here. However, she was also a 2 tribulation-level cultivator now. Lord Qin couldn't stop her. She had traveled a long distance, and was charging up towards the sky in an instant. "Let her be," said Gu Donglu to the side. If the Z-Way segmentum was truly destroyed and his little brother was killed, Hua Jieyu would not choose to live either. Not long ago, the couple had made a promise to reach the peak of the world of cultivation together. No one had expected that doomsday would befall the Z-Way segmentum in the blink of an eye. No one could stop Tianyan the Great at all. An aura of despair loomed over Z-Way Imperial Palace. Aside from hopelessness, everyone felt enraged as they raised their heads to observe the battle in the sky. "Master!" exclaimed Little Ling and the others as they took to the sky. "Stay put!" Lord Qin immediately forged a starry domain and sealed off the space. He would not allow the youngsters to die in vain. "Let us go!" shouted Fan Xiyuan as he turned around and glared at Lord Qin. Lord Qin stared at him silently, but he did not do as they wished. They were the kindling of hope. Many people in Z-Way Imperial Palace got teary-eyed as they observed the event. Were things truly going to end like this? This was such a sudden destruction. They were not ready for it at all. In the heavens above, the god looked down. Yi Futian's aura was unstable, and there was blood oozing out from the corner of his mouth. The protective shield forged with the stars in the Z-Way segmentum was shattered. It could not withstand even a hit, and was directly smashed into pieces by the imperial arm of Tianyan the Great. Tianyan the Great had personally come. He was on a totally different level than Wang Xiao. The members of the ancient god clans, who were behind Tianyan the Great, observed everything from high above. They were delighted. Without the protective barrier of Z-Way, Yi Futian had no chance of survival. Today, the Z-Way segmentum was doomed to be destroyed. Yi Futian was destined to die here too. Finally, everything was about to come to an end. However, Tianyan the Great was not in a hurry to kill Yi Futian. As he stood high and mighty like a god, he looked down at the figure of the latter. Tianyan the Great appeared majestic and superior. He was God. He had heard rumors about Yi Futian owning many imperial-level items. He might not have a use for those items, but they would surely come in handy for the Wang family. "Come and embrace your death," ordered Tianyan the Great as he looked down on Yi Futian. He said, "This is your last chance. You should be honored to be killed by me personally." So he would die in the hands of Tianyan the Great? Yi Futian felt powerless and despair. He closed his eyes and communicated with the will of great Emperor Z-Way. He seemed to no longer be himself. His spiritual soul merged with the stars, and he unleashed his power of the great path to his maximum. He resonated with the stars and became one with them. Yi Futian was no longer himself. Instead, he was part of the starry sky. A gigantic phantasm appeared. It was none other than the illusory figure of great Emperor Z-Way. He was dissatisfied. "Humph!" Tianyan the Great looked down with a look of condescension. Even now, the other party did not know their strength and was stubbornly persisting. "Since you are so ignorant about your current situation, I will send you to your death," said Tianyan the Great. "Be destroyed together with this starry sky." As he said this, a beam of light that was even more brilliant than before shone in the vast space. A destructive tremoring pulse swept down. He raised Sky Tremor in his hand once more. The god lifted his divine hammer, intending to destroy Z-Way. Yi Futian made a wish. "Years ago, the will of the great emperor awakened and helped me break the seal on the imperial arm and destroyed the heaven-tempering divine matrix. Now, will the great emperor awaken to protect the Z-Way segmentum from being destroyed?" A consciousness enveloped the various stars. The next moment, the destructive tremoring pulses from Sky Tremor, as well as the world-destroying divine light, came crashing down. It was even more terrifying than the previous attack. Unparalleled destructive power rained down. Everyone in Ziwei Imperial Palace fell into despair. Right then, an even more dazzling divine halo lit up in the starry sky. It was as though all the stars were shining. "All right," answered a voice from the void. Then, there was a terrifying sound. The tremoring pulses that could destroy everything crashed onto the defenses of the Ziwei segmentum. This time, it did not shatter the defensive light shroud. The destructive god's might slammed down as though it was about to destroy the entire segmentum. However, it was blocked. Many cracks appeared on the light shroud, but the destructive divine light could not penetrate it. It merely kept attacking as its might gradually faded. Finally, the divine light was shattered and dissipated on the surface of the light shroud. Huh! Tianyan the Great and the various cultivators were stunned at this scene. The light shroud wasn't destroyed? Whose voice was that just now? Amidst the destructive attacks, they heard a voice utter a single word. Who was this voice responding to? They were not the only ones who heard it. At this moment, all living beings in the Ziwei segmentum heard this word. Futian naturally also heard it. The various stars shone brighter and brighter. Their light was scorching. An unparalleled god's might emanated from the various stars in the sky. In the heavens above, an illusory figure appeared in the vast starry sky. It was an ethereal and domineering figure of a god. His long hair fluttered in the wind. It was as though his entire figure was formed from the stars. It is the Great Emperor! The Great Emperor has returned. Great Emperor Ziwei has returned. When the entire Ziwei segmentum saw this dazzling and miraculous scene, many members actually could not help but kneel on the ground. Tears of joy flowed down their faces. They had thought that the Ziwei segmentum would once again face another fatal catastrophe. They never imagined that after Tianyan the Great was reborn, the Ziwei segmentum would be in peril. The former wanted to destroy them. However, at this very moment, Great Emperor Ziwei had returned. It was Great Emperor Ziwei. Everyone in Ziwei Imperial Palace felt their hearts throbbing as they gazed in awe at the scene in the sky above. Great Emperor Ziwei had returned. Chapter 2649 A Tragic Great Emperor. Futian's heart was similarly throbbing. His consciousness also formed a phantasm. He looked towards the god figure and shouted, "Great Emperor!" He never imagined that Great Emperor Ziwei would hear his summons and descend upon the world in this moment of despair. They were saved from the Valley of Despair. Great Emperor Ziwei's ethereal face looked towards Futian as he said, "You inherited the will of Ziwei and my teachings. Shouldn't you be calling me master?" Futian had inherited the will of Ziwei and was now the faith of the members of the Ziwei segmentum. The stars in the sky were his to command. He could also rely on the will of Ziwei. Indeed, he could be considered a disciple of Great Emperor Ziwei. Although this was the first time the two of them had met each other, it was within reason for Futian to call him master. "Master!" Futian called out as he bowed. Great Emperor Ziwei's ethereal face revealed a smile, and he seemed reassured. He said, "After having perished for so many years, I am relieved to be able to take in a disciple after my will awakened." Clearly, Great Emperor Ziwei greatly approved of Futian, otherwise he would not have taken him in as a disciple now. His voice could be heard across the entire Ziwei segmentum. All the cultivators present could hear him clearly. He was Great Emperor Ziwei, the master of the Ziwei segmentum. This was his world. How could the cultivators of Ziwei not recognize his voice and will? "From this day forth, Futian will inherit the will of Ziwei and become the master of the Ziwei segmentum," declared Great Emperor Ziwei. All the cultivators in the segmentum felt their hearts tremble. Great Emperor Ziwei had returned to recognize Futian as his successor officially. He declared that Futian would inherit the segmentum. The members of the Ziwei segmentum had long acknowledged Futian and viewed him as their faith before this. However, he had seized Ziwei Imperial Palace by force back then, so his claim over it was debatable. However, from now on, he was officially the master of the Ziwei segmentum. "Master!" Futian cried out. He had a bad premonition. His summoning the will of Great Emperor Ziwei this time might cause it to dissipate after. The latter's words sounded more like a final will to put affairs in order. Great Emperor Ziwei seemed to know what Yi Futian was thinking. Right now, their minds were linked. Their wills were both merged with the various stars in the sky. The former continued saying, I have perished for many years and should not exist in this world. However, because I was concerned about the Ziwei segmentum, I sealed some of my will in the various stars. I am aware of everything you have done in the past. Several years ago, you awakened my will, which allowed me to have the opportunity to reappear in the world. I should be thanking you. When Yi Futian heard Great Emperor Ziwei's words, his guess was proven correct. The latter's return would be followed by his disappearance forever. Lend me your body, said Great Emperor Ziwei. As he said this, endless starlight surged into Yi Futian's body. Yi Futian, whose eyes were closed all this while, felt his body suddenly tremble. Starlight shone, and the various stars in the sky resonated with his body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Within them, starlight shot out towards the heavens. The light was dazzling as it swept towards Wang Xiao, controlled by Tianyan the Great. Tianyan the Great had relied on Wang Zhao's body to be reborn into this world. Great Emperor Ziwei now relied on Yi Futian's body to return. Both were similar but were fundamentally different. However, it seemed like they had returned to square one. The battle between Tianyan the Great and Great Emperor Ziwei was like the battle between Wang Xiao and Yi Futian back then. It was as though they had returned to the past in a dream. This scene seemed familiar. Tianyan the Great kept staring down below. His expression was serious, and he no longer had his previous overbearing aura. His arrogant attitude had disappeared. No matter how monstrous Yi Futian was, he was still an ant in the eyes of Tianyan the Great. Now, the person who appeared before him was Great Emperor Ziwei. The latter was previously one of the most powerful great emperors who had several great emperors under his command. During the Age of Emperors, Great Emperor Ziwei's name was renowned far and wide. Tianyan the Great returned using Wang Zhao's body and wanted to seize the Ziwei segmentum. However, he never imagined that Great Emperor Ziwei would similarly be awakened by Yi Futian and use the latter to return. Behind him, the various cultivators saw all of this, and their hearts were throbbing. They had initially come to be spectators, wanting to witness the destruction of the Ziwei segmentum and the death of Yi Futian with their own eyes. Yet, they never imagined that they would witness such a grand scene. Great Emperor Ziwei had also appeared. The look in the eyes of the Lord of Tianyan City was extremely ugly. How could this have happened? He was somewhat uneasy. Great Emperor Ziwei had returned. Could Tianyan the Great defeat him? It surely would not be a problem, the Lord of Tianyan City reassured himself mentally. Tianyan the Great had recovered and was more powerful. He also wielded the imperial arm that he once forged. He was definitely at an absolute advantage. Even if Great Emperor Ziwei had returned, what could the latter do? The end result would not change. Just as he contemplated all these things, unparalleled starlight shone down below in the Ziwei segmentum. The stars shone brilliantly. The various stars around the Ziwei segmentum lit up at the same time, radiating with dazzling divine halos. It was blinding to behold. This light pierced out into the distance, and illuminated the vast sky. An extreme power emanated from below. This was the true authority of heaven. They were far apart, yet under this might, it was as though there was no distance between them. Everyone could sense the intense pressure from the will. Some people were already moving backward. The cultivators of the ancient god clans and the other cultivators from the divine prefecture were retreating. They did not dare stick their noses in a battle between two great emperors. They would die horrible deaths. Rumble. A strange sound could be heard in the heavens above. It was as though the heavens and earth were collapsing. Tianyan the Great stepped forward. His deity-like figure lifted up sky tremor, and myriads of tremoring pulses frenziedly swept down. They struck the heavens and made countless cracks appear in the space. It was as though the sky was being smashed into pieces. He knew that closing the distance was meaningless in a battle at their level. Their target would always be in their attack range no matter where they went. They could only fight. He was also a great emperor who had returned from the ancient age. He wouldn't walk away from a fight. Today, he would wield his imperial arms, kill Ziwei and seize the segmentum. He would replace the latter. Starlight enveloped Futian's figure as the silhouette of great Emperor Ziwei formed around him, merging with Futian's figure. He also appeared like a deity. An unparalleled aura emanated from his figure. Countless stars resonated with him. As Ziwei, he controlled the stars in the sky and was their master. Buzz. A beam of divine light shot out and pierced the space. Peerless Emperor Might descended. At this moment, great Emperor Ziwei was like the ruler of the heavens and the earth. An extremely murderous aura penetrated the space. This was ultimate murderous intent. It was the murderous intent of a great emperor. Futian's figure shot out straight ahead like a bolt of lightning. As he pointed his finger forwards, the figure of great Emperor Ziwei around him did the same. Endless starlight of the great path gathered to form a divine sword that pierced the heavens. Tianyan the Great's body grew even larger as he became a towering god. Sky tremor similarly expanded as it came crashing down on great Emperor Ziwei's attack. The two world-destroying attacks collided. The surrounding space collapsed and was destroyed. They tore apart the space and appeared in the chaotic flow of space. It seemed as though they were no longer in their initial space. In the endless storm of chaotic currents, divine swords shot out and frenziedly shattered the tremoring pulses. Terrifying dull thuds could be heard. Circular shockwaves swept out. Everything around them was disintegrated. The shockwaves caused the entire Ziwei segmentum to tremble. Countless cracks appeared on the light shroud as it then gradually dissipated. However, at the same time, the terrifying divine sword kept advancing. Sky tremor could not block this attack either. The divine sword that penetrated the heavens and the earth outshone Sky tremor, causing the latter's light to slowly dim. Simultaneously, the light of the divine sword shot towards the figure of Tianyan the Great. His body shifted, attempting to escape. However, under the divine sword of annihilation, the empty space was obliterated. Buzz. The light of the divine sword pierced through the deity-like figure. An illusory figure appeared. It was Tianyan the Great himself. His eyes revealed a look of astonishment as well as an intense dissatisfaction. His body was dissipating slowly now. Endless starlight transformed into intense killing intent and pinned everything in place. Even the illusory figure of Tianyan the Great could not escape. No! Tianyan the Great mumbled. He had waited for countless years before he could finally make a comeback. Why would fate treat him in such a manner? He encountered great Emperor Ziwei. Yet another wave of countless starlight penetrated through him. Tianyan the Great was completely turned to dust. Only a hint of his aura lingered in these turbulent currents. The currents flowed aimlessly and flooded the space. No one knew where the currents would end up. In the space outside of the Ziwei segmentum, a storm of turbulent currents stirred up. Everyone moved away frantically. Even though the battle was not directed at them, they might still die if they were careless and got caught up in the aftermath. After a long while, the storm finally dissipated. The space stabilized. Many cultivators emerged, appearing somewhat disheveled. The Lord of Tianyan City stood there, stunned. He looked into the void. Tianyan the Great had disappeared. Everything had disappeared. He felt his heart clench as his face revealed a look of pain. With the return of the great emperor, Tianyan City was on its way to glory. However, they never imagined that this beautiful dream would end so soon. They were about to face a nightmare now. What did the death of Tianyan the Great signify? Now, in Tianyan City, the will of the great emperor no longer existed. Of the two imperial arms, one was destroyed. Now Sky Tremor appeared down below in the Ziwei segmentum, in the hands of Futian. Could Tianyan City, which had been passing down the teachings of a great emperor for countless years, still be called an ancient god clan? From this day forth, Tianyan City might lose its title as an ancient god clan. What would they face next? The various cultivators did not ponder about these things. They had yet to wrap their heads around the destruction of Tianyan the Great. What they had witnessed astonished them. Today, great Emperor Ziwei returned for one battle and killed off Tianyan the Great, who had been reborn. When Tianyan the Great declared he had been reborn, this news shook the world. However, before he could truly act, he was killed and disappeared. Chapter 2650 Fear of Tianyan City. Tianyan the Great, a great emperor of armoring in ancient times, was famous throughout the world in his time. After so many decades, he returned again, using Wan Zhao's body, and was in this world. Today was his first battle, in its true sense, after his rebirth. However, in this epic first battle, he was met by Ziwei the Great, who had returned and died by his hand in battle. His fate was lamented by many. It was sad and shocking. However, wasn't he also the one who sought his own end? He could have chosen anyone as a target, but he picked Ziwei Segmentum. Perhaps even he did not anticipate that Ziwei would be woken up like that and came back to put an end to him. Tianyan the Great was not the same as Ziwei the Great. Tianyan the Great had been reincarnated in the truest sense of the word to reappear in peak physical form. But Ziwei the Great was different. If he had a choice, Tianyan the Great would have never wanted to die alongside Ziwei the Great. Unfortunately, once a step was taken, there was no turning back. In the void, the cultivators from the ancient god clans finally woke up from their shock, and then just as quickly, all of them quietly exited. Now that Tianyan the Great had been killed, the situation was completely reversed. They dared not linger needlessly for fear that Ziwei the Great might obliterate them as well in a raging rampage. Of course, it was best for them to slip away at this time. The storm of destruction was still flowing about, and those cultivators quickly evacuated from different locations. They were running pretty fast. Withdrawal. The city lord of Tianyan was mourning, but this was not the time for regret. The most urgent matter was to get out of here as soon as possible. They were moving fast, as their group tried to get out as quickly as they could. This time, it was more miserable and embarrassing than the last time. Futian did not chase them down. Ziwei the Great was using his own body to urge all the power from the stars in heaven for that explosive and apocalyptic strike, ending the life of Tianyan the Great. All that effort was burning through the will of Ziwei, or else they would not have been able to kill a reincarnated great emperor, much less Tianyan the Great, as aided by the imperial arms. He could sense that the will of Ziwei among the stars was gradually dissipating, and he was filled with an inexplicable sense of sadness. Futian's eyes opened to watch that elusive figure above the firmament. At this moment, Ziwei the Great was becoming more blurry by the second. "Teacher!" Futian called out in a low voice. His voice was deep and tinged with sadness. In his hand, he held the imperial arms, the sky tremoring, but it was no longer in its complete form because the will of Tianyan the Great that had been inside the imperial arms was destroyed. Naturally, Ziwei the Great had to destroy it, or else he would not have been able to capture the sky tremoring. Even in its incomplete form, it was considered an imperial arms. Even if he could not exert all of its strength, carrying imperial arms would still increase his power considerably. Obviously, Ziwei the Great had deliberately seized it to leave these imperial arms to Futian. "I was already in existence in the void. It is only a trace of my will that has been integrated into the stars in heaven that guarded Ziwei. To have another chance to return for a final battle and see the future, I am more than satisfied. Futian, thank you for waking me up so that I can see for myself how Ziwei looks like today," Ziwei the Great said with a smile that gradually disappeared. It seemed very gentle indeed. After waking up in the hereafter and having accepted a disciple as his successor, he was more than content. It was far better than being sealed among the stars in heaven. More importantly, this disciple of his was not some simple character. In the future, the name of Ziwei would not be forgotten. "The disciple is incompetent," Futian replied. "How can you be incompetent when you can contend with a much older generation than your age?" Ziwei the Great asked. "More importantly, this time, you are facing a great emperor who had been reincarnated. This is not because you were incompetent. On the contrary, it highlighted the height of your ability. However, in the future, you must continue to cultivate so that you can enter the imperial realm as soon as possible. By then, even if you encounter those from the olden days, they will not be able to challenge you." "I understand." Futian nodded. "Take care of Ziwei." Ziwei the Great nodded and left him with those final words. Then, his elusive figure transformed into endless starlight and dissipated between heaven and earth. At this moment, Yi Futian could perceive that the will of Ziwei had disappeared among all the stars in heaven. Yi Futian was a bit sad inside. Although Ziwei the Great didn't seem to mind because he had perished a long time ago, he still existed in some form in the world. Now, he was utterly and totally gone. He bowed deeply to all the stars in heaven. Although he was his teacher for only one day, it was like they had known each other for a very long time. Tianyan the Great schemed and plotted a walk-in so he could be reincarnated, but Ziwei the Great had always been guarding his people. At some point in time, Hua Jieyu came to Yi Futian's side and bowed to the stars as well. Behind him, the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace had arrived, and together, they bowed and paid their respects. The gratitude was coming directly from their hearts. Ziwei the Great, as the Lord of all the stars in heaven, had honored the name of Ziwei. At this moment, countless cultivators in Ziwei's segmentum had sensed everything that had happened. They stopped spontaneously and bowed to the sky above, respectfully bidding farewell to Ziwei the Great. Today, when Ziwei's segmentum was in its most desperate hours, Ziwei the Great returned for the showdown, slew Tianyan, and saved Ziwei's segmentum from destruction. He had passed his mantle on to Yi Futian, allowing Yi Futian to fully inherit his legacy, guarding Ziwei from now on. In the void, there was a silence. Everyone raised their heads, and their eyes fell on Yi Futian. After today, the will of Ziwei the Great was no more, and Ziwei's segmentum had lost its former protector. Yi Futian would be the one shouldering this enormous task. He clutched the imperial arms, sky tremoring, tightly in his hand. A strong murderous intent was emitted from his body as he looked up into the sky. Tianyan the Great and the city lord of Tianyan came to destroy Ziwei and kill him. Tianyan the Great had been slain, and Tianyan city had lost its ultimate protector. Now, he wanted to escape. Could he escape? Even if he could get away from here, how would Tianyan city escape? Yi Futian turned around and headed toward the area below, with Hua Jieyu following behind him. Cultivators from all sides were walking along with them to return together in the direction of Ziwei Imperial Palace. No one spoke, and no one asked about anything. But the murderous intent upon Yi Futian was unmistakably felt by everyone. This murderous intent was being released without the slightest disguise. Yi Futian was not the only one. Murderous intent suffused from the other cultivators as well. Obviously, all of them harbored a strong intention to kill. This time, although they suffered no casualties, their protector and great emperor had disappeared forever. This bloody debt must be repaid with blood. Above the temple inside Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yi Futian stood high above, all the powerful cultivators standing in front of him, waiting for his orders. The supreme elder of the Ziwei Imperial Palace, the 5 lords over the 5 halls of heavenly mandate, Wangshan, Ziwei, alchemy, and armoring, as well as the 4 great protectors, listen, Yi Futian proclaimed with authority. All those who have survived the divine tribulation of the Great Tribulation, come with me to Tianyan City. Yes, Palace Lord. Everyone bowed and obeyed. In the distance, the Lost Clan was keeping watch. I am entrusting the cultivators of the Lost Clan to protect Ziwei Imperial Palace on my behalf, Yi Futian shouted. Palace Lord Yi, feel free to do what you need to do. The Lost Clan is here to watch your back, Elder Sikong replied. Thank you. Yi Futian nodded. Then, he headed to the passageway leading to Four Corner Village in the Divine Prefecture, accompanied by a brilliant divine light. Terrifying power of space tore through the void and penetrated the boundless space. Yi Futian and his entourage of mighty cultivators disappeared from Ziwei Imperial Palace as they made their way to the Divine Prefecture to seek their revenge. In Tianyan City, the city lord of Tianyan returned with all the cultivators a step ahead. People in the city lord's office and other cultivators inside Tianyan City were confused when they learned that they had returned so soon. Hadn't they attacked Ziwei's segmentum not so long ago? Could it be that they had already accomplished their mission so soon? No one knew that the first order of business with the city lord of Tianyan was to gather all the available resources inside the city lord's office, such as powerful implements, which were all divine arms of the second tribulation. They handed them over to the other cultivators inside the city lord's office. At the same time, he summoned all the top cultivators in Tianyan City and asked them to come to the city lord's office for a meeting. Such ponderous news instantly detonated inside Tianyan City. Soon, the news came out that during this trip to the Ziwei segmentum, Tianyan the Great, who was reincarnated through Wang Zhao's body, was killed. Ziwei the Great had returned to slay Tianyan the Great. Tianyan City had lost the protection of the Great Emperor forever, and the city lord's office of Tianyan City would no longer have the will of the Great Emperor. The ramification of this turn of events was not hard to imagine. Tianyan City's prestige fell among the ancient god clans. But this was not the most severe impact they were facing. Based on the armoring strength of Tianyan City, it may still stand at the top of the divine prefecture because no one would want to destroy an armoring clan. Its value was far too great to ignore. Ultimately, the greatest danger stemmed from Ziwei Segmentum's Futian. Back then, when Haotian clan issued the kill order, Futian had gone to stir up the pot. Now, without the protection from the Great Emperor, what could Tianyan City use to resist Futian, who was an expert at Buddha's celerity? Just Futian alone was capable of turning Tianyan City upside down. What would happen next? In the city lord's office, the city lord of Tianyan began to request help from other ancient god clans, trying to fight against Ziwei Segmentum. All the ancient god clans had verbally agreed to Tianyan City's request, but so far, none of them had sent forth any troops. Today's Tianyan City was a land of extreme danger. No one was willing to risk their own lives. They planned to wait and see, for the time being, to see what Futian would do next. Outside the main hall of the city lord's office, someone spoke to the city lord of Tianyan and asked, "City lord, should we give up Tianyan City?" When those words were heard, everyone looked quite embarrassed. Tianyan City, whose name was known throughout the land of the divine prefecture, was scared like a little mouse right now. They were even considering giving up Tianyan City. The city lord of Tianyan shot an icy look at the person who spoke as he responded, "Don't you forget the honor of Tianyan City." Tianyan City had stood at the peak for numerous years. It had a glorious past. No matter in which era, Tianyan City, as the #1 power for armoring, held a prestigious status. Back then, when they hosted the armor competitions in the Divine Prefecture, all the top forces in the Divine Prefecture had gathered to observe the ceremony. Even Donghuang Imperial Palace had dispatched emissaries to participate, and Princess Donghuang Diyuan appeared in person. Now, should they abandon Tianyan City and flee? How shameful would it be? Furthermore, even if they leave, where could they go? Could they really stay hidden forever? Since when did the disciples of Wang become such cowards? An icy voice came from an ancient palace, attracting the attention of all the cultivators. They saw an elderly figure walking out, exuding a terrifying aura that was even more powerful than that of City Lord of Tianyan. Chapter 2651 Desperation. The elder who spoke was the old City Lord of Tianyan, and he was an old monster-level existence. When he first made his name, Donghuang the Great might not have been born yet. After he had handed Tianyan City over to the younger generations, he had been devoting himself to cultivation, trying to break the shackles and enter the imperial realm. However, that step proved too challenging to reach, so he had some ideas about alternative methods. It was a road that had never been taken by anyone else before, so he had been randomly moving about, not knowing whether it would be successful or how many years it might take. However, he had never expected that one day, Tianyan City would face a great catastrophe that would require his intervention to help Tianyan City to survive. "Wang Zhan!" The old city lord of Tianyan called out to him. Wang Zhan was the name of the current city lord of Tianyan. "Get the grand matrix of Tianyan ready. Even if the old ancestor is no longer, we will kill as many as we can. I haven't had to do this myself for a very long time." The old city lord's eyes were full of terrible light, and murderous intent was burning within them. "Yes." Wang Zhan took the order and then made all the arrangements. The cultivators of Tianyan City had received the news, and cultivators from all sides began to gather in Tianyan City. For a time, an invisible pressure shrouded Tianyan City, making it extremely tense. This situation was similar to when the 6 ancient god clans had descended upon Ziwei Segmentum. Only now had the situation had reversed. It was Tianyan City that was facing this tremendous crisis. No one had imagined that Tianyan City, once flourishing and prosperous, would have a day like this. Time passed little by little, and Tianyan City began to put various countermeasures in place. Finally, in the sky above Tianyan City, a group of cultivators descended with horrific coercion as they passed over Tianyan City. "They are here!" Within the bounds of Tianyan City, countless cultivators raised their heads to look at the group that had appeared in the sky. Their hearts were beating wildly. Futian and the others had arrived, coming for Tianyan City. There were not many of them who came, but everyone was in existence that had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path. The man in the lead was Futian. They were moving extremely fast, and it did not take long before they appeared in the sky above the city lord's office. The city lord's office was so vast that it was akin to a massive and magnificent golden city, showing a metallic luster under the sun. Wang Zhan, the city lord of Tianyan, looked up at the sky above and saw Futian and the others standing above the city lord's office. A strong murderous intent swept over the city, as everyone who stood in the void was full of murder. Feeling the aura from them, Wang Zhan's eyes sharpened. He saw that Futian was flanked on both sides by the Supreme Elder of Ziwei Segmentum, Lord Qin, and Futian's wife, Hua Jieyu. They were both cultivators who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Coupled with Futian's terrifying strength, there were 3 peak-level cultivators with the Ziwei Segmentum. In addition, some more powerful cultivators had survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path, like Taoist monk Mu, Murong Yu, Emperor Shi, Blind Tai, Gu Donglu, Yan Wuqi, Fang Xiyuan, as well as the mysterious Hua Qingqing, and the Millet Emperor with Wangshan Watchtower in tow. Such a powerful group of cultivators instilled great fear in the cultivators' hearts from the city lord's office of Tianyan City, and all of them trembled with fear. The makeup of the group in front of them was not something that any one ancient god clan could contend with by itself. Even with all the forces summoned by Tianyan City remained something beyond their reach. Could there still be any hope for Tianyan City? Outside the city lord's office, the hearts of the cultivators from Tianyan City were beating fiercely. This group was too incredible to be believed. Who would have thought that once upon a time Lord Qin was the only cultivator in Ziwei Segmentum who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path? He had been the one person who was able to do anything. Within 100 years, the Ziwei Segmentum, which was unsealed and inherited by Futian, had become such a powerful force. What fantastic growth this was! This was the first time that the Ziwei Segmentum had mobilized so many of its top cultivators. And their first battle was to take place in Tianyan City. "Launch the heaven-tempering divine matrix!" The city lord gave an icy command, and suddenly, golden divine light shot out from the city lord's office, heading higher into the sky. Countless divine lights converged and intersected above the firmament like pillars that passed beyond the sky. Soon, a boundless and massive divine pattern formed above the firmament, covering the entire Tianyan City lord's office. It was the heaven-tempering divine matrix, a most terrifying divine matrix. Inside the city lord's office, all the divine lights were gathering towards the sky as if to temper everything in the world. Buzz! The old city lord's figure flashed and reappeared high above the sky. His great path domain and the heaven-tempering divine matrix had merged into one. His whole body was radiant and surrounded by divine light, as it continued to expand until he resembled a mighty god from heaven who could not be denied. "Since you came here to die, don't bother going back," the old city lord of Tianyan said loudly and clearly so that everyone inside and outside the city lord's office could hear his unmistakably overbearing voice. The divine light from the heaven-tempering divine matrix had integrated with his body and his great path so that one could not be without the other. He was a part of the divine matrix and could directly control it. For many years, he had been searching for ways to break through the shackles to become a great emperor. He tried for many years, and in the end, he embarked on the path that used tempering methods to temper himself, and made himself a sharp weapon of divine arms. This was where Tianyan the Great had pointed him to, and he had been following his instructions. Futian raised his head and glanced at the ancestor of Tianyan City. His expression couldn't be colder, and the murderous intent remained fervent. Up! The old city lord spat. And suddenly, from the hidden armory of the city lord's office inside Tianyan City, implements flew out and merged directly into the heaven-tempering divine matrix, absorbing the light from the matrix itself. It puffed out an incomparable aura. The entire city lord's office was shrouded in that aura of destruction. This kind of strength had pleasantly surprised all the cultivators in the city lord's office of Tianyan City enough to wipe out their previous worries and anxiety. Their old city lord was in possession of such terrifying power to control the divine matrix and incorporate other divine arms. What power was this exactly? He must have already been at the second tribulation plane. At this level of existence, no one could survive the divine matrix, he urged. You don't walk the path to heaven but insist on knocking on hell's door. The old city lord of Tianyan looked down below. His voice was more dominant than ever. Even if Tianyan City no longer has a great emperor, Tianyan City remains, and it is not something that the likes of you may covet. When his voice fell, the divine arms puffed out incomparable light of the world that aimed directly at Futian and his party. Futian held the imperial arms, and it was not missed by the cultivators from Tianyan City. This was an imperial arm that belonged to them initially. However, without the will of the great emperor, Futian couldn't exert the full power of the imperial arms, and the increase in his power was greatly limited. At this moment, wisps of aura poured into the imperial arms. In an instant, the sky tremoring released an unparalleled divine glory and emitted an astonishing aura. He raised his head to look at the old city lord above the firmament, and stepped up into the sky. A might figure materialized, a supernatural vision almost like a deity. At the same time, an immensely heavy force permeated from the sky tremoring in his hand. Futian was not well versed in the ways of the sky tremoring, but he was an expert at the divine hammer of the Protector, one of the 7 divine methods from Four Corner Village. Bang! Futian stepped forward again, and with just a single step, the void vibrated. At the same time, his figure disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared again, he was right in front of the old city lord. Sky tremoring, the imperial arms blasted down like a god, and heaven had unleashed the divine hammer. Its might suppressed this corner of the sky, and heaven and earth were awed into silence. The old city lord's face quickly changed to one with immense shock. He willed the divine arms inside the heaven-tempering divine matrix to slaughter forward with madness. However, like a celestial god descending on earth, Futian shattered every attack simply with the sky tremoring as it slammed on the stalwart body of the old city lord, right onto his chest. In an instant, countless destructive shockwaves blasted on him, and the old city lord's body exploded and pulverized. His soul and spirit scattered, disappeared in an instant, and died tragically on the spot. Before he died, he had not even had a chance to let a scream before he was killed. All the cultivators from the city lord's office of Tianyan City were stunned as they stared blankly at everything happening in front of them. Did he die just like that? Their old city lord, who was invincible and mighty, who had claimed to keep Futian and the others here forever, had died. That was it? They had gone from the uncertainty to hope, now, to despair once again. The old city lord was killed with one blow. What else could the city lord's office of Tianyan City use to contend with Futian? Kill! The city lord of Tianyan commanded, a horrible look on his face. As soon as his voice fell, the attack from the heaven-tempering divine matrix was unleashed, but Futian merely gave it a look before his figure flashed. The sky tremoring sent another strike directly at the heaven-tempering divine matrix. In an instant, cracks appeared on the divine matrix before it collapsed and shattered. Outside the city lord's office, when all the cultivators saw that the divine matrix in front of them had been neutralized, they trembled. Where was the old city lord of Tianyan? Futian lowered his head to survey the area below, and the murderous intent was still strong in his cold eyes. The eyes of the city lord of Tianyan showed hopelessness and a true sense of desperation. Futian was holding their imperial arms, the sky tremoring, from Tianyan City, which they knew to be unstoppable. Whether it was the old city lord or the heaven-tempering divine matrix, both were crushed by a single blow. Was this the end of Tianyan City? I can give you anything you want. The city lord of Tianyan looked at Futian and said, Although Tianyan City has gone to Ziwei Segmentum several times before, it has never been breached. When these words were spoken, everyone understood that he had given up, knowing that he could never win. He wanted to compromise and submit to Futian. Kneel down! Futian looked down below and said coldly to the city lord of Tianyan. With this command, the face of the city lord of Tianyan turned unsightly. Asking him to kneel down? Inside and outside the city lord's office, the hearts of all the cultivators palpitated. Futian was asking the city lord of Tianyan to kneel. The clan lord of the ancient god clans, the city lord of Tianyan City, was humiliated. Chapter 2652 The Death of the First Man in Armoring. Kneel. How could someone with the status of the city lord of Tianyan kneel before him? Wang Zhan raised his head to look at Futian, who was in the void, and there was anger in his eyes. He said coldly, I am in charge of the premier armoring principality in the divine prefecture. Futian, you are too bold. Futian didn't bother to respond. He merely glanced at the Tianyan city lord's office below as a mighty figure, like a deity, appeared while raising the sky tremoring in his hand. The expression on the city lord of Tianyan changed in a flash. A random roar came out, and the hammer blasted down, right inside the bounds of city lord's office, located behind the city lord of Tianyan. Bang! In an instant, many ancient halls inside the vast complex were razed to the ground. Many cultivators in the city lord's office screamed most piteously, some even wailed. Under the terrifying shockwaves, an unknown number of people were cut down on the spot as they were being slaughtered. Boom! A monstrous rage erupted from the city lord of Tianyan. Beside him, many other top figures released the aura of their great path as well. Their eyes, too, were full of anger, glowing with a bloody light. Do you remember that when you left the Heavenly Mandate realm, you razed the Heavenly Mandate Academy to the ground with one palm strike before you left? Futian surveyed the city lord of Tianyan City below as he remarked coldly, Everything you have given to the Heavenly Mandate Academy, I am returning to you. The city lord of Tianyan City turned his head to glance back. Other than anger and desperation, there was visible pain in his eyes. He remembered the time when he had gone to Heavenly Mandate Academy and asked Futian to use the divine body. Because his request was rejected, he smashed Heavenly Mandate Academy with a strike of his hand. At the time, he would have never imagined that Futian would stand above Tianyan City one day, doing the same thing to the city lord's office in Tianyan. At that time, he saw Futian as no more than an insect, and he gave the matter no further thought whatsoever. The destruction of Heavenly Mandate Academy was such a minuscule distraction, and it was barely a thing in the eye of someone who was in charge of the foremost holy land of armoring in the divine prefecture. Did he have regrets? What use did he have of regrets? If he knew what would happen today and that everything he did on that day would lead to the annihilation of Tianyan City, he would have never done it. Kneel. Futian lowered his head to look down. He continued to press the city lord of Tianyan. Crunch! The city lord of Tianyan clenched his fists, and a horrific aura permeated from him. But even if he was angry, what could he do? Today, they were truly heading towards an untenable situation. It's finished. Those watching from afar thought to themselves. Everything felt a little unreal to them at this moment. Once, Tianyan City was so prosperous and powerful that everyone thought it would be an eternal holy land that would never perish. After all, it was the premier armoring principality in the divine prefecture. How could it ever be destroyed? However, right now, Tianyan City Lord's office was about to meet its end. At this moment, a divine light descended from the sky above, as terrifying auras effused from it. Many people raised their heads to look up there. Who was coming? Could reinforcements be forthcoming? The city lord of Tianyan also looked yonder, and saw that many cultivators had appeared in the sky above, along with those descending divine lights. Someone from the imperial palace of the divine prefecture. Chief from domain chief's manor. Among those cultivators who had just arrived, there were cultivators from Donghuang Imperial Palace and the cultivators from Domain Chief's Manor of Tianyan Domain. The chief of Domain Chief's Manor was also among the new arrivals. The city lord of Tianyan had asked them for help before this. If it weren't because he was out of options, the city lord of Tianyan would not have done any of this. He knew that it was dangerous this time, so he had done everything he could do in advance. The question was, could Donghuang Imperial Palace and the Domain Chief's Manor save the city lord's office from the brink of destruction? Yi Futian, a voice called out. Above the firmament, a cultivator came forth, his body dazzled with divine light and a sharp aura. It was none other than Du Yu, the Spear Emperor. This is none of your business! Before Du Yu could say anything more, he was forcibly cut off by Yi Futian. Yi Futian didn't even bother to look at him. He merely continued. This is a private matter between the Ziwei Segmentum and Tianyan City. Du Yu did not look happy about it, but even he had to admit that this man, once his junior, had grown in leaps and bounds, to a point where he could no longer catch up. Yi Futian had made such impressive improvements, with even more terrifying combat effectiveness. Every time he saw him, Yi Futian had made a great leap in cultivation. Tianyan City is a principality of the Divine Prefecture, after all. Yi Futian, while in the Divine Prefecture, leave a way out for yourself. The chief of Tianyan Domain Chief's Manor felt compelled to remind him of this. Not too long ago, Tianyan City had participated in the battle with the Devil World, and Wang Xiao was their star combatant. Therefore, Tianyan City had asked them for help. And they could not justify not lending a helping hand in return. Very well! Yi Futian glanced at the chief of Tianyan Domain Chief's Manor and replied. The sky tremoring in his hand was dazzled with divine light as traces of horrific shockwaves pervaded. He said, If anyone thinks they can save Tianyan City Lord's office, you may freely make your move. Having said that, he continued to stare at the city lord of Tianyan, who was below, and said, People of Ziwei Imperial Palace, here is your order, kill at will. Yes, Palace Lord. All of them took the order and moved at the same time towards the city lord's office of Tianyan. Every cultivator was filled with the terrifying aura of the tribulation plane. Inside the city lord's office in Tianyan City, traces of powerful aura erupted. They had no choice now but to fight. The terrifying aura of the Great Path exploded successively as the top cultivators from Tianyan City marched towards the sky toward the oncoming battle. Humph! Lord Qin gave a cold snort and pointed the starry scepter in his hand forward. Suddenly, extremely heavy coercion fell upon the entire city lord's office. A dull sound came from the space, and many felt that they had encountered a power of suppression that simply wouldn't budge. Xin Yi's body turned into a ray of light, and it was gone in a flash. That ray of light passed through one body after another. In an instant, several cultivators were pierced by the light as their bodies gradually turned into light and disappeared. Hua Jiyu moved her mind slightly, and suddenly many felt their bodies were becoming still. Her eyes were cold, infused with murderous intent. Everything that Tianyan City had done to Yi Futian was unforgivable. Blind Tai, Fang Xiyuan, and other cultivators went down one after another like tigers that had torn into a flock of sheep. With such an absolute gap in strength, there was no way the cultivators from the city lord's office could stop them. The fight was completely one-sided. More frightening was that soon, cultivators in the first tribulation plane began falling. Yi Futian stood there without moving as if he was just observing the situation. He stood there like a deity, holding the imperial arms, the sky tremoring. Wang Zhan, the city lord of Tianyan, clearly did not dare to move, as the coercion was hovering right above him. As soon as he made a move, it was possible that Yi Futian would retaliate. The cultivators from Donghuang Imperial Palace and Tianyan Domain Chief's Manor, likewise, were watching all that was happening in front of them, and they were not pleased. Yi Futian had ignored them and had gone ahead to clean up Tianyan City Lord's office. If someone could save the city lord's office, all they needed to do was take direct action. This meant that as soon as they attacked, Futian would join the fight. It didn't matter to him one way or the other. Today, in Tianyan City, the destruction of Tianyan City Lord's office seemed to be a foregone conclusion. All the cultivators in the area below the city lord's office were feeling quite desperate. They couldn't see a way out in front of them, only a dead end. "Lord," someone called out to him as if still pinning their hopes on the city lord of Tianyan. But what could Wang Zhan do at this moment? He hated the fact that there was nothing he could do. Even emissaries from the imperial palace of the divine prefecture hadn't been such effective deterrents. "Do you have to exterminate us all?" The city lord of Tianyan looked up at Futian and asked. Although he did not turn his head, everyone's death surfaced in his mind. Those top cultivators who were the hopes of Tianyan were being finished off one by one. "Kneel!" Futian lowered his head and looked at the city lord of Tianyan below. He still had just that one word. That cold and ruthless voice made the city lord of Tianyan feel cold all over. He couldn't get the answer he wanted. Futian wanted him to submit. A feeling of grief and anger surged in his heart, but the people in Tianyan City were still dying, being cut down. It was as if the longer he resisted kneeling, the slaughter would not stop. However, what if he did kneel? Would Futian then spare Tianyan City Lord's office? "Everything that had happened over the years was my doing. If I kneel, can you let them go?" the city lord of Tianyan asked. After all, he did not want the Wang clan of Tianyan City to end on his watch. As for him, he did not think he would come out of this ordeal alive. Judging from Futian's action, it was impossible that he would be spared. Still, Futian continued to stare him down and made no response. He couldn't get a response from Futian, let alone any promises. Wang Zhan realized that he was not in any position to negotiate terms. The fate of the entire Tianyan City Lord's office was in Futian's hands. What conditions could they talk about? What could he use to bargain? Boom! An astonishing aura erupted from the city lord of Tianyan, but in the next moment he knelt on the ground. "Lord!" For a time, many voices called out to him, and their eyes were fixed on Wang Zhan. Inside and outside the city lord's office, countless eyes were fastened on him. The ancient God clan's clan leader, the first man of armoring in all of Divine Prefecture, the city lord of Tianyan, Wang Zhan, had bent his knees. High above the sky, the chief of Tianyan Domain Chief's manner was shocked to his core when he saw what was happening before him. Even though his relationship with Wang Zhan was not particularly chummy, Wang Zhan was a remarkable giant of his generation, a pillar of the Divine Prefecture. Now he was forced to prostrate on the ground against his will, in total and complete humiliation. "That is enough." The chief of Tianyan Domain Chief's manner looked at Futian and said, "Let it go." "Do you also said?" Futian looked up at them with indifferent eyes. They were still tinged with an undeniable iciness. "Where were you when the Heavenly Mandate Academy was being destroyed? Where were you when Ziwei Segmentum was invaded, and its continents were being broken apart?" Futian looked at them and said nonchalantly, "Now, in front of me, you want to act like you are some compassionate being? The city lord's office of Tianyan City is the #1 armoring principality in the Divine Prefecture, so the lives of their cultivators are more precious than the others? Don't forget, I, Futian, am the former college chief of Heavenly Mandate Academy, the overseer of Ziwei Segmentum. Those who had fallen were the ones under my protection." He spoke coldly to the representatives from the Imperial Palace and the chief of the Tianyan Domain Chief's manor. He raised the sky tremoring in his hand as his figure flashed and disappeared directly. Boom! A loud bang was heard as the sky tremoring blasted on top of the city lord of Tianyan City. Wang Zhan, kneeling, looked up and saw the incoming attack with indescribable despair in his eyes. Then, his body burst into pieces. He knelt there and was crushed to death. Wang Zhan, the city lord of Tianyan, the first man in armoring in all of the Divine Prefecture, had met his end. Chapter 2653, Desolation. The city lord of Tianyan died on his knees. There was a dead silence inside the city lord's office. All the fighting had ceased as everyone looked at the place where Wang Zhan had perished. There were cracks on the ground, causing the entire city lord's office to split. The faces of everyone in the Wang family were full of despair. Even the people from the imperial palace and the divine prefecture could not stop Futian's slaughter, and no one tried to save them. Tianyan city lord's office was left to be slaughtered by the others, without any ability to fight back. Once upon a time, Tianyan city was a flourishing principality that was respected. Anyone from the city lord's office, especially the descendants of the Wang family, was proud and confident. Wherever they went, they were held in high esteem and admired. Who would have thought that a day like this would be possible? All because of a cultivator from the original realm. Who was the one responsible for this calamity? The cultivators outside the city lord's office were speechless as well. They were witnessing the demise of the city lord's office. The fact remained that the entire Tianyan city was controlled by the city lord's office. The destruction of the city lord's office at this moment was incredibly poignant in its sorrow. This also meant that the glory of Tianyan city had disappeared forever. From now on, Tianyan city would no longer be the main city of Tianyan domain and would never return to its former glory. The cultivators from the imperial palace and the Tianyan domain chief's manor lowered their heads to look there, coming to the same conclusion in their hearts. No one could have dissuaded Futian from destroying Tianyan city, and no one could stop him. If they had insisted, Futian would probably have no qualms combating them with the imperial arms. No one here would dare to claim they could counter Futian's attack with the imperial arms. After all, his strength was already at the peak, and only someone at Fang Ru's level could even attempt to try. Even if there was anger, they could only watch everything happening in front of them. Unfortunately, the great emperor had promised not to raise his hand against Futian, or else he could never have acted with such impunity. After Futian had executed Wang Zhan, the city lord of Tianyan, he looked at the cultivators in front of him as he levitated in the sky, surveying the vast city lord's office. He said, "Uncle Tai, direct the others to collect all the valuable divine arms, armoring methods, and materials in Tianyan city." "Yes," Blind Tai acknowledged. He took several people with him as their divine consciousness moved through the city lord's office and began plundering. "Whoever makes a move will be killed without mercy," Futian announced as he glanced at the crowd beneath him. The cultivators inside Tianyan city lord's office had no other choice but to watch everything happening in front of their eyes. "It's over," the cultivators outside Tianyan city lord's office secretly exclaimed to themselves. All the treasures and possessions accumulated over the years by Tianyan city lord's office would be all for naught, plundered now by Futian. Indeed, he could not let go of these treasures. Previously, some of them still harbored the slightest hope that perhaps they would have a chance to partake in the treasure, but they seemed to be grossly overestimated the situation. Futian wanted to take all of them himself. Roars came out one after another, as many buildings were being crushed. The treasure trove inside the city lord's office was excavated. As the premier holy land for armoring in the divine prefecture, its resources were rich and bountiful. Now that Futian had established the armoring palace in Ziwei Imperial Palace, how could he possibly ignore the resources available in Tianyan city? Diyu and the others watched all this happen, with extremely terrible expressions on their faces. Tianyan city, as the holy land for armoring in the divine prefecture, was part of the divine prefecture's territory. Futian's act of pillaging seemed to want to clean everything out and take them away. "Futian, you are looting openly here in front of the people from divine prefecture. It is unseemly," the chief of the Tianyan domain chief's manor remarked in a low voice that he disapproved of what Futian was doing. Futian glanced at him coldly and said, "How did the city lord of Tianyan deal with me in the past? And why did Tianyan city fight against Ziwei so many times? Don't tell me you have no idea what was the reason behind that." The city lord of Tianyan wanted to rob him of everything he had, his inherited resources from the great emperors and his divine body. Now, he was merely treating the opponent in like manner. The winner was the king over the losers. He had achieved what the city lord of Tianyan could not. The chief of Tianyan domain had no response. He knew what Futian was saying was true. The motivation behind the repeated attacks geared toward Futian from the ancient god clans and other forces was for the resources he possessed. Now, they were tasting the bitter fruits of revenge, which caused the fall of the entire Tianyan city. Now, no matter what Futian wanted to do, no one had the right to judge him. All of this was exactly what Tianyan domain had wanted to do to him. More importantly, who could stop Futian even if they disagreed with him? After a while, Blind Tai and the others finished collecting and returned to Futian's side. He said, "Palace Lord, it has been mostly cleaned up." "Good." Futian nodded. Then he continued to give orders. "Those cultivators from Tianyan City Lord's office who are above the realm of Renhuang, follow me to Ziwei Segmentum. Those who are below the realm of Renhuang will be spared. I advise you not to squander this opportunity." Coercion shrouded the entire Tianyan city. Some of the cultivators in Tianyan city were in total despair, but others were hopeful. At least, Futian had spared those below the realm of Renhuang and seemed to have no plans to kill them. But what about those above the realm of Renhuang? What did Futian want with them in Ziwei Segmentum? Of course, they would not be there as guests. When they went to Ziwei Segmentum, they would undoubtedly become Futian's captives, and their lives were held in the hands of the others. However, could they afford to say no? Their lives were held in the hands of other people, and Futian had already been more than gracious, sparing the lives of their descendants and progenies. If they antagonized Futian further, they might put their lives at risk. "I don't have a lot of time." Seeing that no one had responded, Futian continued in an icy tone, causing the cultivators in Tianyan City Lord's office to shudder. Then a group of them levitated into the air. All of them were Renhuang-level cultivators. "We'll go with you," an old man said. It seemed as if he was the leader of the remaining survivors. His cultivation was at the peak of Renhuang. In the preceding battle, cultivators above the realm of Renhuang had already been killed. There were not many of them, to begin with. Once they were targeted by the people from Ziwei Segmentum, there was no way they could survive. Cultivators at that level posed a certain level of threat and could not be spared. Even kept as prisoners, it would be a concern and run a much more significant risk of something going awry in the future. With the current power of Ziwei Segmentum, cultivators in the Renhuang realm were much easier to control. Now the cultivators of the Tribulation Plane in Ziwei Segmentum had formed an amazing group, with even more people at the peak of Renhuang. Many people had stuck at that level. Therefore, when brought to Ziwei Segmentum, cultivators at this level could be easily controlled. Lord Chun and Blind Tai lead the way forward, and their aura of the Great Past shrouded those Renhuang, controlling them. "Let's go," Futian said. Then, people left, taking away all the Renhuang in Tianyan City Lord's office. Countless people in Tianyan City witnessed all this and watched them leave. After a while, the group disappeared from sight. Looking back, everyone saw that the Tianyan City Lord's office was now in ruins, and they couldn't help but lament its fate. Here, it used to be the most glorious place in all of Tianyan City. For a while, it was so prosperous that it had even overwhelmed the domain chief's manor in Tianyan Domain. In the last armorer competition, Tianyan City invited everyone from the Divine Prefecture to observe the ceremony. The Imperial Palace had dispatched emissaries. Dong Wang Diyuan arrived in person, and Wang Zhao's name was known all over the world. At that time, the prestige of Tianyan City had reached its epitome. But it was also on that day that Futian appeared and fought against Wang Zhao. It was as if that day was a turning point. From that moment forward, Tianyan City went from its peak to its decline. Today, the city lord of Tianyan and the old city lord were both slain, and all of their Tribulation Plane cultivators had fallen. Even their Renhuang had been taken away, and everything in Tianyan City Lord's office was plundered. Tianyan City Lord's office had no value to speak of anymore. Some were weeping quietly inside the City Lord's office, while some roared in anger. Either way, all anyone could feel was a deep sense of sadness. City Lord's office in Tianyan City is one of the principalities in the Divine Prefecture. The Imperial Palace and the Domain Chief's manor are both here. Why don't you stop him? Even at this moment, some fearless young man raised his head to look at the cultivators looming high above the sky. He questioned them in an accusatory tone. His eyes were glowing with a bloody light. He was so enraged by anger that he had lost his ability to reason. The cultivators of the imperial palace and the domain chief's manor merely lowered their heads and regarded him with pity. They chose not to engage him in his accusations. "It is Tianyan City's imperial arms that had done the damage. How can we have stopped it?" one of the men said lightly, and it shut everyone up in the area below. It seemed that it finally dawned on them that it was their imperial arms, the sky tremoring, that had spelled their doom. If it weren't for the sky tremoring, they would probably still have the power to fight and not be in this miserable predicament. So, was all this the fault of their ancestor, Tianyan the Great? How sad! The imperial palace and the domain chief's manor cultivators also began to go, leaving the desolate city lord's office behind. After they left, the cultivators outside the city lord's office were tempted to venture inside themselves. Some cultivators entered into the city lord's office, wanting to see if there were any other treasures left to be had. Items that Ziwei Segmentum didn't think worthy didn't mean that they weren't valuable to others. This city lord's office was full of treasures. "What are you guys doing?" the people inside the city lord's office asked them coldly. At this time, were these men prepared to rob them at their most desperate hours? No one paid any heed to their protests, however. Those who would come in here were those who had ideas of their own. Now that Tianyan City was finished, who would care about those who were left behind? It was extremely sad to behold. Cultivators from the Wang family of the city lord's office watched everything that happened with murderous intent in their eyes. These people were even more hateful than Futian. Tianyan City Lord's office was once the ruling principality in Tianyan City, the city's pride, and the entire Tianyan City was under the command of the City Lord's office. Now that the City Lord's office had been eradicated, these people were so heartless as to participate in the looting. How cruel was this reality! Chapter 2654 Slaves. The destruction of Tianyan City Lord's office shocked the entire Divine Prefecture, and the news quickly spread all over the land. The ancient god clans were the first to receive the news. Even after they withdrew from the Ziwei Segmentum, they had been keeping close tabs there. They had a feeling that Futian would start with Tianyan City first. After the death of Tianyan the Great, Tianyan City became the only ancient god clan without the protection of a great emperor's will. How could Futian miss such an excellent opportunity to take them down? Sure enough, they soon received the news that Tianyan City Lord's office was destroyed and Wang Zhan, the city lord of Tianyan, killed. He had died on his knees. This news greatly alarmed the other ancient god clans, becoming even more vigilant. After all, there was a precedent in front of them. If Futian were that strong, sooner or later, he would come to destroy them, just as he did with Tianyan City. In addition, after some forces, such as the domain chief manors of both the West Sea domain and the Donghua domain, learned of the news, they were greatly troubled. Chief Shihai and Ningyuan, the domain chief of Donghua, knew very well that if it were not because they were directly under the command of Donghuang Imperial Palace, which Futian still heeded, he would have already started in on them. Now, there was a sharp sword hanging above all of their heads. This sword may fall at any given time, and they would not have a moment's peace. They heard that when Futian destroyed the Tianyan City Lord's office, the people from the Imperial Palace were present but did nothing to stop it. Futian had the Imperial arms, the sky tremoring, in his possession, so people from the Imperial Palace just watched the City Lord's office be destroyed. An ancient god clan such as Tianyan City was a principality in the land of the Divine Prefecture, the premier armoring force in the Divine Prefecture, and the most powerful force in the Tianyan domain. Yet it disappeared just like that and became part of the past. It was said that after Futian and the others left, the City Lord's office was raided by other cultivators inside Tianyan City. Many cultivators Futian spared were brutally murdered by the people of Tianyan City and met a miserable end. The horrific nature and cruelty of men were played out so vividly in Tianyan City. They were all believers when things were going well. But in times of need, they chose to pick up the swords and join in the slaughter. Many lamented and grieved. After this battle, no one did not know of Yi Futian's name in the land of the Divine Prefecture. All the cultivators at Ziwei Imperial Palace were eagerly waiting for the return of Yi Futian and the others. When they learned of the destruction of Tianyan City Lord's office, the people of Ziwei Imperial Palace were extremely excited. The principalities of Tianyan City had moved against them more than once, and twice they had used imperial arms on Ziwei. Now they were finally destroyed, and justice had been served. In the Imperial Palace, they watched those cultivators from Tianyan City Lord's office who had been taken prisoner. Each of them wore cold expressions, and fierce murderous intent raged about them. Those from the Tianyan City Lord's office only felt tremendously sorry for themselves. Now, they had indeed fallen into the lion's den, and there was probably no hope for them, ever. Uncle Tai, give Lord Chen the divine arms and implements that we have taken from the City Lord's office in Tianyan City and have him distribute them among the 5 palaces and the protectors. Each protector may take a few suitable pieces. The rest can be divided equally among the 5 palaces as their cultivation resources. The lords of each palace will be in charge of them, and may allocate them as they see fit. Yi Futian continued to speak to Blind Tai. Also, the resources for armoring that we have taken will be handed over to the armoring palace to be at your disposal, including all the armoring methods and materials. I suggest that we build an armory inside Ziwei Imperial Palace, and store these items and all the implements and divine arms that we will be making in the future. What do you think? Good. Blind Tai nodded. Everyone else agreed. Now, they had taken all the resources of Tianyan City, including the method of armoring and various other resources. In the future, the level of armoring in Ziwei Imperial Palace will undoubtedly continue to improve. Conceivably, more and more divine arms and implements would be made, hence the need to build an armory. Everything else aside, just the divine arms they had looted this time from Tianyan City Lord's office were incredible. They had pretty much transported their entire treasure trove here. However, Yi Futian did not hide them somewhere else. Instead, he wanted them to be divided equally among the 5 palaces. This was the first time they had gone out to seek the destruction of an ancient god clan. They couldn't keep all the treasures and lock them inside the Imperial Palace. If he wanted to use this event to strengthen his people as a whole and ensure their loyalty to the Ziwei Imperial Palace, he had to do more than talk. At the very least, Ziwei Imperial Palace had to prove its value to the others, or else they had no reason to risk their lives for Ziwei. The 5 palaces each needed their resources. Previously they had the pills he produced, and now they had divine arms at their disposal. Not only did all these items significantly improve their strengths, but they made cultivators from each palace feel that they were part of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. They shared woes as well as fortune. If any gains were to be had, all of them would partake and benefit together. The fact remained that the Ziwei segmentum was still facing specific threats in the foreseeable future. Although the threat of Tianyan City was eliminated this time and they had obtained the imperial arms, they had paid a great price for their victory. The Ziwei segmentum had lost Ziwei the Great. No one knew what would happen in the future. Therefore, Yi Futian wanted to do the best he could to expand and secure the power of Ziwei Imperial Palace. In addition, the cultivation in the art of armoring would require Uncle Tai's attention. In addition to yourself, you will need to select and train up some more outstanding armorers. Those selected from the Ziwei segmentum can be trained carefully, but Yi Futian paused for a moment before he continued. Ziwei segmentum is connected to the outside world. Therefore, even the people from Ziwei segmentum cannot be fully trusted. If they are to be trained as part of the core group, they have to be evaluated strictly beforehand and their backgrounds thoroughly checked. Last time, what happened on the battlefield reminded him that he needed to be wary of any spies that might have been implanted inside Ziwei Imperial Palace. I understand. Naturally, Blind Tai understood the implications. I can find someone to help you. Yi Futian smiled as he thought of an ideal candidate, whose cultivation today was considerably more advanced. Fei Xue, the daughter of his teacher Qi Xiangang. Fei Xue possessed terrific abilities. Blind Tai nodded. As for them, Futian looked at the Rehuang cultivators who were brought from Tianyan City. Starting today, all of them will be under the direct command of the Armoring Palace. Those who are good at armoring will be assigned to armoring. Those who are not good at armoring will be assigned to assist the building of the armory and all the preparations. In addition, find out what each of them is good at. These are the things worth knowing. I am afraid these matters must be entrusted to Uncle Tai. You will have your work cut out for you shortly. Of course. Blind Tai nodded. These things were what he had dreamed of. He couldn't be more pleased about how things had turned out. He was now in charge of the Armoring Palace, and Tian'an City Lord's office. The target of their retaliation this time was the #1 principality of armoring in the Divine Prefecture. Everything they had taken was related to armoring. Thus it fell naturally under his management in the Ziwei Palace. He could tell that the other lords were quite envious of his good fortune this time. How come they were not so lucky to have these kinds of resources showered upon them? The Armoring Palace was the latest addition. However, no one expected that the first ancient god clan to be annihilated would be a force in armoring. This time the Armoring Palace would go through a significant transformation. In the future, its potential was immeasurable. Conceivably, it would continue to grow even more prosperously than the Alchemy Palace. If you need more manpower, you may have your pick from the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Futian continued. Understood. Blind Tai replied before proceeding to take the prisoners away. At the same time, Lord Qin arranged for a lot of people to come help. After all, this time, they had brought over a lot of Rehuang, so they needed to establish reasonable control over them first. Although Futian didn't kill them, he could squeeze all they are worth out of them and have them make divine arms and other implements for the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Afterward, Lord Chen and the others were tasked with cleaning up and distributing the rest of the implements. Although for most cultivators, the power from any implements was limited in the face of absolute power, implements could be used to increase one's combat effectiveness when the opponents were of the same realm. After Futian left them, he planned to retreat again, to make another batch of pills. He wanted to produce another set that would improve the strength of the cultivators who were at the upper level of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. He felt that time was becoming ever more pressing and that chaos was looming. He must elevate the power of the Ziwei Imperial Palace to the highest possible level. Now, just having the Imperial arms was far from enough. While Futian and the others were busy working, Haotian clan of the Divine Prefecture had not been sitting by idly. Inside a great hall, the clan lord of the Haotian clan was sitting cross-legged, surrounded by a dreamy divine light of the Great Path. In front of him, there were elusive phantoms. They were none other than the rulers of several other ancient god clans. They were meeting and conversing in a peculiar way. Tianyan City's destruction meant that there were only 5 remaining ancient god clan, and all of them could feel the danger hovering above them. Now, it was either for them to destroy Ziwei, or Ziwei would destroy them in return. Clearly, this was an urgent matter that needed to be discussed. The point was that Ziwei was not so easy to destroy anymore. Doing so might even bring severe catastrophes upon themselves. Everything else aside, just the abilities that Futian derived from the Imperial arms and Buddha's celerity alone were enough for him to break into any one of their ancient god clans. Futian's ability to come and go as he pleased was enough to cause endless disasters for them. Now they must find a foolproof way to get rid of Futian, once and for all. But so far, they had not been able to come up with any solution. Chapter 2655, Earth-Shattering. Futian did not seek revenge on the other ancient god clans for the time being. It was not that they were incapable of annihilating these clans. But now was a time like none other. Ziwei had just lost its protection. Sure, he could go to the others' territories to do whatever he wanted, but they could do the same with the Ziwei segmentum. If it were only the Ziwei Imperial Palace they retaliated against, that would not have been a problem. But if the 6 ancient god clans decided to attack the Ziwei segmentum, he would not be able to defend it. Therefore, he chose not to make a move for the time being but go into retreat to produce more elixirs and cultivate. Today, Ziwei Imperial Palace had a better cultivation environment than any of the ancient god clans. Although the will of Ziwei was no more, several imperial stars remained. In addition, There were other great emperors upon the territories they were occupying, with high-level elixirs and various cultivation methods that they had obtained. The cultivation methods they had gotten from Taichu Holy Land, the Shin clan, and Tianyan City were extremely outstanding in cultivation. With time, the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace continued to grow in strength. Among them, several others continued to experience the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Fang Xiyuan's father, Fang Huan, had only experienced the tribulation after Fang Xiyuan had done it first. He was once a marvelous existence himself from Four Corner Village, a natural talent with the natural body of the Great Path. After Fang Huan, Duoyu, and Tai Tu both crossed the divine tribulation of the Great Path, Four Corner Village became the place from which the most cultivators had survived the divine tribulations. This had something to do with the characteristics of the village itself. In the past, Four Corner Village, which wanted nothing to do with the world, had given birth to some cultivators who were born with the natural body of the Great Path. With instructions from the teacher, and the ideal cultivation conditions provided by the Ziwei Imperial Palace, they could pass through the divine tribulation of Great Path one after another. Although there were some inherent dangers in the process of the divine tribulation, when these cultivators went through it, they were actually in much stronger condition than Emperor Shi back then. Furthermore, they had powerful weapons, such as the divine arms, so the divine tribulations could not have harmed any of them. In addition, Yi Futian's friends and brothers in the land of the Nine Realms had also stepped onto the peak of Renhuang. The senior brother, Sword Saint, his good friends and brothers like Yi Wuqian, Dou Zhao, Long Qin, disciple Xiao Muyu, and even Fei Xue had advanced very quickly. After Yi Futian passed on the cultivation method of the Shin clan to Fei Xue, she improved even more. After all, the blood of the Shin clan flowed through her body. The only difference was that she was from the branch of the Shin clan in the original realm. But inside Fei Xue's body, there was something extraordinary. Yi Futian's demonic beast companion Little Condor and Zi Feng were in love with each other. Although the poor Little Condor had learned all of Yi Futian's abilities, he still couldn't beat Zi Feng in a fight. This was all determined by their natural given talent. Lord Taixian and the others who also cultivated in the method of the Taichu reshaped the path of their cultivations, which was then supplemented by elixirs. Now they had also made breakthroughs in their progress. The strength of Ziwei Imperial Palace was constantly multiplying. However, the number of cultivators in the second tribulation plane had not increased. After all, this realm was more challenging and would take longer. There was no way of telling who would step into that realm first. In Ziwei Imperial Palace, Shi Qiao led a few men and found Yi Futian. She gave Yi Futian a storage ring, and Yi Futian smiled when he checked it, saying, "Thank you very much. It's not for nothing, you don't need to demur," Shi Qiao said without a care. Shi Qiao, who was already in the tribulation plane, had an extraordinary temperament. She was noble and proud. It was as if she had descended from an empress. Yi Futian smiled. Over the years, his relationship with West Imperial Palace had been working very well. West Imperial Palace collected precious alchemical materials for him from various places in the Divine Prefecture, and he returned the favor by giving them the elixirs he produced. They each had proven their value to the other, so their relationship had been going strong. Shi Qiao herself spent most of her time cultivating inside Ziwei Imperial Palace. Naturally, Yi Futian understood that this was a win-win situation. Some of the elixirs he gave to West Imperial Palace were top-notch, including elixirs in the second tribulation plane. Although Yi Futian was still at the realm of peak Renhuang, his status was not the same as any other. He was a Renhuang who had survived 2 divine tribulations, and the sub-divine elixirs that he produced were incredibly pure. However, he didn't understand the reason behind this strange phenomenon. He figured it must have something to do with his life spirit, which was aligned with the most primitive path. Therefore, the elixirs that he produced were very effective. Over the years, of all the ancient god clans in the Divine Prefecture, aside from Tianyan City, the rest of the ancient god clans had been getting weaker all along. Only the West Imperial Palace had been secretly expanding its power. He had provided several batches of elixirs to them, but the West Imperial Palace had never revealed anything on the outside, concentrating on strengthening themselves in secret. Although Futian had never asked, he knew that West Imperial Palace must have made significant progress by now. Ziwei Imperial Palace is now adding armoring to alchemy. In the future, you will probably not just be the strongest principality in alchemy, but also the premier force in armoring. If you are interested, we can be partners in armoring. West Imperial Palace can provide you with armoring materials, and you can provide us divine arms. Shi Qiao proposed with a smile. Futian smiled and looked at her. The armoring level of the armoring palace is still quite limited, and Uncle Tai has not yet reached the realm he needs to be at. The resources seized from Tianyan City are enough for us for many years to come. Even if the West Imperial Palace provides us with materials, we will not use them right now. If the needs arise in the future, I will ask you. It's a pity, then. We want to deepen our partnership with Ziwei Imperial Palace, but Palace Lord Yi has refused us mercilessly. Shi Qiao joked. Futian smiled and shook his head. Ziwei Imperial Palace and West Imperial Palace have always been very friendly. Why would Goddess Qiao think it needs more? Of course. More the better. Shi Qiao's beautiful eyes were now directed at Futian. If the old man can have his way, he would rather unite Ziwei Imperial Palace and West Imperial Palace in marriage. Those around Shi Qiao were stunned when they heard these words. What did she mean by that? If Ziwei Imperial Palace were to join West Imperial Palace in marriage, who else could it be but the two of them? Futian was stunned as well. He didn't know quite how to continue the conversation for a while. Shi Qiao smiled and proceeded. Of course, I thought not. That would make it too easy for you. The cultivators behind Shi Qiao looked at each other, and an old man whispered. If the goddess disagrees, why bother telling others? However, he immediately lowered his head and kept quiet after he said it. Indeed, his remark stunned Shi Qiao momentarily. She slowly turned around and focused her attention on the old man who spoke. Her face was a little red. You talk too much, Shi Qiao said with temper in her voice. As the goddess, she still needed to keep her dignity. I'm sorry I spoke too fast, the old man explained. What I meant was that if the goddess doesn't agree with the idea, there is no need to say it out loud. Shi Qiao stared at him. She could almost shoot fireballs from her eyes. Was this old B*** deliberately trying to annoy her? If it were not because he was an elder, Shi Qiao would have already stabbed the old man with her sword. An alliance through marriage is not impossible, Futian piped up. Shi Qiao, stunned by this unexpected response, turned around and looked at Futian intently with those beautiful eyes of hers. Futian smiled and continued. Now, there are many excellent young men at Ziwei Imperial Palace. My disciples, such as Fang Xiyuan, Duo Yu, and Tai Tu, have all survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path. If there is someone that Goddess Qiao or other outstanding ladies from the West Imperial Palace are interested in, I don't oppose them getting to know each other better. Shi Qiao was surprised as she stared at Futian for a moment longer, then turned around to leave. Several people behind her also looked at Futian with resentment. Stupid donkey. An old man couldn't hold himself back. Either he was dumb, or he was rude. Futian watched them leave and had a look of innocuous confusion on his face. Did he say something wrong? Master. At this moment, a few people came running over this way, and it was his 4 little disciples. Of course, Fang Xiyuan and the others were no longer little anymore. Out of the 4 junior protectors of Ziwei Imperial Palace, 3 had already survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path. They were even stronger than the 4 original Great Protectors. You are back, Futian commented. After Duo Yu and Tai Tu had both survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, Futian urged them to return to the village to visit the teacher and give him the news themselves as a sign of respect. The 4 agreed because the teacher was also their master. You were gone for a long time. Were you studying with the teacher? Futian asked curiously. Little Ling pinched her mouth and replied. The 3 of them have no minds to study anything, as you know. After they visited the teacher, they slipped away from the village. Master, guess where they went? Where? Futian showed a look of curiosity. Master, guess, Little Ling said. In front of Yi Futian, she was still acting like a little girl. Yi Futian laughed as he looked at them. There were only so many places they could go in the Shangqing domain. Domain chief's manor or Nahai family? Yi Futian asked. Right on, Little Ling replied. The Shangqing domain chief's manor had summoned all of the major forces to gather at the domain chief's manor, and these three crashed their party. Just simply going to their party? Yi Futian pressed teasingly. Master, it's a bit more than that. We made some contributions. Fang Xiyuan scratched his head, not quite forthcoming. Tai Tu, you tell me. Yi Futian looked at Tai Tu. We beat up some people and broke some of their stuff. Tai Tu hesitated. When Yi Futian heard him, he already had a picture in his mind. The chief of Shangqing Domain Chief's manor has been disrespectful to the master, and had several exchanges with the master in confrontations. If it weren't because of Dongwang Imperial Palace, we would have definitely not spared them of their lives. The same goes for the Nahai family, as well as the Muyun family that married into them. Consider their betrayal of the village. We have been more than merciful not cleaning up all these trash. Duo Yu added coldly, feeling completely justified. Yi Futian glanced at Duo Yu and thought that he had always been the least talkative of the four of them. But Yi Futian knew that this had something to do with his childhood. He grew up without parents, and was raised by the village. He had always had low self-esteem and was not the most outspoken. If it weren't because of Yi Futian who selected him, Duo Yu was fated to live an ordinary life. Among the four disciples, Duo Yu might be the one who was most grateful to him, and cared the most about everything that happened to Yi Futian. As a result, he must have hated the Shangqing Domain Chief's manor and the Nahai family with a passion. What was done is done. Yi Futian didn't blame them. He understood the impetus behind his disciples' motivations. They were just trying to avenge him. I knew Master would not punish us, Fang Xiyuan said with a smile. He was rewarded with a glare from Yi Futian. This guy was the biggest troublemaker of them all. Boom! Just as they were talking, the ground suddenly shook, and the buildings inside Ziwei Imperial Palace were shaking. It was as if a violent earthquake had just occurred. Yi Futian had a suspicious look on his face as his divine consciousness covered the boundless space. But he detected nothing unusual. He raised his head to look above the firmament. Was there someone here again? His eyes seemed to penetrate the endless void, looking at a place very far away. In the place beyond the heavens, an extremely brilliant divine light seemed to imprint into his eyes. What was that outside the Ziwei segmentum? You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.